plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Good afternoon to our viewers on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next, and welcome to the oldest rivalry in touch football, the State of Origin series between New South Wales and Queensland. A wonderful venue here at CX Coffs International Stadium for what should be an epic encounter across so many different divisions. We begin with the men's 30s. There's a number of big players in this one who have previously played at the men's open division level. We can't wait for it. 2 days of incredible action and are going to be across your screens. James Preston, and a legend of the game, Lebanon World Cup bronze winning captain, and of course a long-time servant for New South Wales and Australia, Jason Stanton. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, James. Thanks for the very big intro. Nice to be here with the voice of touch yourself, and I'm going to go off early and let everybody know that I've done a full assessment and New South Wales will be winning the Shield this weekend in Coffs Harbour.
Well, it is worth pointing out they have, of course, won the previous 2 series. So we haven't had a State of Origin series since 2022. Now, that one was claimed by New South Wales overall 9 divisions to 8. So, of course, first to 9 divisions. In 2021, this was a delayed series as well from the 2020 Origin series, pushed back a year due to COVID. That was also claimed by New South Wales 9-6. But in terms of this particular division here, though, Stanto, the 30s, that one is a little more up in the air.
Yeah, interesting one. I normally like to go off the NTLs to get a bit of a read, and in the recent NTLs, it was a bit of a mix. There was the 2 New South Wales teams. Parramatta actually came up, and the Sydney Rebels. And in the Queensland, in the other semi, it was the Cyclones versus the Sharks. So interesting one to see how this one plays out. But generally the NTLs gives you a read, but 50-50 if you go off form.
And of course the previous series here for the State of Origin back in 2022, New South Wales claiming that one in the men's 30s, 2-1. But when we get to the Opens division a little later today, of course, that's where Queensland have really had the stranglehold in the past 2 series.
Yeah, I think so. Queensland definitely have been setting the benchmark, and that's where I think it's going to be different this time around. I'm looking for a big resurgence. Men's 20s you'll see up next, but our men's 20s, men's opens, women's opens, mixed opens, I'm really looking for a bit of a bounce back year from the Blues. And maybe the 30s here can set the whole tone for the weekend. Is it going to be maroon or blue?
Well, Luke Simmons is the captain here for New South Wales in jersey 14, but it will be Queensland with first use of the ball. 20-minute halves. We will have a 5-minute halftime break. There is Simmons on the screen, and there is the first siren. We are underway for the 2025 Touch State of Origin Series. Queensland with first use of the ball. Out to this right-hand side momentarily. Now they'll head back to the left. Lovely quick release. Oh, question mark on the final pass. But it will stand here for Queensland. So a rapid beginning for them. They'll go across the line through Arthur Butler.
Yeah, pretty good play there from Queensland. They've got the middle dump. The Lynx come charging onto it to create the 4-on-3. I think the Blues link there possibly could have stayed out. It looked like the middles had the measure of the play. But in the end, Link decided to come in. The winger didn't come in with him, and that created the overlap there. Queensland 1-0.
So work to be done straight away here for the New South Wales side. Now roll it back about 10 metres into enemy territory, so yet to fire a shot as of yet. Fitzpatrick now takes it towards the middle. Now roll it back once again. Fitzpatrick wrapping around, now opens up a bit of space out wide, and New South Wales will hit back straight away. No, here we go. So they've called a touch and then the pass released. No try there for Jackson Bird.
Yeah, really interesting one there, James. If you look at the two different ways the plays were run, Queensland quite direct. New South Wales run the sweeper, a big arc trying to run around the defence. So let's see how those contrasting styles plays out.
Good meters again here from Raupita Keehee. However, he turns over the ball. Now referees for this one, John Hamstra, Matt Lavery and Caleb Waltz. Is now New South Wales. Waltz forward for that matter. Floating a pass out here for Bird. Then good meters on offer from Fitzpatrick, who's been busy so far. Bird once again. Now meters here for Ryan Goss. Drops it down on the last here. New South Wales at speed. Great pass, or even better hands. But somehow Queensland scramble, recover and fend off the advances of New South Wales.
Yeah, New South Wales probably with two half opportunities. So you can look at that two ways, James. You can say, you know, two opportunities to score, you know, unlucky New South Wales, or you can say great defence from Queensland to hold them out.
Good meters again here, though, from Queensland now. Hadwin takes off, looking for some support out wide. Tough one to deal with. Even better touch there, though, from Jackson Bird. And they'll actually crash into the camera here. So up close and personal on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next.
And you see a great chase there from Ryan Goss in defence, the number 6 there for New South Wales. Showed the dummy half the sideline, gave him a bit of space, and then ran him down. Great defence there on show.
Now Lincoln Little, who was at that World Cup, that's just gone past in 2024. Now they split them through Simmons, the captain. Still going here. The touch is called for from Hadwin, and they'll agree, the referees. Turnover there.
Yeah, pretty good start with the tactics there. Looks like they're running at the offside player. That's a pretty good tip for those watching it at home. Whoever makes the touch, they've got to get back to 7. They're offside, and both these teams look like they're experts at running at that offside player.
No speed about things here in the men's 30s. Now a little incisive run coming in from Holmes, and now they'll send it all the way out to that left-hand side. Bullet pass and then diving from distance. I think Queensland might have got there. Well, they'll just claim the touch in time. That was very much a 50-50 call.
Yeah, you'll catch on the replay here too. You'll see the New South Wales link running along the try line, and the New South Wales winger actually backing off. You don't want to do that most of the time. You want to get up in the face of the attack. So New South Wales might have to make a bit of a correction there. They need to be a bit more active in D and less passive.
Certainly not passive from Queensland. Good aggression, stepping up high, making the touch. It was a strong one as well. Ball comes free, so all the early field position here being dominated by Queensland. They've had a much better time of rolling up the field. As now Smart comes out to this left-hand side. Touch is made. They'll wait for it back toward the middle here with Chung. Arrives that way now. Drops it down just outside the 7. Here's another chance for Chung. Popped a pass that just went behind him. New South Wales survive on this occasion. They'll try and work it away from their own end. It's a great speed so far, Stanto.
Yeah, you mentioned there Chung. Very good lateral speed. Looked like a try for all money there. So definitely a good start to the game for Queensland. Definitely looking the better of the two teams so far.
Dave Maher now picks it up on the last. Now bombing it wide and long. Here's a little wraparound play. Oh, Queensland, how quickly were they on to that? Any other team, you'd expect that to be a try.
Yeah, and you'll notice there, I'm not sure if you get a replay of it, but you'll notice that the Queensland defenders are off the line, James. We mentioned New South Wales a little bit on their heels. You want to not be running up and down the scoreline in D. You want to be taking 2 or 3 steps forward. So New South Wales will have to make that correction. As I mentioned, Queensland looking good so far.
Sen then drops it down. Oh, New South Wales, they were looking for the intercept there with Dave Maher. Got fingertips to it. However, that will result in a fresh set now for Queensland. Just 7 metres away from the line. Already up 1-0. Bouncing around here is Hadwin. And now Sen. Taking off back to Hadwin. Plays it quickly inside the 7. Fast release and then getting the ground. It's Madison Gear who cycles through them and gets a second one for Queensland.
Yeah, beautiful finish there. Again, you'll see New South Wales a little bit guilty I know I keep talking about it running along the scoreline, but you'll see here that you'll see the replay. You've got the number 5 there running along. You've got the winger standing on the scoreline. All the advantages with Queensland in that situation. And a lot of that comes from the inside talk, James. It's not always the outside players at fault. If the middle players aren't talking, then the outside players have to guess what's going on. So, great try there for Queensland. 2-0, probably a fair reflection of the game so far.
I think you're spot on. Strong touch there on Lincoln Little. So, a fresh set for New South Wales. They'll come out to this left-hand side now with Simmons, the captain, trying to squeeze through. Turned away, though, from Stephen Holmes. So back to the 7 he goes now. Little. Simmons, waiting for an opportunity. They'll cut out Simmons on this occasion. Straight towards that passive play. Now Little drops it down. Once again at speed this time. Little with the one-handed dive. Turned away. Good touch from Queensland. Again at Holmes. A massive defensive set from him. Last one here for New South Wales. Nothing really doing, so Bird will kill it in the corner.
Yeah, pretty good D there again from Queensland. So, we've seen a bit of a theme here in this first 5 minutes. Queensland are more active in D. They're moving forward. They're pressing. New South Wales a little bit on their heels. So let's see if I'm sure the coaches would have picked up on that straight away. And let's see if we get any adjustments in the second part of this first half.
They're just chewing up the metres here. The Maroons, as now they'll play at about 10 shy of the try line. Oh, Chung, great footwork, splits them, looking for support, finds it. Was there a little bobble, though? Yes, there was. Jaden Love, he tried to get it to ground, but the referees were all over it.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting replay, that one. I think at first look, it did look like he got it down, but how fast is Chung? Look at that, the left, the right, straight through. Now he's got to find someone. He was patient. Ooh, close one. Could have gone either way, but great scoop. And Queensland, there's just red flags everywhere for New South Wales, isn't there?
Certainly is. There's now Sarah Cold still an option on that right-hand side. They'll bomb it long instead. The pass has gone forward. So there is the turnover. We just haven't really seen a great deal of patience from New South Wales, not building into the set.
Yeah, they're definitely getting outplayed here, James. There's no question about it. If you look at the score at 2-0 after first 6 or 7 minutes, you don't want this blowing out 7-8-0. New South Wales have got to adjust, and it starts by being more active in defence, pressing up, talking a lot more. They've really got to get more of a control of this midfield. So kudos for Queensland. They've started off really well here, James.
Queensland again now on the last here. Once more looking for a little bat-on play. That was always going to be a tough one to deal with. Oh, and then flaring up a touch there between James Shute and one of the Queenslanders. A little bit of extra attention after that ball went to ground. We haven't seen too much as of yet for Caden Wynyard. Now, he was player of the series in the men's 30s last time these teams did battle back in 2022. To see Queensland here really jamming in. New South Wales struggling to get out of their own end. There is Wynyard now. Straightens up and unfortunately then finds a pass that only finds the grass.
Now, you mentioned Caden Wynyard. What a quality player he is there. You've got some big names there. Clay Studden, Justin Costello. They've got plenty of attack, but they've got to get in the game. They're getting outplayed in this midsection for the moment.
I believe it was the 2021 series, or technically the 2020 series, that Clay Studden took the intercept overall to claim the shield for New South Wales in that one. As now Queensland head out to this left-hand side again. Good footwork, but nice scramble from New South Wales. They'll navigate down a short side once again. That's better signs defensively for the Blues.
Yeah, good honesty there. Blues player saying that he missed the winger, but the link correctly made the touch. I think it might have been Costello. Can't see the number. But a little bit better from New South Wales. Let's see whether they can get back in this game.
It's now meters from Krosek. Krosek again popping a very flat pass on that occasion. Had it hit a Queenslander, though, I think he would have been rewarded with another set. As Little steps off the right foot a couple of times, pointing, asking for the penalty. And he can get back in time there, Queensland. So that's very clever play from Lincoln Little.
Yeah, Lincoln Little, probably one of the best for New South Wales out there. Certainly one to watch. Let's see what he can come up with on this occasion.
Well, he has, of course, played at that Opens division. Men's are mixed. So Simmons once more restart things here. Looking for their first try of the match. 2-0 at the moment to Queensland. If you're just joining us on KO Sky Sport and Sky Sport Next. Now Simmons tries to squeeze through once again. Turned away here from Kingston Lamberg.
Yeah, Queensland pretty tight on the collapse there. Wouldn't mind seeing New South Wales going against the grain, like sweeping to one side and going back the other way. That's where I think the try is.
It's exactly what they do, and they'll go for the bat-on attempt volleyball style, but the ball comes free. And New South Wales already looking like they might be out of ideas here.
Yeah, still early days though, but they do have to make some adjustments. And a bit of a tip, I guess, for those watching at home. What we're talking about indeed, look at New South Wales here. As they get back to 7, they can either stand still and wait for the Queensland player to run to them, or they can come forward in the press. And you'll see here they're waiting a little bit there. And if they've got to be pushing up a little bit more, put some pressure on Queensland. So that's a bit of a tip. That's that active versus passive defence.
Oh, lovely little double pump there from Jordan Dart, and that nearly opened up an opportunity once again. It was Chung steaming through, and he's caused plenty of damage so far for this New South Wales defensive line. And, geez, the errors are just piling up here for the home team.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a hurry to get to the sub box. So as you know, those familiar with the game, they're generally going to substitute quite quickly. But you can't just go lateral. You've got to get going forward first. So, again, a few things there for New South Wales to work on. I like what I'm seeing from Queensland, though. James, very active, very upbeat. Pretty good start to the tournament.
So Chung will drop it back now. Then on the 7, wrapping around all Dart, good hands. Retreats just a touch. Now gets a quick roll ball. Didn't play it correctly, though. So New South Wales get away with that one.
Yeah, probably a bit unlucky there, Queensland. Normally a no touch there inside the 7, James, will be a penalty for not moving forward. So Queensland may be a little bit unlucky on that occasion. Let's see whether New South Wales can now make use of the gifted possession.
So Krasek, and then on here for Justin Costello. He has been a little bit quiet so far. Now Goss straightening. I'll take off again here. Ma trying to conjure up something, but nothing really working at the moment for New South Wales, of course. That is the benefit for those who are frequent touch watchers and those maybe tuning in for the first time. With some of our tournaments, it's a try-turnaround situation, so there is no halftime break, but at least here, Ricky Hetherington, once they get into the sheds at the break, can try and just recalibrate things a little bit.
Yeah, very much so. No, I don't think it's a overly technical game plan. They have to be more active indeed. They've got to meet the Queensland attack. And when they get the ball here, you mentioned some of those players like Caden Wynyard and Justin Costello. Get the ball in their hands. Give them some options. Go to your strengths. You know, not that difficult for New South Wales to get back in this.
Now Dave Maher popping a little pass. That's better from New South Wales. Fitzpatrick was sweeping around. He has looked likely and gets across. The Blues are back in the contest. 2 tries to 1.
Yeah, scoreboard flattering New South Wales now. You'll see there the number 7, I think it is, or the 2. He's offside. So when he's in trouble that way, you want to try and get the Lincoln winger to be shooting up to help out. They can't back off like that when the player's offside. So Queensland probably wishing they had that one again, and scoreboard looking pretty good if you're a Blues fan, only down by 1, with Queensland having the run of the game so far.
Stephen Holmes, apologies that they targeted there. He has done a lot of defensive work in this first half. Maybe just a bit of fatigue starting to creep in as now Peter Keehee crabs across field, and there is that passive defence from New South Wales not stepping up continuously, so penalty blown. Peter Keehee once again drops it down. Oh, and then speaking of dropping it, that one hits the deck, but that will be another penalty. So that's 2 inside the 7 now.
Yeah, the third penalty is going to have a player step off, a 6-on-5 situation. So New South Wales going to be on best behaviour. One of the setups, I guess, just while we get a break in the play, James, one of the setups Queensland are running very well is they've got the middle dump happening, and then the player that's doing the dumps is splitting quite laterally, and the link's coming through the middle. Also, there's the option of the sweeper, so that's a little bit difficult to defend because you make the touch, you're offside, and you need to get help from the players around you. So pretty good play Queensland's running, and it relies on New South Wales having to talk and to help each other, and that's probably where they've been a bit disconnected, James, in the first 10 minutes or so. Not enough talk. And we've seen too many players with their feet on the try line trying to scramble.
It's not just defensively either. We've seen the ball hit the deck probably 5 times for New South Wales. So that's also part of that communication issue, as now Kingston Landberg is back to his feet. A little bit worse for wear, so he'll exit the field. Queensland, though, still early in the count and with all the momentum, but we're getting closer towards half-time inside the final 5 of this first half. Is Peter Keehee once more up to the 7. Now floating a pass out to that left-hand side, easily dealt with on this occasion for New South Wales. Hadwin drops it on the 7. Flat pass again. Lovely bullet ball over the top from Jaden Love, and you've got to love that if you're a Queenslander. What a ripping pass it is. A good 20 metres out to that left-hand side, and it is try time there for Travis Simpson.
It's a really special skill. Look at the replay here. I think it's Love there. He's coming charging onto it. It's not an easy thing to do. Looked like at one stage he could have just dived for the try. That's how hard he was coming onto that pass, and then ripping it right to left, nice and flat. Didn't give the winger a chance. What a try to the Maroons.
Nothing that James Shute could do there. That was a spot-on pass from Jaden Love, and now New South Wales looking for a hit back. Quick release, or had they found the final pass? They were completely unmarked on that right-hand side. They'd done enough to encourage Simpson to come in, and then touched in flight, but it will end up in a Queensland hand backwards.
It's probably something Coach Hetherington's going to look at half-time. Definitely a couple missed opportunities there for New South Wales, as you mentioned. They, going against the grain, just linking it through the hands there to the winger would have resulted in an easy try to the Blues. So definitely marking that one down as a missed opportunity.
You can see there as well some pretty strong contact. There is no love lost between New South Wales and Queensland, and there's an old square up, an old-fashioned one. No chats at this point, though, from the referees. Always a little bit of niggle with State of Origin. Certainly was the case in 2022. As now Holmes comes forward. And then a lovely pass over the top from Chung. Well, Queensland, this is now starting to be a little bit more reflective of how the first half has gone.
And that's not going to look good on the replay for the Blues. A little bit of touch 101 there. I think it was it Chung again? I hope I'm saying that right. Chung there sweeping towards the top of your screen. You'll see there's not a lot of space there, only like 10 metres or so. New South Wales 6 defenders, you've got to get over there and help. They left their players isolated. The winger didn't have a chance, and not good viewing for the Blues. That's a bit of an error there, a bit of a touch 101. Queensland making them pay.
I think there might have actually been a forced sub in the process. Now, there wasn't a particular reference from the referees, but certainly there was a man leaving the defensive line in that crucial situation, which we would not usually see happen.
Yeah, the reason I was saying it was touch 101, James, is that, you got the play top of the screen, a very narrow channel there. You've got to get your defenders over to help out. You can't afford to leave your winger on his own like that.
Now Peter Keehee with a bit of speed, dart off the back of it all, big dummy, and then Chung was wrapping around late. Tried to confuse them with that movement. But 4-1 the score here. New South Wales with plenty of work to do in the second half. Final stages of this first half, though. Good charge once again here from Goss. Up over halfway they go. Now for Simmons, the captain. Drops it down. Quick release once again here. Little navigating through the middle. Turned away from Queensland. Peter Keehee with a high line, as is Chung. Last one here for New South Wales. Little running at defenders who are struggling to get back on side, but Queensland, they just look a little bit fitter than New South Wales, a little bit quicker too.
Yeah, they're talking. This is what happens with the good communication. When the defenders are talking to each other, helping each other, you get that feeling that the whole D-line's a lot quicker and cutting your time down. This is a big opportunity. New South Wales have to get a result here. Let's see what they can come up with.
Yeah, smart work from Lincoln Little, just pulling out of the touch, and if the player with the ball then rolls it, that'll be called as a no-touch turnover. So New South Wales get one final chance here. Fitzpatrick has their sole try so far. Inside the final minute here. There is the siren. Fitzpatrick taking off to that right-hand side momentarily, then easy pickings for Holmes. And it certainly is a big buffer at the break here for Queensland. 4 tries to 1, but they deserve it.
Yeah, very much so, and probably a fair reflection of the game. In any game, 4-1's a little bit one-sided. In State of Origin, it's a huge margin if you're in the Maroon camp. It's not totally closed shop just yet. New South Wales make a few corrections, can get back into it, but they're definitely got to make some adjustments.
So a big turnaround required for the home side. We'll take a quick break here on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. In the men's 30 at half-time, it is Queensland leading New South Wales 4-1.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the finish, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the finish, I'm a diamond and the rough. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. The birthday got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Welcome back to Coffs Harbour, CX Coffs International Stadium on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. The 2025 Touch State of Origin Series. Game one here on day one. Men's 30s and Queensland. A dominant first half display, 4-1. A lot of work for New South Wales to do. Jason Stanton.
I think so. I do not want to be the bearer of bad news, but New South Wales must make some corrections in this second half. Queensland looking good. You mentioned some of those players. Was it Chung, Love, Zanetti? There's some good players there in Queensland having a great game. New South Wales have to make some changes.
So there we go. Underway for the second half. 20 minutes on the clock. Can they make those changes, New South Wales, and come away with some sort of result here? Of course, they won this division back in 2022. 2-1 overall. Now Fitzpatrick floating it long. Wobbly looking ball. Easily marked up in the end from Simpson. Last one brought up here for New South Wales. Wynyard with the dancing feet. Shows it a couple of times and then is easy pickings for Queensland. So No panic stations there for the Maroons as they'll turn it out to this right-hand side. Gear, who did get a try in that first half, now picks up good meterage. Quick release here from Hadwin. Then up over halfway, and this has been one of the real differences between the two sides, just how easily Queensland roll up the field.
Yeah, pretty good metric there to have a look at if you can get to your sub-box in those 2 or 3 touches.
Oh, here we go, though, for New South Wales. Stepped up and taken from guess who? Clay Studden. He's done it before at this very ground. Can he get there in time? Yes, he has the wheels. Studden, of course, won the Shield for New South Wales back in 2021 with an intercept. Well, it's a great return to form. He gets them back into this game in 2025 in the men's 30s.
Great work, Studden. What a play, and a super chase from Butler, I think it was, from Queensland, run him all the way to the corner. But if there was a trophy for intercepts or intercept kings, you could do worse than right Clay Studden right on it. He's an absolute expert, like a thief in the night, James.
Well, they were coming for him. Butler put the foot down, but great take there from Studden. That might just be what they needed, New South Wales. Something different to get them going. There's Chung. Now pops a little pass here for Peter Keehee. He's caught about 10 metres away from the line. But they do have the big guns on deck here, Queensland. Chung, Peter Keehee. Now flat pass here for Love again, threatening to go long. Strong contact. Oh, bullet pass from the get-go. Now footwork from Simpson. The touch is made just in time. But Queensland digging deep into the bag of tricks.
Yeah, great attack from Queensland, and probably the first time we've seen New South Wales actually show a bit of resilience there in defence. They scrambled, James. They got off the line. Good work by Shoots there to take the link and chase out and take the winger. So good signs there for the Blues.
Now Little running directly at a couple of offside players, then pops a flick pass that had no right in being thrown. Lucky for him, the play had already broken down. Otherwise, Peter Keehee was away. The touch past the call. Sometimes it's good to just put the flick pass away, though.
Yeah, probably the scoop wasn't the right option as well. Maybe they're trying to do things a bit different, see what they can come up with. Like you said, bit of have a dig in the bag of tricks, but I don't know whether that scoop is going to hurt Queensland much. They've looked pretty good in the middle so far.
Oh, and now Hadwin putting the foot down. Good touch made in the end once again from Simmons. They've still got them a little shell-shocked here, New South Wales. Even with that try, it's very much against the run of play. I still don't think they've settled.
No, not yet. You see, as well, just something I think New South Wales can do better. See, when they did that drive, they've got to look for an extra pass. They're sort of using up 3 or 4 touches there just to sub, and then the set's over, as you can see.
Oh, Fitzpatrick, there's a lovely pass, though, and then great diving touch. It was from Gear. I think that was a try-saver, that effort.
I think so. I think it was that Studden again? He was off to the races. I don't think they would have caught him if that touch wasn't made.
So now Queensland working up on that right-hand side into enemy territory once again. Holmes is back out there. Now Zanetti to Holmes. Not a great delivery from Zanetti. That one hits the deck. Hasn't been the happiest of matches so far for the Queensland captain.
So you'll see the Blues here, James, coming across the sub. Then as they're coming on, they need an extra pass here from Caden. They need to really try and hurt the Queenslanders through the middle. They're allowing them to get back on side. So let's see if they can make that correction. But Queensland being active here, looking pretty good.
Now Maher takes off a couple of dummies. Smart work from Dave Maher. In the end, Jordan Dart plays at it. So New South Wales can set up camp here inside the 7. Now bring Fitzpatrick onto the field. Now he has looked likely. He's already gone across once for New South Wales. Very sharp stepper. Here's Jake Fitzpatrick. So now Maher drops it down quickly. Maher takes off again with the guile, the sleight of hand. Maher looking for support, finds it, and on the spot is Saracold on debut in the men's 30s and gets a try.
It's good to see. Great work. They might have been listening into the call, James. That's that against the Graham one we spoke about just before half-time. Dummy to the sweeper. In the in goal. He can't score. He's got to find a vacant player. He was calm and patient and delivered. And just like that, the Blues are within 1. Do they deserve it, James? I'm not sure. They'd be lucky to only be down by 1. Queensland got to settle.
Good to see, though, Dave Maher stepping up in this second half and really taking control. He's one of the most experienced campaigners on either side. And that class is starting to come to the fore. Now Queensland with Smart popping a pass. Again, it's taken. This time Costello, who starts heading upfield. Well read from Costello. Now meters here for New South Wales. Geez, the momentum really switching. Fitzpatrick with the dummy again. Whatever Ricky Hetherington has said at half-time, it's worked so far for New South Wales. Now Burke. Fitzpatrick once more. Bouncing around. Wants a strike done. We'll set up for the play now. They were up very quickly there, Queensland. For mine, they were offside through the middle. Won't be called, though. It was Chung, the man who just kept creeping. Last one here for New South Wales. Fitzpatrick then with a big old wobbly pass that hits the sideline.
Yeah, probably a bit unlucky, the Blues, on that occasion. And we always talk about momentum swings, that there was the intercept from Studden, and it seemed to give New South Wales a bit of a confidence boost. As you mentioned there, Hetherington making some adjustments at half-time, and now they find themselves only one down, but plenty of footy left in this one.
Yeah, a whole lot of time. So we've got about 9 minutes still remaining here. In fact, more than that, I should say. It's about 14 minutes in total. So now floating a pass, and then the flick pass has gone 3 or 4 metres forward, and that's probably the first time we've seen Queensland with a very disjointed set.
Yeah, a little bit uncharacteristic. So New South Wales have got to try and cash in on this momentum swing. They need a good set here. You'll see they're coming to the box here. They need the extra pass. Player coming on here. Look at Studden here. He's going to get caught. New South Wales have got to do a better job at clearing the ball from the sub area. Let's see what they come up with here on last touch.
Now with Ma stepping off the right, then the left. Studden floating along past. That's gone forward. Both teams have been guilty of a few of those forward passes in the second half. So 4-3 the score. About 7 minutes gone in the second half.
What you want to look to do at this level is you want to be asking questions of the defence on every set of 6. And New South Wales definitely guilty of maybe 4th and 5th touches, not really throwing enough at Queensland. Let's see what Queensland do here. Like, you want a sweeper or a scoop or a quick play from the deck. You want to be asking questions of the defence. You can't afford to just be running like a 3-quarter pass play or, you know, a lofted long ball and hope it works. So that's one thing Queensland's done a little bit better so far.
So Dart makes the touch as Costello works it up.
There's the extra pass.
Down that right-hand side, and yes, there is the extra man popping on. Now it is Lincoln Little. That is smoother from New South Wales. Out to this right-hand side he goes. Lovely strike done. Now here's a chance. Wynyard over the top, all taken from Queensland, so that'll be a 0 touch.
That's the right play, but that's exactly what I'd like to see. That's what you want to see if you're in the Blues camp. The extra pass coming out of the sub-box and then charging onto it with a good play there on the last touch. So more of that from the Blues required.
Now Zanetti, and then followed up by Hadwin. Chung here trying to take off on the last touch is made once again, though, from Simmons, who's done a mountain of work defensively in this one.
I really like the way Chung, when he scoops, has got the ball in 2 hands. We're always talking about it. Anyone watching at home, it's a really good tip. Scoop, but keep the ball in 2 hands. Not sure if you're going to throw short, long, or run yourself, and that's something that Chung definitely does a great job at.
Last one here for New South Wales. Fitzpatrick. Oh, popping a little pass and then nearly finding the arms of Krosek, who turned around to try and gather it in just before it hit the deck. They've gone away from what was working for them, though, New South Wales, probably about 5 minutes ago. It's back to what we saw in the first half.
Yeah, James, just, those watching at home, James just saw me throw my hands up in the air. New South Wales, the last few trips down the field have sort of just run into a 4-on-3 pass and hope scenario. They've got to be more purposeful. You've got to run something a bit straighter. Even if it is going to be a 4-on-3, you want a good dump between 2 people and taking off hard. They haven't been able to do that. In contrast, we've seen those players like Love and Chung getting really good ball, really good scoops on the Queensland side. That's why they're up by 1.
Well, New South Wales have looked their best with Dave Maher on the field and just orchestrating things in this second half, not just even down towards the line, but working through those sets. And here he is again now, and you can see Maher just straightening the attack and will come up with a penalty, so right on cue.
Yep, gets the extra ball. Now they've got to use it. They've got to be asking questions. Dave Maher, definitely one of the best out there, if not the best from the Blues side. Probably him and Chung are the 2 best on ground at the moment.
Oh, Studden then tries to capture a little bit of territory through the middle. Holmes got him just in time, but there was a Queensland defender who wasn't getting back in time, and he nearly punished them. Now Maher on this right-hand side, little dummy. Eventually caught here from Jaden Love. fact, no, Love will step out of it. Now play on for Ma, who goes from distance, dives out, and somehow New South Wales are back level. It's 4 tries apiece.
And it's great work from Ma. Too smart, a great fast put down. But if you want to have a bit of a tip for how to stop that, you'll notice the Queensland were too passive in the lead-up. They kept getting called from the referee to be moving forward. I think Ma made them a bit nervous. And when they finally made the touch right on the 7, Ma said, thank you very much. 2 players offside, ball down, try.
It's interesting as well, the previous play, they were testing Love. He wasn't quite stepping up. And they saw that he was a little bit more passive than perhaps he has been so far in this match. As now New South Wales, a costly slip. They'll catch and pass here. Queensland and Arthur Butler now has a second. Geez, that's unfortunate. I think they had that covered until the slip occurred.
Yeah, great hit back there from Queensland. A little bit, again, we're talking about this against the grain, or going the opposite way of the flow where you think the play's going. A beautiful dummy going the opposite way. I think it was Hadwin there. Pretty good smarts there. And Queensland back out by 1, just like that.
Great catch and pass as well from Smart. So 5-4 the score with just over 8 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time to play. Short pass from Fitzpatrick on a lovely tip on, and then the final pass unfortunately goes miles forward, and it didn't need to be thrown as such.
Now, another missed opportunities. One good thing that sets up this 3-game series is that New South Wales have sort of bounced back here, and they've shown that they can match it with this more fancied Queensland outfit. So definitely a few lost opportunities. I bet they wish they had that one again, just through the hands for a try. Would have been 5-all.
Instead, there is still some work to do here, as now Queensland up towards halfway. Ropita Keehee once again straightening the attack. Last one here with Chung. Little goose step comes out, and he heads towards the sideline. Good defensive set, though, from New South Wales. They'll now spread it out to this right-hand side. Meters on offer. Shoot. Ooh, strong contact there with Simpson, who has a double himself. New South Wales with Fitzpatrick up over halfway. Now once again, here is the architect, Dave Marr, arriving just in time. Good strong charge here from Sarah Cold as well. Has a try to his name, but that slip on the last defensive set, it was costly for New South Wales. Now Marr passive out the back. What about the hands from Costello? Peter Parker-like. Unfortunately, just couldn't find the last pass.
He's probably got the best hands in the game, any division, Justin Costello. He just palms it. Looks like a bit like a basketballer, doesn't he, the way he just waves that ball around. The number 13 for the Blues, Costello.
Well, this could be a big moment now for New South Wales. Queensland have dropped it in their own territory, and a chance to set up camp now. And there is the drop ball from Ropita Keehee. So, got to make sure you've got security upon contact. Studden and Little out there now for New South Wales. And Caden Wynyard, so player of the series from 2022, on deck and wrapping around to that left-hand side. So far, it's a bit of a mess of a set here, though, from New South Wales. They'll only just straighten things up on the very last. They'll pop an awkward pass, and, geez, given the great field position they had, that was a really disappointing set from the Blues.
It's really surprising. You can see me getting a bit animated here in the box, James. 4-on-3. I think they've run it about 7 or 8 times. It hasn't even looked like scoring. They've got to go back to what works.
Love now supplies a pass here for Horton once again. Love takes off, good speed. Oh, lovely delivery from Love. That was shot out of a cannon. No room to work with, and yet somehow puts it on a dime for Ting, and the try is there. Queensland now have a 2-point buffer.
That's looking great on the replay. The number 3 for Queensland there. Love. Clean set of heels. Geez, that's sharp. Went straight to the line. New South Wales were matched up pretty good there, man for man. It was just too sharp. Class rising to the top there. Queensland out by 2. Looking pretty good for the moment.
Well, that pass sizzled past Bird, who was waiting on the wing to try and cover a couple of players, but had no response to that. Now Fitzpatrick floating a long ball. Shoot, great hands, then pops a flick pass as well. That's probably one of the few times it was at least half necessary. This time they bomb long, back out to this left-hand side, but it's very lateral here from New South Wales. There's nobody digging into space. I think you're right here, Stanto. A lot of it just does seem to be throwing in hope.
Yeah, and that's one of the good things. Maybe it's not a good thing if you're the Blues. Good if you're a Queenslander, but it might come back to it. No, okay. So what it is, James, is like, they've got 4 tries on the board. I know there was 1 intercept, but you've got to look at the opportunities that they've created and the way they've scored, and you've got to go back to the well. You can't keep, this pass at hope mentality. They've got to go to what works. They haven't done that well enough.
Nice straight drive now from Ma as Studden looks for support. Back out on that left-hand side. Wynyard shut down very quickly. Was desperate to get the pass away, but it was a really good read from Butler. And Queensland now with just over 4 minutes remaining, certainly in the box seat to take this one out. It's a win they still deserve, even with the comeback here from New South Wales, but is there a final couple of plays left up the Blues' sleeves? Last one here for Queensland. Holmes takes off, pops a pass, they were looking for the winger. Unfortunately for Zanetti, it was him.
Yeah, no one there on that occasion. Queensland definitely have been impressive. I've liked that they've been so active in defence, and they've certainly got to their sub-box getting over halfway, 2 or 3 touches. You'll see their Queensland active again there. I think it was the number 12 there, Dart, getting right up in defence. So this is why New South Wales need these extra passes like what we're seeing here. Got to try and get them in trouble.
Great footwork there from Little. Now drops it about 10 metres away from the line. Oh, they've turned away from a 4-on-3 on this short side. Well, had they simply gone through the hands, they score for all money.
I think so. That's probably one of the themes we've seen in this game. New South Wales creating opportunities around the offside player where the dump's made. They've probably been a bit too eager to throw the long ball. Probably a bit more direct. A few more dives at the defender's feet. That's probably what's on order. You might see more of that in game 2, but certainly Queensland have had their measure in this one.
It's been a better game plan and with stronger execution from Queensland. Then on the last, Little comes up with a really unnecessary shot. That'll give them an extra set, and that might just do it as a contest.
Yeah, it's been a good performance from Queensland. I don't know whether that's quite their best either, so that might be a bit ominous if you're a Blues fan. I think Queensland have got another couple gears in them. Certainly this New South Wales side has shown that they're capable. They made some adjustments coming into this second half. They're going to have to get on the video, have a look at it, have a bit of a think about it, and come back and throw something different if they want to get back in this series in game 2. I think it's tomorrow morning or lunchtime in this division.
So Zanetti caught there on the last here, and then Simpson marching forward will turn it over. So they've got to score this set now. They have to go the length. 6-4, Queensland in front. They need to throw caution to the wind here, New South Wales. They might as well lose by an extra, if you will. Just keep it alive and get something on the board. Just try and set up one final play and then push it into a drop-off. Last one here, and then, of course, it's come free, and that really does sum it up here for New South Wales. They've never clicked into gear. Queensland dominating that first half, and they've done enough in the second.
Yeah, New South Wales have had some strong performances there. Fitzpatrick's been strong. I think some of the players like Caden, Wynyard, Clay Studden and Costello probably getting more into the game in the second half. The Blues will need more of that coming into game number 2. I think on the Queensland side, we've been singing the praises of Love and Chung and Zanetti. I think overall they have sort of gelled quite well, been quite cohesive in the first game. You'll see here we're coming into the last minute, and they're still active in defence. They're still getting up, so really good signs for this Maroons outfit.
Costello drops it down now. Dave Maher once again, or trying to pop a little pass in between. He threw it, bounced off a Queenslander. He's saying that should be play on. I'm going to call a touch pass, but Maher's claiming that no Queenslander actually claimed the touch on him. Here it is again.
No, that's a try. That's a try.
Yeah, that's what I thought in real time. Maher, with some really smart play off the back of Dart, catches it again and picks up a try, but it's going to go down as one of the more clever non-rewarded tries.
Yeah, it's a little bit unlucky. He actually threw the ball. The Queensland defender actually touches him when he doesn't have the ball, and then he regains and scores. It's a really hard one for the ref, who's probably unsighted. So unlucky for the Blues, but I think deserved victory here for the mighty Maroons in game number 1.
That's a good way to start here for the Maroons. Of course, in the 2022 series, it was New South Wales 2-1 in this division, the men's 30s. Overall, of course, New South Wales have won the Shield in the past 2 previous Origin series. But Queensland, they strike first here. We'll take a short break and then we'll catch up down on the field.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and the rough. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Happy birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
I think it's just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. A lot of the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
Down here on the sideline, the captain of the men's 30s from New South Wales, Luke Simmons. Mate, tough one. Game 1, Queensland really came out strong.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. They did come out strong, ran hard. Weather is pretty hot too. Like we've just been up here the last 3 weeks ago. It was pouring rain, and so completely different game out there today.
Hard to come back with those early couple of tries from Queensland. Good job from New South Wales to get himself back into the game, but just that lead at the start too much in the end. Yeah,
we ground ourselves back in the game. We probably panked a bit when we got on the line a couple of times. Probably pushed the pass and try a few bat-ons that probably let ourselves down. But good intensity, get ourselves back in the game. Like you said, those first early couple of tries probably hurt us the most.
3-game series, that's the best part of it. You can come back bigger and better tomorrow. We've seen teams win it from losing the first game. What are the things you want to focus on going into game 2?
Probably completions from the start, yeah. Complete those sets, put it down the other end. Just get into the grind early. No early tries from them would be good. But like you said, 3-game series, 2 to go. We'll do a bit of video on that and we'll be sweet.
All the best for tomorrow.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Down on the sideline here with the captain of the Queensland men's 30s team, Dave Zanetti. Game one, so important of the State of Origin series. You must be happy to get the victory there.
Yeah, mate, as you said, Scotty, game one, most important game of the series. You know, you can go to bed tonight, do a bit more homework and come out tomorrow and fight hard, and knowing that they're going to be pretty desperate tomorrow.
The start is really important as well. Queensland came out of the gates, all guns blazing. You guys are really up for it from the opening whistle.
Yeah, mate, we've been training really well. We've got an unchanged squad from day one to now, which also helps. But yeah, we spoke about starting fast, and they've got a quality outfit, those New South Wales boys, so we've got to get into it early, you know. 9
players on debut for your team this weekend. How was the feeling amongst the team coming into their first State of Origin game for those debutants?
It was a bit of a change for me, to be honest, because in the sheds it's quite quiet, and as you know, I'm a little bit boisterous at times, but they were pretty quiet. But we just talked to them, break the game down into small pieces, and make sure they managed that when they were fine. They did a cracking job, mate.
Mate, for you, you've been here so many times before, men's open level, men's 30s. I saw you this morning as well, and you said you had to go and take yourself down to the beach just to calm yourself down. Origin just means so much for you, particularly when you got that maroon jersey on.
Yeah, it's huge. Like, you know, my family are at home, but my mum and dad and all the people that have got us here, you know, Rockhampton, Southwest, Chinchilla, all the people that have contributed to my career, we're representing them, and they're expecting us to do a cracking job for them, you know.
Well, great job, mate. Great start to the series as well. Looking to wrap it up tomorrow. Good luck for game 2.
Thanks, Scotty. Cheers, mate.
We are still young, and our hearts still run.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling?
Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour, CX Coffs International Stadium, State of Origin action for Touch Football 2025. We've just seen some of our veterans taking to the field. Plenty of players that have previously played in the men's and mixed open. Now we get a taste of the stars of the future. New South Wales and Queensland in the men's 20s. Now, for New South Wales, there's only one player who isn't on debut. That's JP Catalano, of course, already part of the international setup as well. He's certainly one to watch. He'll be in jersey number 6, but for the rest of the team, it's their first taste of this level of action. Jason Stanton.
Yes, the Queenslanders, for those just joining us, they're out of the blocks. They've won most divisions in the first time slot. I'm expecting the Blues to bounce back here. The young 20s Blues, let's see how they match up.
Good speed to begin things here as JP Catalano wraps around. Here he comes again and dives directly at them. Got very close to getting through. Queensland just got back in time, so a rapid start here for the young brigade. Catalano drops it down again. Once more takes off. Oh, pass just out in front of Semple. It was a tough one to reel in, though.
Yeah, lots of big stars on both teams. That play you just mentioned there, Catalano, if they give him a bit of space and ball, he's definitely got the potential to blow this game right open. JP Catalano.
It's a pretty good stop there as well from New South Wales, managing to turn possession over midway in their own half. As now Maxwell Masters, the captain of this New South Wales 20 side, brings it up. And on the follow-up, they cross that halfway threshold. Good speed again here from Logan Tui. They wanted that strike done, couldn't quite make it work though.
Yeah, I don't think Queensland will mind me calling them out as underdogs in this one, because at the recent NTL, the Hornets, the Scorps, the Mets were very dominant. So New South Wales would be coming into this one as being favourites, but as we saw in that first time slot of games, Queensland almost a clean sweep. I think they won every division in that first time slot, so they're not going to lay down for this more fancied Blues outfit. No way at all.
New South Wales now out to this left-hand side, and they will strike first. A lovely release, and then Logan Tui, who does a lot of setting up tries, this time scores one himself, and the Blues are on the board. 1-0 early on.
Logan Tui, he's got a really good pass on him as well, so they would have been worried about the pass on that occasion, showing a great dive and a bit of a shout out there. I think it's the number 5 for the Blues, Lagos. Great service from dummy half, and the Blues out of the blocks 1-0.
Well, he was exceptional at both Junior State Cup and then also, of course, for the NYC's Lagos. As now Queensland come forward with their captain, Prendergast, who then turns it back on the inside as they try and have a little hit back here with Moore, and then out to this right-hand side now with Jonte Brown, who can't squeeze through, and that will be the turnover. So New South Wales striking early here. Out to this left-hand side with Wardrobe, and then Taimana Ehlers off the right foot, good meters yet again. Plays it quickly here. Now Harry Cash. Walkerton. Masters scooping. Staying on this right-hand side. Oh, there's a chance back toward the middle with Walkerton, though. Queensland had overcommitted, and the space had opened up through the centre.
Yeah, pretty good D there, and you mentioned there Prendergast. That was really good D. He actually shot up a couple, and then in the midfield, rather than roll back, he kept shooting up again, so great defence there, the number 1 for Queensland. He's one to watch.
Brown now popping a little pass. Lovely release there. Very much reminiscent of Dylan Hennessy with the lack of a drawback, instead just firing from the wrist. Strong contact there from Queensland. It's now New South Wales will take the meters on offer through Masters. Up over halfway. JP Catalano then charging forward. Now here comes Tui. Nice roll here for New South Wales. Lagos takes off. That should be play on. It is play on. He links up with Catalano, and JP has the second for the Blues.
A beautiful scoop there on that occasion. Lagos, how about the footy IQ there? On the first occasion, he fed Tui for the try. Everyone's thinking he's going to feed him again. Lagos says, no way. Straight in the in goal. A beautiful little crossover there from the winger coming in, the link around the back in the in goal there to create the try. But this Blues team are jam-packed with superstars. Queensland are going to have to make some adjustments to stick with them.
Oh, and the Queensland with a lovely little late delay there. The angle change. New South Wales, though, again, up to the task. They make the touch. Last one here turned back on the inside, and they're just so fast here, the Blues.
Yeah, the Blues, it's almost a direct contrast to what we saw in the previous game, where if you're in the Blues camp, where the 30s didn't seem to be as cohesive or well sort of drilled compared to this 20s team. They're out there, they're connected, they're looking good. Queensland are going to have their hands full here.
Walkerton probably lucky to get away with that one. And then New South Wales heading back towards him at that left link position. Queensland, though, that's probably their best defensive set so far.
Yeah, Queensland haven't. I don't think the speed of New South Wales had bothered them too much. It's just a bit of that IQ. New South Wales are throwing a fair bit at them, varied, a big variety of plays, varied attack, and that's that adjustment I'm talking about. Queensland have got to really keep their smarts on.
Well, Queensland with an awkward little clutch there from Bailey Deacon. He lost his footing. The pass was still thrown. There's another turnover here. So we talked about New South Wales never seeming to settle in that men's 30s contest. Well, that's how it seems for Queensland in this men's 20s at the moment. Good meters again here from New South Wales. Ehlers trying to link up. They step up into the passing channel, make a play at the ball, and there's another set to work with for the Blues.
Yeah, and again, this is what we're talking about with footy IQ, or, just using your smarts there. It was coming up to last touch. Wasn't a lot on there, James. Queensland had their measure, but Ehlers was able to generate the 6 again, and just like that, the Blues with another chance.
Masters with a big left foot step and then collapsing to ground, but Prendergast has been excellent defensively, makes another important touch. Masters now wrapping around once again, turns it back towards Ehlers. Ehlers play on for now, out for Wardrobe. They'll recycle back to the middle here for Ehlers. Now dropping it down. Wardrobe will bomb long all the way over the top. Oh, popping a pass back on the inside. Catalano inches away from pulling off a miracle try.
Yeah, Queensland doing really well. They've just got to hang in there if you're in the Maroons camp. You've got to try and stick with this Blues outfit. Blues are throwing everything at them. There's talent right across. I didn't even notice Maxwell Masters. He's probably one of the best players out there. The number 2 for the Blues, Maxwell Masters. Cook Islands men's open player for the World Cup. So Queensland just got to stick with the Blues for the moment. Keep it at 2-0, hang in there, wait for the game to come back to you.
It's probably one of the most stacked Origin sides across all the divisions, this New South Wales men's 20s. So if Queensland can push this one all the way, they'll be doing a great job. Now New South Wales floated out to that right-hand side. Catalano again with good meters, followed up by Masters. Look at the speed of the roll ball here too. Almost every single play is a strike dump. Drop down once again here for Tui now. Marching toward the middle. Last one brought up. Oh, Lagos once again was trying to capture Campbell Rolfe offside. He did so on the previous occasion, but Rolfe did enough this time around.
Yeah, Lagos seems to be really reveling at having a bit more time with the ball. I have watched him play at other levels. He doesn't seem to create as much. I think with this game being a bit quicker.
Oh, and then Tui wrapping around. What about the footwork late at the line from Catalano, who will collect a second? Well, New South Wales just so fast, and Queensland struggling to keep up with them in every sense.
Yeah, Lagos really showing some smarts there. Nice little pop-up. And look at JP Catalano. Look, I know I might be stating the obvious, but you're looking at 4 or 5 men's open players here, James, playing 20s. Like, they're a class above. This is really a really good touch. Queensland really got their hands full coming up against this sort of quality. Look at the players we're talking about there. Lagos, Masters, Catalano, Tui. Big names everywhere.
Well, in the NYC, for those who, the NTLs, I should say, those who aren't regular touch watchers, so that's our national touch league, if you will, and we were certainly having a close look at potentially Logan Tui playing for the men's Southern Rebels. Now, ultimately, he could not compete in the tournament because he's in the middle of his HSC, so they float the pass over the top now. Nearly another chance here for the Blues, but he's at that level. We thought he would be starting as one of their key architects in the men's division. Here he is in the 20s. He's still not even 18.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing skill, and if you look through the rest of the lineup there, you've got players there like Medved as well. We mentioned Ellis, Charlie Walkerton, Oscar Gray, just jam-packed. So, as I mentioned, Queensland have just got to try and stick with them as long as they can. Hopefully they get a bit of momentum, swing back. 3-0, they're doing okay, because with the amount of ball that New South Wales has had, this could easily have been 4 or 5. So, Maroons trying to steal one back here and try and claw their way back in the game.
So Deacon waiting for it. Now receives, bouncing off that right foot. Will fire a pass out to this left-hand side, but such an active New South Wales defensive line, though not active enough on this occasion. So there is the first penalty inside the 7. Queensland just need to be patient here. The opportunities will come eventually as Deacon out on this left-hand side, juggled it a number of times. Reeled it in, and then back to Prendergast. Now Moore. Moore shuffling it on. Richter plays it quickly. Prendergast now floating it over the top, but floating is, of course, the word of that particular ball. Took a long time to hit its mark, and as a result, New South Wales were able to slide and adjust.
Yeah, you'll notice that New South Wales are getting to their sub-box on the, 2 touches, 3 touches. Queensland have got to be more active. They've got to come up all as one. James, they can't just just shoot 1 or 2 because this New South Wales side are too good at using the ball. You've got to all come up. That's probably something they can have a think about at half-time, see if they can make that adjustment.
Now, real danger here for Queensland with Walkerton, Tui, Lagos there again. Oh, that's special from New South Wales. It's the old tunnel ball. That is going to look exceptional on the replay. They were all looking to that right-hand defensive edge, Queensland, but New South Wales bring it back to the left. Lagos again with his hands all over it. And then how about the tunnel ball there? Is that Tui once again? Onto the mark it goes. That is superb from New South Wales.
Well, everyone was looking for Catalano coming around the back, such a threat. And Lagos, this kid's putting on an absolute clinic out there. Great smarts to go against the grain, and Tui showing he has the full bag of tricks.
So he scored a try, certainly sets up quite a few, but perhaps not typically in that fashion. That was taking me back to Year 1 or Year 2 when you're playing tunnel ball as part of school games.
I think so. They need to bottle that try. They need to show it to all the other Blues teams and say, that's what we want this weekend. Definitely from the top shelf, that try for these young Blues.
Now Masters onto the field, so there is no let-up here for Queensland. What a superstar lineup it is. 4 tries to nil with still a fair bit of time to go here in this first half. Queensland need to score next and just turn this momentum, or this could get quite ugly.
Yeah, I think so. That's why you would have heard me. I'm sort of almost pleading with the Maroons to just sort of dig in and stick with them, because this Blues outfit, very sharp. This is better from the Maroons. But I just want to circle back quickly to Lagos, and we've seen him through the juniors, and he has been impressive, don't get me wrong, but here it just seems to be another level. He's got the game's faster, and it seems to be showing that his smarts can rise to the top, and he's really looking like a men's open player. So, great work there from the number 5 Lagos, and of course when you put JP Catalano and Logan Tui around him, it doesn't hurt, does it?
Here is Lagos again now. What more tricks does he have up his sleeve? Lovely draw and pass. I'll try and link up once again there with Walkerton and the little tip on play, but it wasn't played out wide from Queensland. And you are right, Stanto. We've certainly seen him go up with some brilliant plays throughout the past 12 months, but the one thing, and I think you've already touched on this, that seems quite different here today is the time that he has, and he's willing to pick his moments a little better.
Yeah, I think so. That's what we're seeing here. When the game's a bit quicker, if you've got good smarts, I'll come back to that chance here.
Speaking of quick, now Queensland catch and pass for the corner. I think Tui's got him, has he? Tui's claiming, but no. Great outstretched dive from Queensland. It's Sam Shepherd in the corner. Had a lot of work to do. Here it is again on the replay. Prendergast takes off with all the speed in the world. Catch and pass. There's a lot of work to do here for Shepherd, and he just does enough to evade Tui.
Yeah, New South Wales will wish they had that one again. They probably, I think Logan Tui had his man here for all money. It was a straight 3-on-3. New South Wales, probably a bit of a misread to come in on that occasion, giving Queensland the 3-or-2, and Queensland were able to deliver. That's what we wanted. The Maroons claw one back.
So 4 tries to 1. Still a long way back, though, for that matter. As Ehlers turns it back here once again for JP Catalano, who's looking for a third. Got very close. Queensland shut him down. Geez, they can't rest for a moment, though. There's just so many weapons. Oscar Gray out there now as well for New South Wales. Catalano bouncing off that left foot. I'll take off once again, this time popping over the top. Oh, Ehlers, the final little tip on play. It was the right idea, just couldn't quite get the execution on point.
I think one of the things here with the Queenslanders is if they can somehow get through to half-time, only down by 3 here, definitely the game's looked a lot more one-sided than what we're seeing on the scoreboard. So Queensland just got to stick in there, maybe steal one before half-time. Just got to try and get to that break.
Now Matters trying to squeeze through once again. But there is the turnover. So just over 5 minutes remaining in this first half. 4-1. It's the same score that we saw in our first match in the men's 30s. And New South Wales nearly came up with a big comeback win there. Queensland just holding firm. 6-4 the final score. If they can hold out before half-time here, they'll give themselves a chance, Queensland. But New South Wales taking off yet again here. Good desperation touch there. And that is the turnover. So Queensland still need to be next to score.
I think so. I think that was Ethan. Was that Ethan Semple there? Like you said, there's no rest, is there? It's just one through to 14. One of the things I'd like to see him do, I don't think Catalano's on the field now, but I think with Logan Tui, Max Masters, and Manos Lagos there, I'd like to see JP maybe getting the ball active, like running onto it, maybe a sweeper, or or coming through the ruck on a drive. I think he's better ball in hand maybe than the static play.
So now back here for Semple. Semple dropping it down. Masters trying to squeeze through, turned away. With about 4 minutes remaining in this first half. Short pass, now Catalano will shuffle it on. They'll simply try and kill the play. Catalano had already hopped back, ready to defend the next one.
Yeah, I think so. And if you're looking up, if you can just imagine Tui and Lagos in the middle, maybe Masters and Catalano. That's the absolute recipe for nightmares, isn't it? If you're a Queenslander, looking up at those four.
We're nearly tiptoeing on the sideline. In fact, more than nearly. Queensland do put a foot into touch. And so New South Wales will get another shot at their line here in the final stages of this first half. About 3 minutes remaining as Semple comes across this right-hand side. Now Walker, I thought that was a phantom touch, so to speak. He pulled away from it.
Yeah, did a no touch there. So another good call there. I think that's Charlie Cheesley. He's had 2 or 3 in a row there. He's on a hot streak. Referee's doing a good job. I think he's with, is that Clark and Freshwater? I think with him, Charlie having a good game.
Yeah, Alec Clark and Lachlan Freshwater. That's the refereeing contingent for this one. As now Bailey Deacon just slows things down a touch here for Queensland. Richter. Deacon once again taking off on this right-hand side, trying to squeeze through Tui. That was smart play there from Deacon. He would not let up. Kept running at them until the penalty was blown.
Yeah, this is better from Queensland. This is that settling that we're talking about. Then if they can jag one here, get it back to 4-2, we might have a game on our hands. Let's see how they go.
Very flat pass there for Delaney. New South Wales now stepping up. Look at the pressure there from Tui, pushing them beyond the 7. And a lovely shooting effort there from Jesse Walker. Queensland just been given no time on the ball here. Deacon popping a lovely pass into that link channel. They'll play it quickly. Were New South Wales onside? Certainly that's what they're all pointing at. Deacon wants the penalty and gets it. That's clever play from Queensland.
Yeah, might have been a yes-no there call where the defender thinks he's about to touch him, says yes, and then says, sorry, sir, I didn't get him. But that's 2 penalties in a row, James, so definitely New South Wales on the rack.
Deacon through the middle. Recycling for Richter. They're desperate for this third penalty, Queensland. They want the numerical advantage. Now they'll have a dive themselves. Good touch made in the end, though, right on the try line. Back to the 7 go Queensland. It was close there once again for Prendergast. He does look the most likely for them. Bouncing around now is Delaney. Prendergast threatening to go along instead. Pops a short pass for Deacon. Well marked up from New South Wales.
Yeah, pretty good defence there from New South Wales, but certainly a missed opportunity for Queensland. They had them at 2 penalties, 4-1 down. They needed that try before half-time. They've got to get the Blues players off the line. I think their coach will be giving them that tip at half-time, saying get the New South Wales links up off the line, get all 4 defenders up, run at some offside players.
I suppose the good news here for Queensland is that first 10 minutes was such a demolition from New South Wales, but they've really steadied the ship in the second part of this first half. I think it is 1 try apiece since that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, good call, 100%. And look, there's a lot of quality out there. You just got to give them time to settle in, and it's been great to see Queensland respond. They've got to hold out the Blues for one more time, but
Catalano was wrapping around. They didn't use him on that occasion. Then the little basketball attempt over the top is shut down from Queensland, so I'll take some positives out of this back end of the first half. 4 tries to 1. Potentially a chance to snag a late one here. That'd really boost the confidence levels. Up over halfway they go, and then just trying a little trick play down the short side. Worth a crack with the clock ticking down, so about 15 seconds remaining in this first half.
Yeah, Queensland probably got to have a look at that drive and trying to meet New South Wales more. I think they've got to look at that. If you're in the Blues camp, you've got to look at what you did in that first 5-10 minutes. It's almost like their direct running lines worked, and then they put that up on the shelf and they started running other plays. So got to go back to what works for the Blues, and the Queenslanders definitely a bit more active in that midfield, bit better drive. They're not out of it yet, but certainly the Blues looking very dominant here in the first half.
Well, our second match of the tournament here for the 2025 Touch State of Origin Series. It's the scores reversed, of course, in Game 1. It was the Queensland men's 30s leading 4-1, but here in the men's 20s, New South Wales got off to a rapid start. Queensland have steadied the ship a touch, but still plenty of work to do. At the break, New South Wales leading Queensland 4-1 in the men's 20s.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing the footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
The fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team, I really love that aspect. Love the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like, I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour, CX Coffs International Stadium. And the locals enjoying some terrific action here between the men's 20s New South Wales and Queensland. So 20 more minutes on the clock. Can Queensland conjure up a bit of a miracle comeback here? New South Wales dominant in that first half, 4 tries to 1. As Prendergast comes forward, he'll play it about 7 metres away from the line. Now Moore. Turning it back here for Deakin. Deakin, Prendergast and Moore once again. Little variation on the play there from Queensland will produce a half result. They'll get another set to work with.
Good start there from Queensland. So one of the things that we're hoping that they're going to work on here is try and get more of the New South Wales defenders off the line. You'll see the New South Wales links trying to drop back a bit early, get a bit of a head start. So Queensland have got to be really patient and really try and drag all the defenders off the line. Let's see how they go with it.
Such a quick customer, Prendergast, and once more threatened to put on the afterburners as now Moore holds it up through the middle. Prendergast once again. Bang for a penalty. Well, they've indicated a 6 again there without actually playing a penalty. That was an interesting one for the referees. Now Moore drops it down. Prendergast once again taking off. A little touch is made there from New South Wales. It's patient from Queensland.
Yeah, this is the right approach here. Move the ball. They've got to probably get it out to the link. Try and, as I said, try and get more players off the line.
Richter with a very flat pass. Prendergast, catch and pass. That's better from Queensland. It results in a second for Sam Shepherd. A bit of a trick play just to finally get New South Wales unstuck.
Great play. Just what the doctor ordered. If you're north of the border, they were patient. They kept moving the ball back around, as we said, trying to get more defenders off the line. Why that's important is because the defenders then are offside after the dump. They've all got to run backwards. It gives you a chance. So Queensland right on cue. Now they've got to get a defensive set.
A little bit too much contact in that touch there from Queensland. New South Wales will have a good look at the line now and try and get a hit back straight away. So 4-2 the score. Masters, Catalano. Back for Masters, had a little bobble. Referee was on it. There's the turnover. Matters will now bring it forward. Ooh, Brown with a floating pass out in front of a couple of teammates. Up towards halfway now. Good meters yet again here from Matters. Wider still it goes, and then scooped up from Jonte Brown, who now uses his footwork and speed, tries to get around the outside of them. Certainly does possess plenty of both.
Yeah, pretty good scoop there from Brown. I'd like to see the setup be a little bit better for him. Maybe the dumper can get right between two players, get in the channel, get two players offside, and then let Brown do his stuff. So he's definitely one to watch. Got a good scoop on him.
Great meters here from New South Wales. Once that drive gets going, it is so hard to contend with. It was Tui again that was picking up massive meters in that set. Now Queensland up towards halfway. Good charge here from Matters. Matters hits the deck and then Richter off the back of it. Now straightening up is Jordan Bell. Richter floating a little pass over the top. They try and change the angle right at the death here, but Queensland easy pickings in the end for New South Wales.
Yeah, you'll notice on that set again that if you look at the strike dump or the dump towards the end of the set where the scooper was going to take off, it was only on one person. So that's one thing Queensland want to probably look to do, is to try and get two people involved in the touch to try and really stress the defensive line.
New South Wales perhaps a little bit lucky to come up with possession there. Ball came spewing out. In fact, it'll be a forced sub. Geez, that's a little bit overzealous in my opinion from the referees.
Yeah, he must have seen a bit of contact or something in there, judging by the player getting replaced. So Queensland, they need to show some resilience here again. They're looking up at Catalano and co again.
There is Catalano. Now drops it down for Wardrobe. Wardrobe taking off. Oh, lovely catch and pass. New South Wales, the tip-on play over the top. Well, the last one from Queensland was a good one. That's even better. Brilliant stuff from the Blues, and Cameron Chloe goes in.
Queensland not doing a lot wrong there, James. It's just quality play. Great service from Catalano. And I think it was it Wardrobe? Went right to the line. Not much you can do with that. Looked like he was going to dive, and then that tap on again from that man, Maxwell Masters. If you're going to highlight players to watch in this Blues team, just highlight the whole lot, 1 to 14. Quality stuff. Queensland not doing much wrong there. Just classy stuff from the Blues.
We saw the reaction of Maxwell Masters. He knew it was a good one. The old Ric Flair woo off the back of it. So now New South Wales marching forward with Gray. Turns it out to this left-hand side. Lagos will slow it down once again. He's done that to great effect throughout this match so far. Lagos once more an option on this left-hand side. Now a late angle change, but Prendergast was all over it. He's been an absolute mountain in defence, Prendergast. Captain really leading by example. Quick shift on out to this left-hand side, and then Deacon getting involved as well. Brown up towards and over halfway. Now Rolfe. Brown. Matters. Back to Brown once again. They'll take off here through Rolfe, and Rolfe can't quite find anybody there. New South Wales continuing to hold firm, and Queensland, they don't quite look frustrated as of yet, but I think if we see New South Wales shut them down that easily once again, it might start to creep in.
Yeah, it might be. I thought, pretty good work. Mattis has had a strong game. I'd like to see him get between two players on his dumps on that occasion. He actually was offloading for his other middle to dump. I'd like to see him dump. He's one of their better dumpers. Get in between two defenders.
Strike dump worked here for New South Wales. Oh, Wardrobe and around the corner ball. It was there for the taking from Masters. Just evaded his grasp. And as a result, the score remains 5-2 with about 6.5 minutes gone in this second half.
Great scoop there from Wardrobe. You might hear coaches or teams talk about downtime. That's how long the ball's on the ground before the scooper can pick it up. And Wardrobe's an absolute master at getting right to the ruck, right to where the dump's happening, and scooping it there very quickly. So you could do worse than to watch young Wardrobe.
Now Masters just shy of that halfway line. They weren't particularly pleased with the roll ball. And so Queensland get a little sniff on the New South Wales line now. Can they get another one on the board? 5-3 would certainly turn it into a contest. It's lost a little bit of that spark and a little bit of that speed in the past 5 minutes. Now scooped up here again from Queensland. They'll have a little crack from distance. Richter really reaching out. Did he get there? I think he did, and the referees agree. Well, that's come out of nowhere for Queensland. A wonderful dive. It was like watching The Matrix. He was suspended in midair.
It was a great finish from Queensland. And you mentioned the game being a little bit slower. That's by design. That's not an accident. You'll see the number 12 there. Was it Richter, was it? They're slowing it down on purpose because it's meaning New South Wales can't use their speed. They've got to play a bit more eyes up. And this slower game's really suiting Queensland. It's got them back within 2. They're sort of just trying to control the pace. So pretty good coaching there from Queensland. Good smarts.
Now Catalano once again popping it back on the inside. Chance to release wide early. Does exactly that. Or Chloe with a little twist and turn and the flick pass. And then the ball hits the deck. Now, we often don't see it, though, in the men's 20s division. It's usually at breakneck speed, and that's for the entire duration.
Yeah, I think both these teams, yeah. Shout out to both teams. Just looking more like a men's game, isn't it, James?
A little bit more variation as Queensland head up over halfway now. Rolfe and then Brown on the last, trying to squeeze through, but no opening there for Kalis Brown. So 5-3 it remains. About 12 minutes to go in this one. New South Wales up over halfway now. Good charge, and then flat pass here for Wardrobe, who's really had a strong start to this second half. It's Masters. Shuffles it on. Out here for Semple, then back for Masters. Wardrobe bombing long. It's gone well and truly forward, though, and Queensland just starting to look a little bit more comfortable defensively now.
Yeah, New South Wales probably a little bit guilty looking for that long ball a bit earlier. I think they had Queensland on the rack there. Beautiful dump for Masters for Wardrobe, I think it was, but probably went long a bit early. Let's see what they come up with on this set. They'll be looking for a bit of variety. They might run that middle play with the link coming through, or they might run a really tight sweeper. Let's see what they come up with, but Queensland with their hands full.
Another forced sub here for Queensland, so Shepherd just gets back in time. Queensland again have the full 6 on the field. Masters wrapping around now. Semple takes off all, pops a pass that was never on. Well, Jonte Brown was standing directly in front of him, and he said, here you go.
Well, they ran the sweeper that we spoke about. They dummied the sweeper, went against the grain, and a bit of a risky pass to be thrown on second touch. They sort of didn't utilise possession as well as they wanted. Now Queensland with a chance to grab one.
Prendergast now finds a lovely pass to that passive man out in that right link position, but New South Wales have done enough. They see off the threat. Score remains 5-3. We're into the final quarter now. Just inside 10 minutes remaining. Popping a little pass, and now they'll take the metres on offer. Walkerton with a nice scything run. Tui is cut out here for Lagos. Supplies it back for Tui. Now Lagos taking off Tui with the angle change and the speed. Oh, the cutout pass from Tui. What about that for New South Wales? Another special try. And yet again, the recipient is Cameron Chloe.
How good was that? Lagos and Tui. But how about Tui? He's actually a young 20s player. He's only just coming out of 18s and wasn't that classy. Didn't seem to be a lot going on. Eyes up foot. He saw the defender running sideways. You'll see it on the replay. The number 2 there for Queensland, chasing in there. Tui spotted it with a late switch. When you see the middle chasing, that's when the switch is on.
Well, Queensland now popping it over the top, and that one just outside of the grasp of Shepherd. I think it was Ford anyway, but yeah, they're probably all looking for Tui to hit Walkerton in that link position, but the pass was so good. Delivered direct to Chloe, who collects his second. So 6-3 the score with a little more than 8 minutes remaining. So there's still time here for Queensland, but I don't think they can afford to concede again.
Yeah, no, they've got to stick with them. But you mentioned that quite correctly, that we'd be expecting him to hit short. And I'll come back to that in a second. As soon as we get a ball down to... Still a chance here for the Blues. So one of the most difficult things in the game, James, at any level, is to run that tight switch where your body's got to try and straighten up and then throw a cutout. So Logan Tui's made it look very simple, but it's a very difficult thing to do. You can watch the touch over this whole weekend. You won't see too many late switches into a long ball. So it shows you how much talent we've got there in Logan Tui.
Here's Barnes now looking for a little pass. It was touched in flight from New South Wales, the attempted finish, but New South Wales getting across quickly. Catalano, good tracking. This is just play number 1 now for Queensland. Moore shuffles it on. Moore once again now out of acting half, and then popping a little pass there for Jordan Bell, and he can start ringing it. Queensland hit back. It's 6-4. It's game on.
Yeah, very encouraging for Queensland. They've definitely shown a lot more smarts in the second half than what we saw in the first half. The number 5 there, Moore, he's having an absolute whale of a game. Look at the service there that he was able to give for Bell. So they've got all the New South Wales players up there, middle and link. They're both offside, so all the advantages with Queensland. This is the adjustment that they made at half-time, James. They stopped just running plays on one-out players, and they started to bring 2 in the touch. So that's the magic formula. That's the potion that the Maroons need to trouble this Blues outfit.
Now Lagos up towards the 7. New South Wales one more would really put the hurt on Queensland. They've got themselves back in the contest. Desperate to stave off this Blues advance. Now Tui back for Walkerton. And they continue moving backwards for that matter. Last one here for New South Wales. Tui, what a pass again. Oh, that's a bullet ball right on the money. And it's Walker who will stroll over the line. But Tui, a brilliant performance in this second half.
Logan Tui, he might be first-year 20s, but he's playing like an absolute veteran. Left to right, right to left, flat balls, looping passes. Tui having a great game. And the Blues out by 3 again. Every time Queensland claw one back, we think we're back into it. The Blues deliver.
And then lovely delay there from Queensland. Forces a mitt to be stuck out from New South Wales. Played at, and as a result, another set to work with here for Queensland. So Moore. And then Campbell-Rolfe. A little bit wider still now. Matters. Another chance here yet again for Jonte Brown diving. They've gone back to the well. It's the exact same spot that Bell just scored on.
And Queensland having success again. So this is setting up a really intriguing 3-game set because Queensland are making the adjustment. You see again there, they've got the 13 and the 10, middle and link, both involved in the touch, both offside, and they've gone right between them. That's really good footy IQ. They're showing smarts. New South Wales haven't been able to respond to that tactic. So this is setting up to be a pretty good battle in the 20s.
Plenty to work with for Queensland moving forward for the rest of this series. Of course, it was 4-1 at the break, so Queensland are winning this second half. 4 tries to 3. New South Wales still with the overall advantage, 7-5. Catalano. Short pass there for Masters, who was thinking one step ahead, but step number one, catch the ball.
Yeah, probably a little bit disjointed in this last 5 minutes or so, a little bit flustered. Queensland have done a better job of really settling into the game. So just very quickly, James, that middle and link, why that's so important is when the middle makes a touch and he's offside, he's looking for help from the middle of the link either side of him. So when you get both the middle and the link in the touch, they can't help each other, they're isolated, and Queensland are able to exploit that to full advantage so far.
Prendergast now out to Moore, drops it down quickly. Prendergast still an option on that right-hand side instead. Deacon goes back to Moore. Moore once again playing short. Oh, they've got the numbers here. Prendergast sends it wide. Here's another chance for Queensland. Zach Greeks goes in, and all of a sudden it is game on. 7-6, and there's 4 minutes to play. New South Wales, well, they've fallen asleep here.
Yeah, well, we mentioned earlier in the call, we were rapping New South Wales saying how good these young boys were and they were playing like men. Queensland have given them a real men's open lesson in this last few minutes. New South Wales haven't valued the ball. Queensland have defended better, driven better, and they've been able to isolate New South Wales defenders. So Queensland really very much in this game now.
Gray. And now Walker trying to squeeze through a very narrow gap. He's turned away, though. Deep into the count now for New South Wales. Gray. Walker. Last one. Ellers takes off or pops a pass. It's bounced off Gray and ends up in the arms of Walkerton. But, geez, all the energy levels at the moment riding high with Queensland. New South Wales look a little flat.
Yeah, New South Wales guilty of turning over a bit of ball. Then they started to go into this, 4-on-3 long ball mode. They went away from their direct play that works so well. We haven't seen a lot of Lagos and Catalano. They've gone away with what works. Another chance for Queensland.
Here's Delaney who goes all the way through. Well, hang on, the referee's called the touch. Well, that'll be interesting to see again. I thought Delaney had a clean passage. Queensland potentially denied what could have been a crucial try there.
Yeah, Queensland, we'll have a look at the dump here. A beautiful dump there, not much downtime. Both players offside, he's off to the races. Oh.
Well, even if he was onside, he's missed the touch anyway. So, Queensland, a harsh call there. If you're a Blues fan, you probably don't care too much, but for the sanctity of the game, we want to see it called correctly.
I think Blues probably lucky to get away with that one. I think whether the touch was made was a little bit touch and go, but as you rightly pointed out, he's probably offside anyway. So New South Wales go and buy a lottery ticket because definitely had that 50-50 go their way. Queensland not out of it just yet, though.
Well, Barnes pops a pass, though, right into the arms of New South Wales. Taken there from Medved. So he does have one try so far. Now Tui, who's probably been man of the match in this one. In the first half, I might have said it was Catalano, but Tui has taken this game by the scruff of the neck. Without him in this second half, I think New South Wales would have been looking rather dire. Last one here for Semple, pops it to Masters, and again a drop ball. It's a very ill-disciplined second half from the Blues.
Yeah, they've just gone away from the little plays that work so well, and they're making really hard work of this. They've invited Queensland back in the game. Queensland have showed a very mature, very polished second half, and if you're in the Blues camp, you're almost on the edge of your seat hoping you can get away with this, because here come the Maroons again.
Or more. Now Deacon switching the emphasis yet again here for Richter. They've just needed one more play, so inside the final minute, Queensland will probably get 3 or 4 touches at least. New South Wales work up towards halfway now. They'll charge forward. Queensland holding a pretty high line here. They want to try and get this turnover away from their own end. Last one brought up. Ellers brings it forward, pops a pass. Gray is caught. That's not a bad defensive set here for Queensland, so they'll get probably the whole set, actually. Floating a pass that looked very forward there for Queensland. Play on is the call. Prendergast. Now a short ball for Deacon up towards halfway. Prendergast again, crossing that threshold. They need to work for a strike dump. They've got enough time. Richter will bring it forward. Here's the final chance for Queensland. Quick catch and release. Now to the corner. Back on the inside for Deacon, who takes flight, gets it to ground. What a finish for Queensland. How many times do we see it? You can never count them out. It's tied up at 7 apiece. There's 2 seconds on the clock. We are headed to a drop-off.
Absolute superb play from the Queensland Maroons. A big shout out to their coaching staff. They made some super adjustments coming into this second half. They slowed down their attack. They isolated their defenders. They never gave up. And you put all that together and they've somehow taken this to extra time. I had New South Wales winning this by 4 or 5 tries for all money, James, and I've got egg on my face now because Queensland will not give up.
Well, we were talking about the potential for this one to blow out to maybe 7, 10 tries for New South Wales and Queensland just to pick up the scraps, but the change in fortunes in that second half, I mentioned it before, I think if you remove Tui from New South Wales in that second half, Queensland probably win outright. There was no attack that was hitting the right mark outside of Tui in that second 20 for the Blues.
Yeah, Logan Tui's kept him in it, and as I mentioned, New South Wales, I mentioned it earlier, we wrapped them up. We said that they were playing like men's open. Well, Queensland have handed them a men's open lesson because New South Wales have effectively stopped playing. They haven't completed their sets. They haven't been active in attack. Definitely haven't run the same type of direct plays that worked in the first half. So a real football lesson's been handed out by Queensland, but they haven't got it done just yet. New South Wales, in this extra time, would probably still be backing himself in. Like, did anyone see that coming? I didn't see that coming. Great work, these young Queenslanders, great work.
So now we are down to 4 on 4. So we'll have a period here where both teams can put some tries on the board. Then it turns into a golden try situation after about 2 minutes, essentially. So Queensland put the foot down. They strike first here in the drop-off. It's a second try for Jonte Brown. And incredibly, after 40 minutes and 15 seconds, for the first time in this match, Queensland take the lead 8-7.
Yeah, good honest call there from Ellis. Not a lot you can do 4 on 4. You're essentially man on. If your winger can help you, if he gets a bit of a read, that's a bonus. But essentially it's man on, and given it's only 2 minutes, you'd expect New South Wales would have to score here. Let's see, they've got to use all the touches, ask some questions.
Wardrobe. Short pass now for Masters. Floats it long for Catalano. Great footwork. Play on. Oh, no, he's delivered it straight into the arms of Queensland. Richter to close it out. Well, they might still get one final opportunity here. But if Queensland get another on the board, you can pretty much put the cue in the rack.
Yeah, fresh players on for Queensland, and it's a simple formula. You try and you win it. One of the biggest comebacks we're likely to see this weekend if Queensland can get over the line or utilise this last 40 seconds.
Well, Catalano just couldn't help himself there. He wanted to get that ball free desperately. Queensland now, very smart play, chewing up precious seconds for New South Wales. They'll get to the line very close. Wardrobe turns them away. They've got 30 seconds. They need to go the length. Masters out to this left-hand side. Are they thinking fresh players? Oh, nearly away from a diving effort there. It was Moore that made it.
Yeah, great game from Moore, hasn't he? Stood up, especially in the second half, the number 5 for Queensland. Having a great game, but they're not out of the woods yet. 10 seconds to go. They'll have to contend with Lagos and Tui.
Here is
now
Semple getting involved. Semple will scoop it up. Looking here for Ellis, who tries to squeeze. Did he do enough? Yes, he did. Oh, we still can't separate them. There's the 2 minutes. That's how close it was. They've done a Queensland to Queensland in the drop-off.
Yeah, and great to see that finish there from Ellis. He was the one that got beat earlier and was honest on the touch. So it's good to see him get one back. I think it was a close call on the replay, but 8-all. Queensland wouldn't be too unhappy about this. It's 3 on 3. Next try wins.
So it's Masters, Catalano. Looks like it might be Semple who stayed on the field as well there for them. Richter, Prendergast and Deacon for Queensland. Here is Deacon. Out for Prendergast. Oh, the referee hits the deck. That's how good the step was from Prendergast. Here he is again now, midway through the count. Last one brought up. trouble here for New South Wales. Prendergast off the right foot. He's done enough. He burns Masters. Semple couldn't get there in time, and the comeback is complete. A comeback for the ages. They were down 4-1 at half-time. In the final seconds of play, Queensland forced the drop-off 7-7. And in extra time, they take it out. 9 tries to 8, 2-1 in that extra period. What a match in the men's 20s, Jason Stanton.
An absolute Goliath performance from Queensland. They've upset the more fancied New South Wales. Easily the favourites coming in these young Blues. Stars from 1 to 14, but the Queensland boys have stood up and said, how about us? Prendergast was absolutely gigantic. Moore was huge. Queensland, shout out to the coaches too. Didn't they change the whole feel of the game coming in the second half? Great work.
Well, they weren't even close at the break. It was 4-1, and it looked like it probably should have been 7 or 8-1. But Queensland, true to their spirit, they dig deep. They come up with a result. An outstanding start to the 2025 Touch State of Origin Series here at Coffs Harbour. We'll take a quick break, and then we continue all the action with the women's 20s at 3:50.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends, and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love, as a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
It's Gab Rose here, and what was an absolutely magnificent first game in the men's 20 series. I have a very disappointed New South Wales captain here, Max Masters. You don't need to be disappointed in your team's performance. Your team came out of the blocks firing. What was the game plan coming into today?
It's hard. We knew that Queensland were going to bring it to us the whole 40 minutes, and from the start we knew that we needed to have a grind, and we tried to grind with them the whole way, and we got ahead. We did. We had a good lead at the start, and I think we kind of took the foot off the throat there a bit, and they caught back. Credit to them, they're very good, but the job is not done yet. We've still got 2 more games, so we're obviously disappointed now, but we're not going to sit in that. We're going to reset, take a breath, and then move on to the next game.
Yeah, the skill on show out there from both teams was amazing, yourself included. You have a great game, so you go back tonight, look at the video, and hopefully bring out game 2 tomorrow. How will the team be feeling tonight, getting ready for tomorrow?
Well, we know there's a lot to work on. Going into that game, it's good that we can look back at it and see where we went wrong, and what good things we did, because there was a lot of positives out there for us, 100%. But the negatives that we just need to capitalise on, and we can move forward to the next game, games 2 and 3. So hopefully we can steal the win tomorrow, and then take it to a decider on tomorrow as well. So,
yeah, no doubt. You can all keep your heads up. It was an excellent game, and we wish you the best of luck for tomorrow, Max.
Thank you. Cheers.
I'm back here with New South Wales, Queensland winning captain, Blaze Prendergast. Sorry about that, Blaze. A magnificent game by you personally. Now, New South Wales came out of the blocks hard, 4-1 at half-time. What did your coach say to you at half-time?
I think it was pretty evident in the first half where we're getting absolutely rolled in the midfield. So he just told us to get back to what we know, get back to keeping pressure on, especially in those first 2 touches. and keeping that consistent for the rest of the set. I think we definitely improved in the second half. Still wasn't our best touch, but we played for the full 40 minutes and got the job done. So game 1 win, which is good.
Excellent. And try-scoring fate value in the drop-off. Well done by you. We're about to head to the women's 20s game, but congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Back here at live action, we're into the women's 20s division now. Game 1 of the series. Queensland have got the opening tap. Let's see how they go with their first touch of the footy. Every team looking to start strong. Little play around the back, sweeping play. The last touch. And New South Wales holding out so far. Nicola plays it, and nothing there as Notley hands the ball back to the Blues for their first possession here at Game 1 of the Queensland Women's, or the State of Origin series in the women's 20s. New South Wales now looking to make some early changes. They get some replacement players out onto the park. Now, clean pick up with some space to work with in the middle. And a diving touch from Notley. Gets a touch and pass penalty. Gab Roses run from the sideline all the way up the stairs into the box to join us here for the women's 20s opening match.
Welcome, Scott. And what a game to follow up with what we just saw in the men's 20s. Let's hope there's more of the same this afternoon in the women's 20s clash.
Oh, flat there from Queensland. They turn the ball over. Loose pass. They're really looking forward to this series between both these two teams. Very evenly matched. New South Wales, defending champions, and have had a pretty good run in the women's 20s division over the last few State of Origin series. This young lady's definitely one player to watch throughout the series. Zali Chippendale just glides across the outside defence there of Queensland. New South Wales score first.
Yeah, we've seen that many a time before from young Zali Chippendale, and she makes it look effortless. We'll see here on the replay. Gets the ball on the sweep. Little skip off the right. Outside her player puts the ball down just over the line. New South Wales 1, Queensland 0.
Yeah, we mentioned New South Wales have had the wood over Queensland in the women's 20s division over the last few series. 2016 was the last time Queensland won the women's 20s division. New South Wales are going for their 4th straight State of Origin series here in the women's 20s. And they've started off in good fashion as well. Queensland, though, are going to hit them straight back with Kate Ellum. So good response there from the Queenslanders. They'll lock us up at 1 try apiece.
And that was just a case of anything you can do, I can do better. Queensland hit straight back, a similar play. Again, we'll see here, Ellum comes back, goes back against the grain. Diving touch, unfortunately couldn't be made by the New South Wales player in Mitchell. And Ellum skips outside her player, and green pastures ahead, 1-1.
I want to mention that these teams are both pretty evenly matched. Queensland had 13 representatives at the recent Asian Pacific Youth Cup across the 18 girls, women's 20s and mixed. New South Wales had 11. So both teams very stacked with talent. And recently representing Australia in the youth competition on Redcliffe just a few months ago. Here's Chippendale again. This time hits the link ball. She scored the first, sets up the second. Zali Chippendale's got her hands all over this one early on.
Yeah, she just showed us how good she is on her feet, and there she, beautiful pass there to Nina van der Eden. We'll see here, off the right, beautiful cutout pass, and Nina did a good job to hit that hole beautifully, get the ball down for her team. 2-1, it's a try-scoring fest, Scott.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of points early on. Good conditions as well. We're used to coming to Coffs Harbour and seeing a little bit of rain, a little bit of tricky, but it's not. It's warm out there as well. We just heard some of the players in the earlier matches mentioning how warm it is out there. Dry track. Great conditions for some State of Origin footy over the next couple of days. Mistake from New South Wales. His possession back here to Queensland. Charlie Nicola plays it. Hops, skips, tries to get in between defence there. Coco Masters makes the touch for the Blues.
Yeah, really good touch there by Coco Masters, and she's one to watch, and it's just interesting come back from representing Australia in rugby union as well. So multi-talented these young ladies are.
Now, they'll come back, last touch of the set. Queensland, Nicola again, trying to slice in between. New South Wales defence, good metres in the early stages of this set here for New South Wales. We've got the sun to contend with over the far side of the field. Flat ball back on the inside coming into the last touch of this set. Queensland come across and make the touch there on Denise Bowery. Player to watch in this women's 20s division. We saw her for the Southern Rebels just a few weeks ago back here in Coffs Harbour. They made the grand final. She had her fingerprints over all aspects of that game for the Rebels. She's going to be one to watch here for the Blues.
Yeah, she certainly is. And, I mean, speaking of great games, that grand final at the Champs a few weeks ago, right here in this spot was excellent. And you're right, Denise Bowery with the ball now, she would definitely be one to watch. She's growing in confidence every time she plays.
Here she is, ball in hand. Wearing the number 8 for New South Wales this weekend. Back inside. Plenty of maroon jerseys there to make the touch. Clarkson there.
So you'll see here, Tynese will condition him maybe with a few passes, and then she might look, she's got a really great dive close to the line here. So we'll see if she brings that out this afternoon.
Clark down the short side. Last touch of the set. Simpson from half. Bowery has shift across field. They'll make Queensland work if they want to make some changes here in this set.
Yeah, they're going laterally there, but they were trying to get, as you said, Scotty, just try and get as far away as they can from the Queensland box, and now they're playing this pushing style defence. But speaking of pushing, there's an injury there. It looks like might be young Tess Notley. Picked up an injury. Another one we saw on show a few weeks ago. And interesting, we know Tess is from a famous touch family with Scotty Notley. And on the other side, we've got young Alice Mitchell, whose mother is actually Nicole Mitchell, playing in the New South Wales Women's 50. So it's great to see these second-generation players coming through at the top level.
Yeah, there's a heap of players across both sides, New South Wales and Queensland. We've got parents playing this weekend, and that's the case for Tess, who's coming off the field at the moment, a little bit ginger. Scott's playing in the 55s. Got brother Jake in the men's open as well. So the Notley name continues to represent Queensland across all divisions here at the State of Origin Series. Changes onto the park for Queensland. Teakle plays it. Ellum rips. Goes straight into New South Wales defence there. So the Blues play it on their 7-metre line.
They'll need a good set here, New South Wales. The last couple of sets, they've kind of struggled. They've made a couple of errors. They're getting to their box, get some fresh subs on here. They want someone to take the ball forward.
Yeah, and it was a bit flat around touch 2 and 3, wasn't it? And it just seems to flow on with the rest of your set. And we saw that they were trying to throw the ball around to get themselves out of trouble. Touch and pass. In good field position now for Queensland. Down by 1 on the scoreboard. Here's the try scorer for Queensland, Kate Ellum. She's looking to sweep around the back, wearing the 7. Inside ball, nice defence and last touch, and took the half out of place there for Queensland. Ellum, cross field, nothing there.
No, it was a bit of probably a disappointing end to the set there for Queensland. If they had their time again, they might throw a little bit more at New South Wales, but you can see here, typical Queensland pushing up in defence and trying to unsettle New South Wales, and they're doing a good job of it at this stage.
New South Wales just getting over the halfway line. Last touch of the set, and they end up going down the short side. No numbers for them. Everybody was stacked out on the right. Again, finishing on their left-hand side of the field, New South Wales. Good field position for Queensland. How did Ellum get her body over the ball? Must adjust. And again, this is a bit of a flat set here for Queensland as well. Coming out of the box into the last now. Nicola sends it out, and they finish it in the corner with Neil. Both teams now they've worked their way into the game, but it just feels like it's drawn back a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly has. We saw a flurry of tries in the first 5 minutes. 3 tries in total already, but the last 4 or 5 minutes, it's just been a little bit of a grind. You can see who can get on top of the midfield battle as we see another error by New South Wales, and I'd have to say Queensland are winning that midfield battle, Scott.
Yeah, it's a few sets now that we've seen New South Wales give the footy over around the halfway line. Queensland need to look to capitalise on these opportunities. Notley back out onto the field. Here she is now with ball in hand. Nicola from half as Charlie picks up, links in. Oh, running a lovely line at contact, coming back across to make the touch on Chloe Nicola. The Nicola sisters in the maroon this weekend for Queensland. They'll concede the set on the last touch.
And again, they're just happy on that last touch to put the ball down that end and try and keep New South Wales on their end of the field. It's working so far, but they haven't been able to capitalise at the back end with their sets.
New South Wales will just be looking to be clean and complete a set of 6 here. They've at least punched over the halfway line. Last touch again. They go down that short side. Seems like they're going back to the well. They want to finish on that side of the field. It's interesting. There wasn't probably too much going on the back end of the set, but they had all their numbers out to the right, but they didn't want to shift.
No, it was definitely a better set by New South Wales. They completed it and got well into Queensland half, but just not looking for any opportunities out wide. It's really just set for set at the moment. We'll see who crack first.
Clarkson short ball. Teakle rips it into Simpson. They get a relieving repeat set again. We mentioned that New South Wales are finishing their sets over the far side of the field, but Queensland are struggling to get across to their box at the moment. Just that fortuitous repeat set there is giving them another opportunity to level up the scores. Clarkson sweeps, stutters. New South Wales defence holds as Pratt now plays it. Receives it back from Clarkson. Ellum jinks off the left. Looks at options now, sends it out. Teakle. They come up and make the touch there. Chippendale.
Yeah, she's hard to get round Chippendale out there. You've got to be on your skates to get round Zali.
Now Pratt off the right foot and almost got away. And Berryman makes the touch to regain possession here for New South Wales.
So again, they're just leaving the ball right down at that end of the field, making it hard for New South Wales, and this will fatigue New South Wales. We see an error there. So they're getting the opportunities, Queensland, and I'm sure their coach will be wanting some type of strike play or something they've practiced at training here to try and get the ascendancy on the scoreboard.
Ellum sweeps early in the set, comes off the left foot. Penalty here for Queensland. More pressure for New South Wales defending their line. You can see our referees in the luminous yellow out there. 3 referees, Lachlan Carey, Savannah Draper and Michael Littlefield. Oh, no touch made there.
That was a training drill. We do see that at training sometimes when there's no defence, and unfortunately there for Queensland, an early touch. They've given up possession.
Caitlin Teakle heading the ball back to the Blues. Down their sideline as they look to shift, and again they've given away the footy here at New South Wales. They shoot themselves in the foot at the moment.
They certainly are. Either that or they're backing their defence, Scott, which they've done a good job at so far, but you cannot keep giving teams with the talent across this Queensland side opportunities on their line.
Queensland looking to make some changes now as well. It's hard when you're coming back from that deep in the box and you're already up at the 7. They're getting themselves into position. They have to burn a couple of touches on the way. Murphy now from half. Early release and a great read from McCarthy.
So again, the game is kind of camped down this far end of the field. New South Wales here, they're looking a little bit more with that's with Mitchell there. Going forward, this is the start of a better set for New South Wales.
Yeah, great meters from Alice Mitchell. Now kicking away from Queensland defence, and they can get that flow. Ball rolling in the play the ball. They continue on here, New South Wales. Bowery back in to Forster. Barry picks up again, pumps it, and they complete the set, but they're down the other end of the field. Best set for a long time there from New South Wales.
Yeah, definitely their best set for probably the last 6 or 7 minutes, but we see straight away there's no ref's going to let her go back and play it. Is she no going to give a penalty there? So Queensland are going to be straight back up in a moment, straight back into New South Wales half.
P. Murphy taps. Take another hit up forward. Nice little kick out to get away from James. Teakle gets them forward again. Here's Notley. Charlie Nicola has a look up. Steps in. Another penalty here for Queensland. A little bit of ill discipline on their line, New South Wales.
Yeah, and this is a great opportunity for Queensland. You see Nicola obviously with Notley. They'll be looking to work together here close to the line.
And Queensland looked short side. Plenty of blue jerseys there, but again, short of the line. Second penalty given away here from New South Wales in the 7.
Yeah, so if there's another penalty given here, if New South Wales give away another penalty, there'll be one of the New South Wales players will go to the sideline. It'll be 6 on 5 if they don't score. The touch called there, referee right on the spot. So New South Wales have got to try and stop a try and not give a penalty away here.
Notley inside the 7. They sweep left foot. Big touch made though.
Looked like it was Tyneese Bowery there, so she does an attack and defence, and a touch that had to be made. She was turned inside out, but still managed to affect the touch.
Nicola goes long, this time to space, and they will finish it off. And Olivia Atkins scores for Queensland, and it just felt like it was a matter of time before Queensland got their second try on the board.
Yeah, it was the back end of possession. It was a beautiful pass in the end by one of the players we said to watch in Nicola. Right to left, 20-metre pass, and a good put down by Olivia Atkins. 2-2.
There was a little bit of time between drinks. Such an electric start. We saw 3 tries really quickly to start this game in that last 5-10-minute period. Very tight. Queensland on the back of repeat sets. They score and level us back up.
Yeah, and as we said, you just cannot give away set upon set on your own line. And sometimes you see one try scored and there might be a flurry here at the back end of the first half as fatigue sets in.
Chippendale just couldn't get her hands around it.
No, they're probably a little bit too close to the 3 players all in, probably too close to each other there, and Chippendale couldn't slide through the gap. Great set here by Queensland is brewing.
Yeah, much more intent to start this set here from Queensland. Nicola with Chloe kicking away and picking up some valuable extra metres as well. They're full of running. Murphy now has a look, loops it across, penalty coming.
Yeah, forward pass off the ruck there, but that was looking likely, and a really good set by Queensland. They started the set hard. They got their fresh players on, and there was a little opportunity at the back end of that set. So it's 2-2, Scott, about 4 minutes to go in this half. The players will be getting tired now, first game of the series, but both teams will be wanting to go in ahead on the scoreboard.
Yeah, important. Last 4 minutes. We want to take some ascendancy going into the second half. Nothing separating these two teams so far in game 1. The Women's 20s State of Origin series. Now, a bit of space on the outside as McCarthy is caught in possession. Can they finish it over on the left-hand side of the field, New South Wales?
Yeah, it's definitely their game plan, as we see with a lot of teams. Finish it as close to your box as you can. Make it hard for the team getting the ball. As we see here, this is better defence by New South Wales, but a great shift by Queensland to get out of trouble.
And it's forcing Queensland to have to throw those balls to try and get themselves out of trouble. It's a bit risky. They hold on to it now. Nice from Nicola. They come back and the touch has been claimed. She was just hopeful that Lily Clark was offside. Called onside from our on-field referee, Savannah Draper.
She's such a strong runner, Charlie Nicola. She's dangerous with ball in hand with the pass, but equally strong runner as well.
Now New South Wales throwing the footy around. Great way to start their set. Tempo, whoa, done a great job to hold on to that. We saw the forward roll. I don't think she's going to get done for over the mark for the roll. Like, how are you going to stop a roll? You can't stop it, ref.
She should have got bonus points for it. Was a 10 out of 10 for the forward roll for me.
Just needed to do the backflip and head back to the mark. But again, another really good opportunity here for Queensland. They've definitely had the better of the field position over the last few sets.
She's in everything, Charlie Nicola.
Is
there 2 of her? I know she's got her sister on the field, but attack, defence, diving, running through gaps.
Now Ellum has a look up. Lovely ball out to some space. And Evie Poulis scores the 3rd try here for Queensland, sees them in front.
Rinse, wash, repeat. We saw a similar try not too long ago there by Queensland, but in this occasion it was Kate Ellum. She scored one herself and has put one on the platter for her winger. You would not see a better pass than that in the back end of the first half. Gives her team the lead 3-2. That's a beautiful pass, Scott.
Yep. Nice work from Queensland.
So they've worked their way, and again, it's on the back end of that possession. New South Wales are giving away too many errors down their own, and I have no doubt that their coaches, experienced coaches they have in the box, will be talking about that at halftime.
Chippendale here dancing. Trying to get away from Queensland defence. Jones plays it. Chippendale hops, skips, just looks like she's got so much time with the ball. Queensland do get across to make the touch. Just looks like she's in cruise control, then all of a sudden she's away from you. She almost slips through into the in-goal area there.
Yeah, she sliced her. I think the beauty with Zali is she is running fast, but then she changes her tempo and you stop your feet and then she's gone again before you know it.
Changes sweeping onto the park here for Queensland. Smith picks up good metres. Lays a good platform here for Queensland coming into the last. Teakle loses footing. Just looked like a bit of incidental contact there. And she was looking to kick away Caitlin Teakle.
Yeah, so New South Wales have got about 30 seconds on the clock here, whether they're content just to kind of play the set out or see if they've got a trick play to try and go into the break with a try and make it 3-3. This is a better set.
Stubbs picks up big metres. They'll be looking to flow off the back of it now, New South Wales. Berryman at half, footwork, and nice touch from Murphy.
Excellent defence there by Murphy, and had to be made because we know how dangerous Talia Berryman is close to the line.
Queensland will just be looking to hold on to the football here. The half-time siren is imminent. Sounds in the background now as contact from Simpson on Caitlin Teakle. Queensland in front by 1 try going into the half-time break. Electric start, like we said. We got early tries straight away, but that grindy period in the middle of the first half there, that was real Origin footy.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was classic Origin footy there, and I think Queensland will be happy they've obviously gone in with the lead on the back end of a huge weighted possession they had. 3-2, New South Wales all the work to do in the second half, Scott.
Yeah, big second half coming up here. Opening game of the women's 20s. It's Queensland in front, 3-2 over New South Wales.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love, as a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
Back here, live action. You can see the stands starting to fill up as well. Plenty of Queensland and New South Wales support. Here it is, a home series for New South Wales in Coffs Harbour. We're at halftime of the Women's 20s opening match. You can see both teams in their huddles as they're about to head out into the second half. Queensland in front by one. Tight contest there in the first half, Gab.
Yes, certainly is. It's been a really good, tough contest so far, and I expect to see the same in the second half. I dare say that the Queensland coach might be asking, when they're line attacking, just have a few more cracks. Probably 4 or 5 times. They've been happy to just hand the ball over on the last touch, potentially not wanting to give away a penalty, but they've got such good attacking weapons that, maybe a few more cracks at the line. And for New South Wales, it's all about possession and field position because, again, they've got strike power all across the field.
We've made mention already throughout the earlier games how important game one of the series is. All the stats are there for the team that wins game one. They usually go on and win the series. That's what happened in the last State of Origin series in 2022 for New South Wales. They took game one, they took game two and wrapped the series, and they've started the second half in perfect fashion here. Looked like Queensland almost lost their line. It just opened up and New South Wales scores straight away.
Yeah, unfortunately there for the Queensland defender, she definitely went behind the line. So you see there, Mitchell passes back into Barry, and she could not believe her luck. The Queensland defender was 3 or 4 metres behind the line by the time she realised it was all too late. So it's 3-all, just like that. You would not see an easier try.
I think it was Waimarie Takarai there, and she could just see her looking back and just completely lost bearings. This is almost back at the Gold Coast, that far deep into the in-goal area.
And it doesn't matter how you score them, they're all worth 1 point, so New South Wales will take that every day of the week. And game back on, 3-all.
And New South Wales defend their line. So they start here in the midfield. Oh, wow, there it is. Solid contacts. There's a bit of an Origin hit up. Look at that. Get the ball straight back, and we're off again. Ava Jones.
Well, funny enough, Ava Jones has come from the Sunshine Coast last night, speaking of rugby league. She played in the New South Wales Women's Under-19s Origin game last night. Apparently got up at about 4:30 this morning and has driven to Coffs Harbour. So now that is an effort.
That is commitment for the blue jersey. Saw it in the blue jersey last night as well. Chippendale off the fingertips. So if there's probably one player that you don't want to try and put a shot on, it's probably someone that just played rugby league for New South Wales last night. I think the body's ready for the contact.
Yeah, she was straight back up. But you wouldn't, we don't have a statistician here, but you wouldn't find too many instances where somebody plays for New South Wales for 2 different sports in less than 24 hours.
Yep. Amazing achievement. Queensland with changes coming on. Pratt over the halfway line. Here's Tucker, right? That's Clarkson, that is. Tries to switch back in to Pratt.
Yeah, so it looks like Queensland have probably come out a little bit more nervous in this second half. They'll get through that, get back to their processes. But we see New South Wales have come out very strong and going more direct here, you'll notice, Scott, coming off their line.
Now McCarthy. Here is Jones. Gets him forward. McCarthy from half off the left foot comes back out to Jones off the fingertips.
Well defended there by Queensland. They're trying for a little trick play down the blind side, or the short side as we call it, but they're up to it there, Queenslanders. Now they come rucking out of their own line, heading towards their box.
It's Caitlin Teakle working hard for metres, almost getting in each other's way. There, Queensland still trying to make changes. Notley caught flat-footed on the last touch of the set. Great defensive effort there from New South Wales. They regain possession here. First touch, they'll already be over the halfway line as they put it all the way through the hands to get themselves across to the right-hand side of the field. Second touch coming now, and they get changes out onto the park.
They've definitely fixed up their transition here, the New South Wales team at half-time, and they're coming on at speed, going direct, giving a chance at the back end. As we see here, it's a penalty against Queensland, and it looked like it was for a shirt grab, Scott.
Yeah, pointing towards Tess Notley as well. I must admit, I didn't see it in the first instance. The referee pointing straight to Notley. It's definitely a tug of the shirt action.
He was animated.
Very animated. New South Wales with Mitchell back in field. Masters from half. They got all their numbers on the left here. McCarthy will be Sent back to the 7 metre line.
Yeah, a really good touch there by Nicola there. Saved the day for her team.
A bit flat coming into the last touch. Masters now, right foot back into McCarthy. I'll come back for the penalty here to Queensland. Forward pass.
So that's a solid defensive set by Queensland, and on the back of that, they'll be looking to bring the ball down. So a good first run there, first touch by the Queensland player. But again here, New South Wales, they're pushing up in defence, trying to draw an error.
Metres from Notley. Over the halfway line now. Murphy. Skipping through the midfield. Nicola. Chloe tries to skip away. She got away from the first defender there of Masters. They come back on the second effort to make the touch.
Yeah, and Murphy's one you got to watch as well. She's very light on her feet. She skips out off both sides, and a nice little soft pass as well.
Back into tight contest now. Mitchell trying to slice in. Comes back out to Chippendale. Well, two of their superstar players combining there for New South Wales. Back-to-back tries. They're back in front.
Yeah, big smile on the face of Zali Chippendale. Why not? She's got a double today, but it was all on the back of Bowery there. So she comes in, looks to pass to Chippendale, sees the gap herself, looks up again and goes, why not? I'll give it to you. You've got the legs, and you'll take us to a 4-3 lead. And that's the skill of Tyneese Bowery. In and away, she's hard to touch, unselfish play, straight to Chippendale. And they could have even passed to Ava Simpson, who's fast as well. So 4-3 to New South Wales. Queensland will be wanting to get back in the battle here.
Yeah, apologies to Tyneese. Had her hands all over that one. Setting up the fourth for New South Wales. Queensland now under a bit of pressure. They come open side, and Bowery's down in the midfield here for New South Wales. They'll actually hold it up. Now, this will be interesting because Queensland lost the ball there, but it looked like our on-field referee just picked the ball or took time off momentarily. New South Wales will rightfully get the football back.
Yeah, she went to change direction as we see Mitchell goes flying through. But yeah, Tyneese she kind of changed direction and rolled her ankle, but it looks like she's okay now. She's going to head off just to get checked out, and she's very tough, young Tyneese. I've coached her a few times. She'll be back on the field soon.
Another good set here for New South Wales. They're rolling downfield nicely. Masters short. They go phase. Picks up Masters again. This time looking for that another short pass through the middle. Still a pretty good set there for New South Wales.
Yeah, excellent set by New South Wales. I just want to give a shout out here to Marissa Stubbs, the number 9 for New South Wales. The last 3 times she's come on the field, she's just driven the ball straight and hard to get a back-end opportunity for her team.
Nicola plays it, receives it back from Notley. Nice hands. Zachariah puts it through as well, and they finish it off in the corner. Ava Forster. Well, it's Atkins, apologies, for Queensland, the number 4. They needed that one there, Queensland, and they've locked it back up.
Yeah, beautifully constructed try there by the Queensland girls. We'll see on the replay here. Oh, we're only seeing the back end of the replay. There's a couple of bodies flying everywhere. Everyone's okay, but a great finish by Olivia Atkins on the back end of a really good set by Queensland. And a double for Olivia Atkins as well.
They needed that, didn't they, Queensland? New South Wales definitely been up here in the second half. Bowery dancing away from Queensland defenders to start this set of 6 here for New South Wales. Here's Mitchell, has a look. No options there yet. It's New South Wales. Berryman. Mitchell almost gets in between. Charlie Nicola's there to make the touch.
Again, Charlie Nicola.
We know how dangerous she is in attack, but her defence has been on point this afternoon as well. Chippendale cups off the hands of Queensland. Probably needed to play at that one as well.
Yeah, they definitely had to play at that. You've got the strike power out there for New South Wales in there. You've got Chippendale, you've got Bowery, you've got Berryman, you've got Mitchell.
Here is Alice Mitchell. Make the touch. Both Nicola's sisters, Charlie and Chloe. Looking to get back in front here, New South Wales. Bowery comes in to Chippendale, who runs straight into Tess Notley. Chippendale looks to get the footy again. right foot. Almost slices through. Pretty comfortable in defence in the end. Penalty coming here for Queensland.
Yeah, it was like Tess Notley knew exactly what was coming for that whole set of 6. She knew where to stand. She was getting back on side and affected some really good touches for her team.
Now Chloe gets away from Simpson. Also gets away from Forster. Eventually come back at her. Sets a nice platform here for Queensland. No half. They'll reset. Waters feeds it. Gets herself into half. Zoe Waters out to Murphy. Finish it on their side of the field.
And they're playing a similar game to what New South Wales were playing in the first half, Scott. They're just happy to drop it down here on the 7 metres and 50 metres away from the New South Wales box.
Halfway through the second half. Nothing separating these two teams at the moment. Last touch. Masters sends it over to James. They come back for the touch and pass. It's on a nice edge at the moment, isn't it, Gab?
Yeah, it sure is. It's definitely, we're not sure which way it's going to go, but New South Wales are definitely going better in their coming off the line, but Queensland are up to the task here in their defence.
Really tough yards having to be taken from both teams at the moment. Queensland with Elam and Pratt, and that was the last touch of the set.
Yeah, they just lost track of the touch count there. They were setting for a strike dump, but referee had other plans. 6 touch was completed. And here we see Queensland now as we see a couple of bodies flying, and they're getting back in defence now. But Queensland are really pushing hard here in defence.
Forster plays it, working with Bauer in the midfield. Forster again goes forward. Denise looks for options. Been picked off here from Kate Elam. She's got blue jerseys coming at her from everywhere. Can Elam go the distance? She's looking over her shoulders. Only a couple of metres to go, and Kate Elam will get there. A huge play from Queensland. An even bigger play from Kate Elam.
Kate Elam, well done. You had a wave of blue jerseys coming at you then, but very smart play. So you got up in the channel. Tyneese tried to throw it over the top. The line could not come quick enough. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chasing. A little step off your right. Full length dive. You've given your team the lead. Well done. Go off for a well-deserved break. And a double for you as well, Kate Elam.
Just moments like that in State of Origin games can just prove to be really pivotal. Is that the one for Queensland? Elam against the grain. Goes the distance.
And it probably felt like 5 kilometres, not 50 metres as she's running towards that line.
It looked like she was looking over her shoulders, and like you said, there was just blue jerseys coming at her from everywhere. And that last little kick out gets her across the line. Queensland hold out defensively. So they're in front. 7.5 to go. Plenty of time.
It's definitely a bit of a seesaw, isn't it? Just when you think New South Wales are getting on top, as we see a beautiful break down here. It's going to be more than a break. It's going to be a try, and it looks like Caitlin Teagle.
Just not much going on there. A little defensive lapse from New South Wales, and like we said, off the back of that intercept now, Teagle runs down the left-hand side of the field. Queensland with back-to-back tries.
It'll be interesting to look at this on the replay. Whether they counted up wrong, bodies were probably turned the wrong way. She looked out to the left, ran around the winger, a bit like you do in under 8, Scott, and clear pastures all the way to the line. It's given her team a 2-try lead with about 7 minutes to go.
The only thing I can think of is New South Wales were just clearly thinking Queensland were going to come to their box, and they just, when Teagle came off the right foot, they just were all out of position. And there's one player, if you don't want to give too much space, they're going on the other side of the field again here, Queensland. It's Nicola streaking away. Wow, it is just now a diving effort, but Nicola, this is unbelievable.
I don't know what I'm watching here. The game in that space over there on Queensland's left-hand side, just prior to halfway, it's just, you and I might run down there. We might get a try out there, Scotty, at this rate.
Well, this is from the tap as well.
It was like a little, it was nothing. And as we said, we've seen Nicola, how hard she can run. Another 60-metre effort, and now her team's out to a 3-try lead.
Geez, McCarthy got pretty close to her in the end. But unbelievable scenes here. It's Queensland now stretching away with some tries coming out of left field. New South Wales hand the football back.
Yeah, they'll be a little bit under the pump now, feeling, because they won't know what's happened either in this last 5 minutes. New South Wales, they're seemingly gaining control, but on the back of that intercept, we've now seen 3 tries, and they're just marching the ball forward, Queensland. They don't need to do anything silly. Keep the ball down this end of the field, drive it forward, as we're witnessing, and just wind the clock down.
Murphy will concede the set. Simpson gets straight back onto the football. They need to be the next team to score here, New South Wales. Just over 5 minutes left in this game. There's a bit of a margin. It's not insurmountable for the Blues. Coming into the back end of the set, Chippendale. She the one that can spark New South Wales back into this. They come up and make the touch there, Sophie Smith.
And as you said, Scott, there still is time, but they definitely need to be next to score, and it probably needs to be in the next set of 6. There's less than 5 minutes to go, and they're 3 tries behind on the clock, but they do have the strike power out there to be able to execute.
Here's Nicola back out onto the park. Notley, those early ball, groans from the crowd. A little bit flat out of the hands.
Yeah, and the referees are onto it. It's going to be a penalty there, 20 metres out from their own line, but it's all to do for New South Wales. And they'll be looking at some of their big guns to see if they can pull something out of their hat in the next minute or so.
It's potentially the game that just got away from New South Wales in the blink of an eye. They were there in the thick of it with Queensland. Intercept from Kate Ellum. Open things up for the ladies in maroon. As New South Wales turn the ball over in the back end of the set.
Yeah, and good defence again there. Queensland defence there was willing New South Wales to cut out over the top to try and score in the corner, but wasn't to be. So Queensland again, they'll just be looking to hold the ball and complete their sets. Great hands there by the Queensland link. And they're doing it all right at the moment, Scott, Queenslanders.
And they get the penalty as well. Heavy contact from Simpson on Neil. So they'll just look to control this set of 6 here, Queensland.
Yeah, you can see they're just marching it forward, just taking it one up. They don't need to do anything silly here. Hold on to the ball, keep it down this end of the 6 and make New South Wales do all the work.
Ellum over the top, great hands. They hold on to the football and they get a penalty off the back of it. Well, that hurts for New South Wales.
Yeah, they're just doing everything right at the moment, Queensland. We see a little sweet play, beautiful dive, but well touched there, Blake McCarthy.
Zoe Waters comes back to play it on the 7-metre line here for Queensland. Clarkson in at half. Nothing there for them yet. Ellum has been good here in the first game for Queensland. Out to Waters, last touch of the set. It's time off the clock here for Queensland. They won't do anything too silly here to close it out. Still throwing the footy around. Now the ball hits the deck.
No, and they're all smiles there, the Queensland players. It was the back end of the set. They were happy just to throw it round. We've only got about 2.5 minutes left on the clock. 3 tries the difference. New South Wales, it's all uphill from here. But regardless, they'll want to finish well, Scott. And even if they lose this game, take some momentum into tomorrow's second game tomorrow morning.
Now they've got space to work with, just the final pass goes astray. Out in front there of Ellie Wilson. Oh, they're in trouble here, Queensland, just getting the ball away. Still got to play these last 2 minutes out. The second half performance has been from them. Good meters there from Pratt. Chloe Nicola onto the park. Here's Sophie Smith. Last touch. Murphy, wrap around. Ball hits the deck. Big win here for Queensland.
Yeah, really big win by Queensland. As we said, it's on the back end of that weight of possession in the first half. And then I'm going to say probably a 3-minute period in the second half where Queensland just ran away with it, literally ran away with it.
It was a bizarre little period. That's really what's been the difference between the two teams. So tight throughout the majority of the game. And an over-the-mark penalty from New South Wales. So Queensland chasing their first women's 20s win since 2016.
Yeah, and they've started off in perfect fashion, which within the final minute, they'll just hold the ball here, play out the set, and take a 1-0 series, or into the series, a 1-0 win.
Got one last chance here to put a little bit of icing on the cake. Now they decide to kick out and diving in at the line. Nice touch. Big touch made. Mitchell defending the line for the Blues. Smith a whisker away of scoring for Queensland. They finish it off. Last set here for New South Wales. The one that got away. Mitchell plays it. Nice exchange of passing. Wilson will close it out. Queensland take game one of the women's 20s division. An intriguing game, wasn't it? Really back and forth in the early stages, grinding periods there, but just that few moments of almost madness there off the intercept firstly from Elam, and then the 2 tries that followed quickly after suit was enough to finish it off there for New South Wales.
Yeah, a great game by Queensland. They definitely had better of the possession in that first half, but then at the mid part of that second half were able to capitalise it with 3 tries in quick succession. But the future even current superstars of our game on show here in the under-20s, the game of touch is in great hands with these 28 young women representing the 2 states.
Well, first advantage goes to Queensland here in the women's 20s series. We'll head down on the sideline with James Preston. He's going to grab some of the players from New South Wales and Queensland. Following that, we've got our first Opens matches coming up. Mixed Open, New South Wales and Queensland State of Origin coming up.
And of course, a good first up victory for your girls.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the perfect way to start. It was a really tough game going against New South Wales. They're such a strong team. So yeah, I was really happy with the girls and the way that we performed consistently for the 40 minutes.
And a very tough battle for the bulk of that one. Seemed to switch over very quickly with a number of fast tries, especially long runaway tries too.
Yeah, I think we knew it would be a grind at the beginning, and it was. Obviously, we've been lucky enough to play with a lot of the New South Wales girls recently in the Australian program, so we knew it was going to be tough and the tries weren't going to come easy, but we have a lot of speed in our team, and I think we backed that and built momentum towards the second end of the second half.
And we talk about that kind of rivalry with State of Origin, but seems to be a lot of friendly smiles on the field as well. As you mentioned, you know quite a few of these girls having played in the Emus with them, but What is the feeling on the field? Is it still tense? Is there still that Origin feeling about things?
Yeah, I think there definitely is. Anytime you pull on the Queensland jersey, there still is obviously going to be that rivalry, and obviously on the field you still want to get the win, so I think we knew their strengths and could appreciate that off the field, but then on the field we knew we had a job to get done and we wanted to do that for the girls on our Queensland team as well.
One game down, can you wrap up the series in game 2?
Well, that's the plan, so hopefully. I think if the girls play like we did today, we'll definitely be in with a good shot.
Well, good luck. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. How that shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and the run. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit.
Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium, here with women's 20s captain for New South Wales, Zali Chippendale. Zali, tough first up loss there, but there were some good signs for your team.
Yeah, I felt like we put in our all in that game. 40 minutes is quite a long time, and I think for tomorrow we just got to make sure we're running hard at them like they did to us, so yeah.
So where can the game be won for you girls? Obviously you need a victory in game 2.
Yeah. I feel like in our defence, like they ran on the outside of us 3 times and got 3 tries pretty easily, so hopefully tomorrow we can sharpen that up and won't happen.
And just on a personal note for you, a couple of tries there as well in that one. Are you happy with how you're coming into this tournament?
Yeah, pretty happy, feeling pretty good about, everything.
Well, Sally, I'll let you go. Good luck for the rest of the series, though. Hopefully the Blues can get another one back.
Thank you.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
I think it's just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. A lot of the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
Teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to Whites Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started to take it a bit more professional, I guess, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it gets a bit cliche, everyone can play. So it doesn't matter how old you are, what skill level. And touch is a great family game, so yeah, you can play it wherever you like.
Bring the juniors through, give them the pathway so they can enjoy what we've enjoyed.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially it's the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love, as a coach, super rewarding having girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both happy.
Hello, Gab Rose here, and I'm with a friend, teammate and rival in Renee Murphy. Welcome to this interview, Renee Murphy. How are we feeling today?
Well, thank you for having me, first and foremost. I'm really excited today. It's great watching some great footy.
Yeah, there's been some great touch games already this afternoon, and we're going to reminisce for a little while. Just for a couple of minutes, we're going to go down memory lane. 30 years ago, Renee, you played for Queensland, I played for New South Wales, and we both wore those bodysuits. What were your thoughts on those bodysuits?
Well, I'm really glad that we don't have to wear them anymore. At the time, we just got on with it. Didn't feel super comfortable, but, you know, once you started playing footy, it didn't matter anymore.
No, that's right, and there was many a good battle between you and I and our teams, and probably came out even, wouldn't you say? I know we first played each other at schoolgirl touch, Queensland schools versus New South Wales Catholic schools, and Renee had an amazing step on her. Got round me many a time, didn't you, Renee?
I don't know about that, and I think saying that we came out even is probably being gracious on your part. I remember losing more than we won, but we had a great time while we were doing it.
Yeah, and on a great time, what were your favourite moments around touch, on or off the field? What did you like most about the years that we played?
Well, you know, obviously playing State of Origin is the pinnacle of our sport, but lots of people have asked me that, and I think really in the end it's really about the connections and the friendships you make. I think that's why it brings us all back. It's why it keeps us connected in some way, whether it's coaching, playing or refereeing or administrating, whatever have you. It's the people, I think, that is the most important.
Agree 100%. And now, speaking of staying connected, you are still heavily involved in the game at the top level. Tell everybody at home here what you're doing now in the game of touch.
Well, currently I'm the National Women's Opens coach, newly appointed. Had one event in that role so far, which I thoroughly enjoyed. This is the first time really for a long time at Origin that I'm not partaking, other than really enjoying and watching some great footy, and there's more to come, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, we've got another 24 hours of great play, and obviously you're teaching the women at the top level, but last question I'm going to ask for you, advice you'd give to people watching at home that might be thinking about playing touch. What would you say to them?
I would say just get involved. That's the beauty of our sport. You can play it at any level, at any age. It's a great environment to stay connected to people and community, so go for it.
Excellent advice for everybody out there, and as I said, Renee and I were rivals, teammates, and obviously most importantly friends, so it's been a pleasure to catch up with you, and good luck to New South Wales and Queensland for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks for having me, Gab.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't on Macca, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't
Been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I just play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so no, it's good to be here.
I've got to ask, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and yeah, it's the only time you'll ever see him in a Bulldogs shirt, but I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for him, but Sharky's through and through.
Used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and the rough. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Happy birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
I think it's just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. A lot of the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like, I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
'Cause teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to Whites Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started taking it a bit more professional, I guess, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it's a bit cliche. Everyone can play, so it doesn't matter how old you are, what skill level. Touch is a great family game, so yeah, you can play it wherever you want.
Bring the juniors through, give them the pathway so they can enjoy what we've enjoyed.
Well, I'm here with a couple of legends of the sport, Mark Bus Boland and Troy Morgan as well. We'll start with you, Bus. 30 years of State of Origin. It's been an amazing history. You were there for the very first State of Origin series representing New South Wales at the Men's Open. Mate, what a 30 years it's been. Yeah,
it's been awesome. Actually, the Open's about to start shortly, and I'm getting a little bit jumpy about it, wishing, sort of reliving it. Really enjoyed it. It was great.
Tell us about that first experience back in 1995, the very first State of Origin series. It really set the platform for what has been an amazing 30 years of Origin.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to a couple of the Queenslanders I run into that played, Scotty Knightley and Bobby Brindle. Just saw them outside, and we picked a team that were really fast, and we thought we could play that way, just run around them, whereas their passes were perfect, their lines were great, they switched, they just played really good footy. Still burns a bit, but they were too good.
really heated contest. Like, as expected, like Origin is, it still is now. As soon as you get two teams, one's in blue, the other one's in maroon, it was always going to be on, and it was like that for the early series for you guys too.
Yeah, well, I've heard it's been happening today. The Queenslanders knocking us over again. We hope they'd have learnt their lesson. That's what happened that day. We again, they had such a good team. We obviously got frustrated, and we thought we were getting hard done by, and that's how it turned out. And in the end, a lot of people speaking about it a lot of years after.
You've been a part of the Men's Open system for a long time and supporting and coaching New South Wales teams. How do you reckon the boys are looking for tonight?
Really good. Yeah. I think it's one of the strongest sides we've had in a long time, New South Wales. Having said that, Men's Open, like any team, and if something little goes wrong, you can get beat. So I think we've got the team to win, but everything needs to go right.
Well, we'll wait and see. Not too long until the Men's Open. Thanks for your time tonight, and congratulations. It was an amazing career for you in the Sky Blue as well for New South Wales.
Thank you.
Now we've got Troy Morgan as well. Big weekend for you, Trippy, as well. You've already played game one. Unfortunately, went down in the men's 50s. Tough contest against the Blues.
Yeah, really tough contest. As Bus was saying, when you play these guys for so long, I played some of those boys today in 50s and I played them in Opens as well. It's just such a great sport to be able to have those mates that you play with and against, with in Aussie, against at New South Wales, but yeah, went down today.
Yeah, you made mention that you played for Queensland in the Men's Open back in the late 90s. Have gone through all the divisions now in the seniors for Queensland. Mate, you've stuck with it for that long. It just obviously must mean so much to you to put the maroon jersey on.
It means a lot. I think it's an absolute privilege to be able to play for your state, and only a certain small percentage of our players get to play, so I think it's more about being a privilege and so much gratitude to be able to represent your state and represent all the players that are out there.
Now, a huge weekend we just mentioned before for you. Game 2 tomorrow, you will officially become the most capped State of Origin player from Queensland or New South Wales. What an amazing achievement for you.
Yeah, that was a real surprise last night to find that out, and definitely don't take that for granted. It was so great last night, and I really was grateful for everyone that congratulated me. That, I guess, if you hang around long enough, you start to break some records. But yeah, it'll be really special tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, good luck for Game 2. Hopefully Queensland can get up, and congratulations on that achievement. What an amazing achievement.
Thanks, mate. Thank you. Thanks, Buff.
Now, like we said, it has been a huge start to the State of Origin series so far. We've had 15 games in total, and the Queenslanders are well on top. They have won 12 of the opening 15 matches here in Game 1 of the State of Origin series. New South Wales need a big response. We're just a couple of minutes away from getting our first Opens matches underway. Mixed Open coming up next. Stay with us. Plenty more Origin footy coming up.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully. So.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend altogether.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't a mucker. We're having fun, absolutely. Unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the early 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now, so I just play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it, so no, it's good to be here.
I've got to ask. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and it's the only time you'll ever see me in a Bulldogs shirt, but I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for them, but Sharkies through and through.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land.
Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few weeks, the touch football community has lost a number of individuals who have had significant associations, not just with New South Wales and Queensland, but who also have connections to State of Origin and the greater touch community. We'd ask you to please stand, if you can, to observe a moment of silence in their honour and await the national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes, players, referees, 2 minutes.
Back to live action here at the State of Origin Series for 2025, and we're into our first Opens match of this year's series. Scott McAllister and Jason Stanton in commentary with you for this one. Mixed Open Division. Stanton, we love watching mixed footy, and it's going to be on here between the Blues and Queensland.
Yeah, really excited to be with you, Scotty. This is going to be a great game. I've been unsuccessfully tipping New South Wales for the whole day. I don't think I've picked a winner. Queensland have been huge, haven't they?
Yeah, we're talking about that. So we've seen 15 divisions played so far here on day one of the State of Origin Series. Queensland winning 12 of them. New South Wales only picking up the 3 so far. So day one belongs to Queensland so far. Can the Opens continue on the trend?
Yeah, well, these are the divisions where I did sort of come in with a bit of an inkling that New South Wales were going to bounce back this year, particularly in the mixed. We saw, we actually commentated together the mixed final with 2 New South Wales teams, Hornets and Rebels. So I'm expecting this New South Wales mixed team to really put up a good fight against Queensland. And as you just pointed out too, mixed touch, it's great to see the best of the best out there.
Yeah, but Queensland are the defending champions in Origin. They won the 2022 series 2-1 over New South Wales. And it was only back in the 2021 series that was reverted from COVID in 2020. New South Wales won that series. So it's been back and forth, and that just sums up mixed footy to a T, doesn't it? The overall series, 7-5 in favour of Queensland since the start of mixed being included in the State of Origin series. So really not much separating them here as we take a look into the Queensland sub-box here.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. We spoke about it, I think, during the NTLs as well. Mixed touch is quite unique, the way that the male and female players interact, and often when that female player gets in the middle, gets the ball in their hands, really can create havoc to defences. So it's really hard to get a read from year to year, but Queensland definitely have had the best of the contest of during the recent period.
Yeah, New South Wales looking very relaxed over on the far side of the field at the moment. Their coach Jason Martin giving his final instructions. Talk us through this New South Wales lineup. They've got some pretty good experience, particularly Luke Kane coming straight from the Australian Men's Open team at the recent Trans-Tasman. He's played Men's Open level as well for New South Wales. Drops back into the mix.
Yeah, Luke Kane. Look, New South Wales, it's really if they can get the blend right, because Luke Kane on fire, Daniel Stone, great long ball. You've got George Azzi creating havoc there in the middle. And then you've got players like Jaden Ashby. Like, there's just guns everywhere across the whole field. So, interesting to see how it plays out.
Absolutely. Queensland have 5 of their players returning from the 2022 series and all pivotal in positions. We'll talk them through. This opening mixed game is now New South Wales opening possession. A little bit of early jitters as well. They give the ball back here to Queensland. And there is one of those players returning, James Price. Former Australian mixed open now. We see heavy contact there. Price has a little look up at the referees. They continue to play on at the moment. Carmody, Walker, out to Muir, one of the co-captains. And they'll get marched for not returning the ball to the mark. A little bit of spice early on in this one as expected.
Yeah, pretty good start there from, I think it's Meg Muir there from Queensland. She actually came on, did the drive, reset herself, and then hit the hole. That's really value adding there, Meg Muir. Hopefully a big game from her.
Blues now getting some early changes. Here's Ashby. Oh, is looking for that pop-out play. They come back with Watkins. Play to watch for New South Wales. Now just spilling out of the hands of Carmody. Picks it up, cops the shot on the back of it. Plenty of physical contact early in this one.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed, I think, the Blues to start. It's only the first minute, but an error there from Queensland maybe. No, it's not. So New South Wales have got to settle in. I did mention that they've got lots of superstars there, but they've got to blend together. It's not just, not one on paper.
Now 3 referees for this one, Zach Jenrick, Campbell Muir and Jordan Randall. Here's Liam Bauer. Out to Bell. Players down on the deck here for New South Wales. Bauer tries to thread it through. The ball hits the deck. Well, half a chance there for Queensland.
Yeah, coming back against the grain there. Looked like they were coming towards the bottom of the screen. They've done it and gone the other way. It was only a great save. I think it was Brittany Rudd. What a player she is for New South Wales. She was the only difference there, or Queensland would have been up 1-0.
Here's Watkins. Here's Azzi. onto the park. Now Turner. Nice clean play ball. Now Hughes looked like he made contact, and yeah, Randall saw it. He was in possession. The play was retrieving from Queensland. Wasn't in an offside position, but if you make contact when you're in possession of the ball, that constitutes the touch. Queensland get the footy back. Back and forth here in the early stages of this mixed game. As James Price plays it over the halfway line. Adam Russell now into half, coming into the last of the set. Lovely ball left to right as Price juggles it, but a great touch out here on the left-hand side from Adelaide Sylvester.
Yeah, I think that's the second time Queensland have run that play, hitting that link nice and early, and it's only been the New South Wales wingers that have been able to save it. So let's see if New South Wales can ask some questions of Queensland. Definitely Queensland out of the blocks a little bit stronger.
Here's Hughes. We'll head over for a breather as fresh New South Wales players make their way onto the field. Moffat. Nice footwork. Oh, got him on ice at the moment. Moffat looking for support. Threads it out the back, and it's been dropped in the in goal. Gee whiz, that was dangerous there. Luke Moffat slicing them up.
Yeah, a bit of a warning shot there for Queensland. They're going to have to watch that because it was a great dump there from Luke Kane for Moffat. It looked like they had him beat both ways on that occasion. So, bit of a warning shot there for Queensland. They'll have to watch Moffat and Kane.
Now Walker out to Searle. Searle tries to take them on. Good defence again out here on the left-hand side. We see Spain involved. Sylvester there as well. The girls are doing well out here on the left edge.
Queensland again there, Scotty, going to the line, hitting the link. I think they'll have more success hitting the short ball, maybe going to the second phase. So I'm sure the coaches box down there for Queensland are having a look at that, saying, we've had a couple half chances. The New South Wales wingers are coming in and helping, so we've got to adjust a bit. So let's see how they handle that.
Penalty for New South Wales. Plays offside for Queensland. Here's Kapia. Recently played for Australia in the Mixed Open. Made her debut at the Trans-Tasman a few months ago. And making her debut for New South Wales in the Mixed Open here at the State of Origin Series. See New South Wales turn the ball over with still some touches to work with in that set. Queensland taking their time. It's been a tight contest here in the first 5 minutes. Queensland just taking their time. The experience of Andrew Searle. As Bell, look up at the referee, was looking for some offside players. Bauer threads it. Tyler Ward, another one of those players returning for Queensland in this series. Had a great series in 22. First time on the field trying to thread it behind the defensive line. And it's come out of the hands forward. Jordan Randall points the penalty here to New South Wales.
Identical play then again, Scotty. So 4-on-3. I think if you're in the New South Wales camp, you'd be happy if they run that the whole night. They've got to make an adjustment. New South Wales have got that measure. So Queensland have got to look for that. I think on the New South Wales side, they're just not gelling just yet. They've got to maybe just drive for the next couple minutes and not worry about the moves because they're not quite gelling just yet.
Here's Watkins. Shakes left, comes back to the right. It was a great start to the set from Watkins. Went away from the sub-box side, just took the space and got New South Wales downfield. Falls away from them towards the back end of the set now as Queensland on the far side. Trying to work their way downfield. Nice ball from Bell. Again, there's the contact, and it goes in favour here of New South Wales. Nice work there from Lucy Spain.
Yeah, pretty clever. Pretty clever, Spain. I thought she maybe got away with one there, so a bit of luck there for Blues. Let's see whether they can take advantage of the call.
Still 0-0 in game one of the Mixed Open. Big chance here for New South Wales. Hughes is part of that Rebels winning Mixed Open team just a couple of weeks ago, right here at the Championships. As he plays it, comes to Hughes, takes him on, left foot, nice touch in the middle, hand straight to the sky. And they're from Lockie Crow. They do get the penalty though, Queensland.
Yeah, you'll see Queensland here coming towards the bottom of the screen to do their changes, and I think what the challenge is, as they're coming on, that extra pass there, they're going to be looking for more of that and really swing wide towards the top of the screen and try and stretch this Blues defence.
Carmody rips it back across to Searle. Andrew Searle. Oh, Hughes has picked it off into the line. He does have toe to go. Walker's coming back towards him and will make the touch.
Pretty good save.
Yeah, good defensive read, wasn't it?
Yeah, 4-3 again, Scotty. So they're going to have to... Interested to see what they throw in the second half, because definitely this first 10 minutes has been a little bit one-dimensional, if that's not too critical.
Moffat plays it as Kane punches through, touched on the shoulder. Yeah, it's been a different feel for this, isn't it? We usually see points galore flowing and pretty early on as well. Scoreboard not troubled as of yet. Can New South Wales get one here? Kane feeds it. They try to thread it through off the fingertips there of Kapia.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about with that gelling there. So, you know, Kane's running on with that, like that bump and run or that quick ball. It needs to be straight away to Moffat. Moffat runs into a 3-on-2. So that delay where they're pumping a little bit, that's that cohesion I'm talking about. So that's why the game's 0-0. New South Wales haven't quite gelled, and Queensland probably not running the right type of plays.
Good opportunity here, though, for the Blues. Queensland, another error coming out of their end. So New South Wales have had the better of field position over the last few sets. Looking to put the polish on to try and get the first try on the board. Watkins, they come back. And they're there to make the touch with Bauer. Last touch of the set. As Finn comes back to the 7-metre line. Stone sends it out. Gee whiz, almost created a half a chance. It was a beautiful ball out of the hands there from Daniel Stone. Almost caught Queensland napping.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see, like, Stone's probably got the best pass on the field. So if New South Wales, as I mentioned, if I'm in their sub-box now, I'm just concentrating on my drive, try and get control of the game a bit, get away from the moves, and get the ball in the hands of players like Stone and Hughes and, you know, see what they can do. On the Queensland side, as I mentioned, we're going on another 4-on-3 here again. So at the moment, Queensland feel that's what's working for them, but New South Wales seem to have that measure. So as mentioned, if I'm in the Queensland camp, I'm going a bit more direct, short ball, second phase. On the New South Wales side, just try and knock down the front door because they're not quite gelling just yet.
Watkins takes him forward, hands over for a breather, Turner onto the field. Hughes looks the most likely here for New South Wales. Gets it back now, takes a look, decides to rip long. Space to work with, good footwork. A little show and go, but no touch made on the inside from Tyler Ward. And the repeat sets down the right end of the field. Proved too much. New South Wales finally get on the board. They're in front by 1.
Yeah, take a bow there. The number 4 for New South Wales, George Azzi. We spoke about knocking down the front door. He came straight down the middle, connected with Hughes. A long ball. And there's that lady again, Brittany Rudd. Great catch, great footwork. She's beat her winger. And she's beat the male link as well. What a try. It's broken the deadlock.
It was actually Price coming across in cover. Couldn't make the contact on Rudd. As New South Wales score first here in the mixed open. As the game starts to open up now. Oh, it's been picked off again. This time it's Shelley. They come back. Must have been the penalty first, offside. The only thing that was potentially going to stop New South Wales from running downfield and scoring again. Repeat set here for Queensland. Looking for their first try. They go short side. Walker comes back into Carmody. The touch is made. Luke Kane defending in the middle here for New South Wales. Oh, Muir, ball out in front. Loose. That's a missed opportunity for Queensland.
Yeah, so just to unpack that a little for our viewers at home, Scotty, the reason why New South Wales are getting those intercepts, and I'm asking for them, Queensland, to look for second phase, is because they're actually shutting down, getting up in channel.
Yep.
So if that link's coming up for the intercept, the short ball second phase is where the opportunity is.
Here's Stone. Tries to thread it in. Carmody had a piece of it. They do give the penalty. Touch and pass first. Very experienced player, Daniel Stone. Missed the series in 2022. Comes back into the mixed open lineup. He's got a wealth of experience playing at the mixed open level. Out there in the right link at the moment for New South Wales. Bauer, who drops back from the men's team. Here is Liam. Comes off the left foot. Now there's a bit of conversation going on and some good honesty here from New South Wales. Let the referees know there was no contact made on Liam Bauer. And Bauer, off that left foot, gets in underneath and scores Queensland's first.
Great try for Queensland. This is actually what we spoke about in the pre-game. You'll see there, I think it might, is it the number 2 for Queensland, Danita Smith, I think it was, getting into dummy half. Great quick ball to the mate. Like I said, that female combining with the male, that's what's created the opportunity, because you've got 2 male players pulling the rest of the defence wide. So it's opened them up. Great play from Smith, I think it was there, and Queensland hit back.
It's a quality finish as well from Liam Bauer. You could actually see when he had the ball in one hand, he was short of the line, just held it in the grip and slid it across the line. Classy finish from Bauer to get Queensland's first.
A bit of a heartbreaker too, isn't it, for New South Wales to defend so well and then let that try in.
Queensland got a little bit of a sniff now as they're rolling downfield, coming into the last. Walker releases early to Carmody. Ball behind him though.
It's also not a coincidence, Scotty, that we're talking about, I was obviously labouring the point, but this whole 4-on-3 business where they haven't been able to score for like 10, 11, 12 minutes, and as soon as we get a male dumping for a female in the middle with a direct play to try, that's not a coincidence. They needed that's where New South Wales' weakness is.
New South Wales now rolling down. Shelley will play it on the last. There's Moffat. Looks short side, nothing there. Carmody, comfortable in defence, makes the touch. So we're back into this back and forth battle, aren't we, between these two teams? Still only the 2 tries in the game.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic, isn't it, for a mixed game?
It really is. Loose ball out to Bell. He does a good job to reel it in. Now Bell, the try score again. War, they're having to just sling it around here, Queensland, and it did go forward. Not the greatest of sets there on the back end of it, in particular from Queensland.
And good call from the referees too there. Obviously the 3 referees working together. So one of the sideline referees has picked up the forward. So a little bit different to other sports. We've got 3 referees working as one.
Here is Stone. Now players down on the deck. They forced it, go down the right-hand side. And a nice touch in the end from Danita Smith. They almost sliced them open again.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, like the whole play selection. I do think New South Wales would be served better by going a bit straighter, so maybe trying to dump between 2 defenders instead of dumping on the 1 player. I think that might open up some opportunities. Definitely Queensland don't defend as well, this mixed team, when there's 2 in the touch. So that might be something New South Wales might have a think about at half-time.
Here's Adam Russell. Good opportunity here for Queensland. Looking to go up. Price off the right foot. That was sharp from James Price. He came onto it like a bull at a gate. And one of their experienced players here gets the second try on the board for the boys in the maroon.
Great play from the Maroons. Right on cue again. We've seen that the direct option through the middle has worked. You'll see a great dump from the female player here again. The middle running about the outside and at the offside player. That's the go-to for Queensland. New South Wales will have to adjust to that, Scotty, because they've opened them up twice on similar types of plays.
Queensland in front. Game 1 here in the mixed open. New South Wales looking to hit back. Oh, wow, it almost got there. Had to play the ball, Jackson Walker. And almost presented again for Kapia. Repeat set on the line here for the Blues. As he just slinging it back to Hughes. He can't get away from Andrew Searle.
Always danger when George Azzey's around the ball there. Very good support player.
Here's Turner. Does come out to Azzey. Hughes gets himself in the half. Has a beautiful left to right. Oh, looking to come back on the inside to Kapia.
Good defence there from Queensland. I didn't quite catch the number on the Queensland try, but it might have been Smith again there in the lead-up. So really causing some havoc there. I think it's the number 2 for Queensland. Having a great game.
Here's Caelan Bell over the halfway line. Bauer, one of the try scorers for Queensland, plays it. Ward slings it out. Inside ball here to Bell. Has a look, puts the brakes on, but they will come back. And the forward pass will be the call. Let's go a little bit expansive there on the back end, Queensland. Ooh, groans from the crowd. Referees continue to play on. Down the sideline, Sylvester. Here's Azzey. Straight and hard. Changes for New South Wales. Shelley will play it. Kane picks up, sends it out, pop back in. Queensland get across to scramble to make the touch.
It's often quite difficult when you get, and this is probably applicable to both teams, you get so many good players together and they're excited and they're trying to run things, and it's really hard. You've got to sort of reel them back a bit and say, look, just calm a little bit. Let's just get up and down the field, control the ball. It's hard to do. And I think both these teams, I'll be expecting more tries and a bit more open footy in the second half, I think.
Now Crow links up with Adam Russell. So 2.5 to go here in the first half. Queensland in front by 1. Opening game in the mixed open. Scapia gets them forward and they'll look to set Ashby. Stone. They come back out to the right-hand side of the field. They're favouring the right-hand side. They've been going back to that well quite a few times here in the first half. Again, the ball hits the grass, though.
Yeah, really got to try and get 2 in the touch if you're in the Blues camp. I wouldn't be surprised to see Coach Martin have a bit of a talk about that. You know, if you dump it on one play, the other 5 can be back on side, or the other 5 players. So you've got to get 2 in the touch.
Here's Carmody, so elusive. He gets it down clean. They've got all their players out on the left. Searle might have just got caught in 2 minds. Whether to link back up with Sam Carmody or rip it out to the left-hand side of the field. New South Wales looking for points again coming into the halftime break. Good flow out of Spain, plays it. Now Azzy from half to Hughes. Gives him early ball, and Kieran Hughes almost gets away from Jackson Walker.
That's the set. That's what we're talking about if you're in the Blues camp. A perfect set, get to their sub-box in 2, but the plays that came on went straight. I think Spain did a great dump in the lead-up. Azzy did a dump. They need a bit more like that. So maybe the Blues might have turned the corner. That was a great set by them.
Now into the last 60 seconds. Last touch of the set as well. Ward gets the contact as he's about to pass it. Nice work from New South Wales in defence. Sucking in the big ones at the moment. It's been a really tight contest here in the first 20 minutes. New South Wales into contact there, Brittany Rudd. And the try scorer for New South Wales. Here she is feeding it from half. Capia juggles. Does a good job. There's players on offside, so they continue to play on now. Shaping up nicely. Shelley from half. Early ball. Kane. Short ball just goes behind.
It's the right type of play, but so if you're in the Blues camp, I think the last couple sets have been quite positive. They've actually subbed well. They've come on. They've been pretty straight. So some good signs there for the Blues, but Queensland, pretty good first half, definitely unexpected.
Very unexpected for mixed open. We've seen such high-scoring games throughout mixed games and in the Origin series as well. But it's Queensland who hold on to a slender lead going into the halftime break. Halftime score here in Game 1 of the mixed open. Queensland 2 over New South Wales 1.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing the footy, I think is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen. If they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Both teams starting to make their way back out onto the field here for the second half. Game 1 in the mixed open. It's Queensland in front, and only just at the moment they're in front by 1. 2 tries to 1 going into the second half. Really interesting first half. Probably not what we were expecting in the opening game here of the mixed open. Tight contest. How do you see this next 20 minutes unfolding, Jace?
I'm expecting to see a lot more tries than what we saw. I think both. I'm a big believer that the coaches have a big influence at half-time, and I think they would have seen what's happened. Both teams will be making adjustments. I think we're going to see more of an open game, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more tries in this one. Again, in terms of a tip, I think New South Wales is a stronger roster, but as we've been seeing throughout the whole day, Queensland probably the better team.
Yeah, it's been a great start to day 1. If you didn't hear earlier, 15 games already so far across all the divisions, and we've got from 20s into senior divisions as well. Queensland have won 12 of the 15 opening games at the State of Origin series this year. In the mixed in front at the moment, can they take another one and chalk up another victory for Queensland? We'll see how it all unfolds here in the second half. Women's Open action coming up next. In Game 1 of the Women's Open Series, Queensland defending champions. As Searle just flicks it out the back to Carmody, comes back, does come off the hands, and a little stutter from there. Jordan Randall gets the call from the sideline, and New South Wales get the footy back here.
Yeah, pretty good D there. I think it was Lucy Spain. She's an amazing player, and right there she actually matched up against the male opposite and forced him back inside. Great work there.
The girls have been great for New South Wales, haven't they? Really kept them in. Great defensive reads so far. It's a good set here for them as Stone rips early. Watkins comes back out across, and they're looking for the inside ball. Interesting to see what the call's going to be here. And a repeat set.
Yeah, had the number on the inside. Pretty good set there from New South Wales. That's what I'm saying. They've gone coast to coast here. I'm really hoping this is what we're going to see for the next 20 minutes. Strap yourself in, see a bit of open footy.
Watkins gets a nice little fly play on the outside and a great take and finish in the corner here for New South Wales. They strike first and they level us back up at 2 tries apiece.
Yeah, like we've seen, a bit of open footy. They only needed that repeat set. It's a lot calmer start from New South Wales in this first minute, and there's not much going on here. Just looped around the outside, just turned into a good old-fashioned foot race. Queensland winger didn't have much of a chance there to help because it's just a one-on-one, and the number 13, Watkins, how fast is he? You give him a chance, he'll make you pay.
It was a great finish as well from Adelaide Sylvester now as we see Queensland hit straight back. Well, you said it, Jace. We think we're going to get more points, and we've got them early here in the second half. 2 tries already, Queensland back in front.
Yeah, New South Wales I think they'll be a little bit heartbroken by that. They got back to 2-2. They were thinking, let's get into them, and Queensland answered straight back. You'll see here it's a beautiful switch coming down, and again, out of nothing. Both those tries, not really a structured play, just a bit of ad-lib, eyes-up footy. And look at the pass here from the number 10 for Queensland. I think it's Hammond. That's a great finish. Very skillful stuff.
And Amelita Case scores in the corner for the Queenslanders. Now the spark has ignited in this one. There's a deflection there after the pass from Hughes. Tyler Ward's got his hands up in the air. Definitely took a deflection of one of the Queenslanders. I think they got the right call in the end. I think Tyler Ward saying that it came off his shoulder. Referees give the repeat set here to New South Wales.
Let's have a look for George Azzi here in acting half. As we mentioned, one of the strongest support players, Kieran Hughes, he gets enough good ball. He's very hard to stop.
Gets it early now. Hughes looks to take him on, but forward pass from the ruck there. Chance miss from New South Wales. Queensland going away from their box. As Ward takes the meters. And this is going to go against Queensland here. Tyler Ward not getting his hand out to make the touch. Led him with the shoulder. New South Wales pick up the penalty at the halfway line.
Yeah, good call from the referee, but in the end, as you said, it's an easy one. If you have the ball and you don't put your hand out reach, then it ends up being an easy one. Can't lead with the shoulder.
Just burning a couple of touches at the moment, New South Wales, as they get players into position. Stone plays it outside the 7. Ashby, taking hands there from Caelan Bell.
A little bit unorthodox there from New South Wales. They actually got the female link to swap sides to match up with the Queensland female link. Normally you'd want the opposite of that, to have a mismatch. So it's a bit unorthodox. Let's see what they come up with here.
Here's Ashby. They come out that way now to Kapia. Nice touch in the corner from Queensland.
Great save. Great save there. Again, hit the winger there. Rudd was over for a try, but Queensland up to the task.
Ashby, early release. Watkins, he'll fancy himself.
Too
He's
fast.
lightning quick. Finn Watkins. And too easy in the end. As he kicks it back to halfway. Scores it back level at 3.
Yeah, too fast there, Watkins. So he's done that twice. So a lot of speed there. The way you want to defend that, Scotty, is you actually want your link and winger to come in and help. So you force the male, the fast player to pass the ball. And then if you need to, you run around the back and save it when you're in mixed touch. So you want to try and prevent those one-on-one matchups if you can. So that's a bit of a way to defend that if you're at home watching you up against a real quick player in mixed. There's no problem shutting down and running behind if you need to.
Queensland now looking to hit back. Carmody dancing. Has a look at options. Nice ball out into some space to Jackson Walker. Lovely ball there from one of their experienced players in Sam Carmody, and Walker finishes it off.
Well, we're seeing the tries. We're right on script, aren't we? We're seeing the tries. The game's opening up. Bit of a touch 101 there, because you'll see a beautiful isolation here from Queensland. But again, we're seeing the dumps towards the top of the screen. So if the New South Wales winger is in, there is no try there. So it's a case of just a bit of miscommunication, fall into that trap of staying wide and going one-on-one, and Queensland made them pay.
Here's Hughes. They look for short this time. Phase. They'll bring it back. Touch and pass that time. There's been a couple of chances. Well, they've given away a forward pass or touch and pass when they've been attacking within that 7-metre zone. Look at Queensland now. Feels like they've got their tails up a little bit as they roll downfield in this set. Russell to Price. Price gets on the outside, threads it nicely to Hammond. Hammond comes back infield. Yeah, probably looked to need to get that one down. Last touch. Price still elusive, tries to thread it in. It comes off Hughes. They're going to say ball down. Ooh.
Lucky save. New South Wales got out of it. I'm really glad that happened. That was exactly what I was talking about 30 seconds ago. Shut down and let the male player run behind if he needs to. So you probably, if you bottle that last 1 minute, if you're playing mixed touch at home, there's a few tips there for you.
Now Ashby has to come back to the mark. Hammond, diving touch on the bootlaces. Stone plays it as Watkins picks up and go. He's got through again here, Fit Watkins, and links up nicely with Lucy Spain. New South Wales hit back.
I don't mind it. 5 tries in 7 minutes. I don't mind it, Scotty. This is good footy. And Lucy Spain, she did something very clever there, a little bit subtle. Normally when the dummy half gets in the in goal, you normally would stop on the try line because you want to make yourself open. But she was smart enough to realise, hey, this is where the defenders are. She followed him into the in goal. A bit unorthodox. Great footy IQ, got the result.
Now Queensland with Bell. Sends a huge ball out to the corner, and Amelita Case gets her second try of the game. Really starting to open up now. Great response. What about the ball from Bell?
Super pass. Was it the best part of 40 metres? Ripping it right across the field. We'll have a look here. They've got the middle in the touch. New South Wales stepping up. They haven't done a lot wrong. And the number 14 for Queensland, Amelita Case. I tell you what, she's done some big things. She's had some good moments here.
Yeah, absolutely.
She could be one of the best on ground. The number 14 for Queensland having a great game.
Now Kane diving in early at the line. He'll get sent back to the 7. Still touches to come towards the back end of the set. Shelley into the last now. Early release, too hard for Kane. There was maroon jerseys in front of him. This man, James Price, the games he is having here again in the mixed open division. There's Crow, nice ball to Walker. Finds a little bit of space. Wisely gets it down on the deck. Carmody is slipping and sliding out there at the moment. There'll be a little bit of juice starting to set in. Carmody back onto his feet now. Releases it. Walker flicks it to Searle.
We've got a great game here. This next 10 minutes is going to be super. The game's opened up. Both teams are really settled in. They're showing us what they can do. Queensland throwing some great tactics. You mentioned a couple of times going away from their box. They're throwing different things at them. And New South Wales really settling in on their attack. This is going to be a big 10 minutes.
Rolling downfield nicely, though, here, New South Wales, as Ashby plays it within. Watkins has definitely got the hot hand in Queensland. Well, they lost their way. They were deep in the in-goal area there, and Ashby just had to catch it and put it straight over the line.
A great dump on the back of drive. It's nearly impossible to defend. Look at Ashby coming in on the back of the drive. He's got 2 players in the touch. That means both middles are offside, Scotty. There was no one left to save it. And just like that, we're locked up again. 5-all. 5-all. Don't go anywhere. We've got 10 minutes more.
It was really interesting there, wasn't it? There was at least a good couple of plays. And now Case, they come back out to her again. Ball is down. Amelita Case gets her 3rd try of the game. Whenever New South Wales get points, Queensland are hitting them straight back.
I love the finishes from what I'm seeing out there from Case. It's not often you're going to think, the winger in a mixed game is one of the best players on the field, but the little moments, that, it's not easy to do that. You're getting ripping long balls under the lights, and have a look at this pass. Another 40-metre pass. She's running out with the line of the ball and finishing one hand with a great dive. Case is having a big impact on this game.
Yeah, I think that might have been Bell who threw the ball again. He's covering them up in the middle at the moment. Kalen Bell, New South Wales back on the attack. Turner slings it back in, receives it back here. Turner has got that right knee pretty heavily strapped. Plays it just shy of the 7-metre line. Hughes has a look at his options, decides to send it out. Nice ball back into Azzy, and he scores. New South Wales continue to fight in this game.
We asked for more tries. We got 9 in 11. 9 in 11. I must admit, when I did say it was going to be more tries, I wasn't thinking to try a minute.
Yeah.
But I did have that feeling that it was going to open up, and both these teams, these great teams, have delivered. And we've still got plenty of time left in this one. It's very hard to pick a winner.
Yeah, nothing separating the teams. Reflected on the scoreboard. Locked up at 6. Here's Bell again. This time he goes link ball to Ward. They make the touch on him with Shelley. They'll come back for the penalty first. Forward pass.
A bit of a lucky one there for New South Wales too, that last try, Scotty, because Queensland had essentially defended the play. It was only the smarts. I didn't catch the winger's number, but that inside ball to Azzy was a bit, a little bit against the run of play. They weren't expecting that. And New South Wales slipped one through, so to speak.
Great start to the set here for New South Wales, finding some space and metres down the left. Gets him into good attacking position now. As Stone links up with Ashby. Queensland are holding in defence at the moment. Bauer just makes the touch before retrieving. Watkins gets himself into half again. This time, this player's slipping all over the place. Ashby does a great job to get himself back up to his feet and almost creates the try for New South Wales.
Great save. Was that Liam Bauer? Great save there. It looked like he was beat for all money, but he scrambled. And now Queensland getting a good result, bit of a repeat set.
A little leg up now. The players falling down all over the place at the moment. Daniel Stone threw everything at it. Gives the old sorry about that.
Bit of a weird one. Well, that's a penalty for 2 players falling over. I think you can have a giggle, but I'm not too sure what the penalty was for. But Queensland, let's see if they can cash in on this opportunity. 6-all with it all to play for.
And we've made mention a number of times throughout the broadcast so far. Game 1 so important. History is on the side of the team that takes Game 1. It worked in Queensland's favour in the last series. They won Game 1 and won the series in 2022. Hughes back onto the field, finds some space down the left-hand side, back inside to Hughes, slings it back over the top, and great desperation defence from Queensland. Jackson Walker, where did he come from? He makes the touch on Turner. At New South Wales, still on the attack here. Azzy from half into the last touch. Beautiful footwork from Hughes. He makes them pay in the end. A cool, calm head there from Kieran Hughes. And New South Wales now in front.
Kieran Hughes putting his stamp onto this game to give New South Wales a lead. I think, is that for the first time tonight? And you'll see it's going to be that man again. You know who I'm going to say? George Azzy. One of the best support assist players in the game. Getting into dummy half. Quick ball for Hughes and a try.
Back on the run here. Queensland plays down on the deck again as they look to rip it out long. Oh, nice little fling back on the inside to Hammond. And straight in the hands of Vandermeer. Netball past it, straight back on the inside to Hammond. Price plays it now. Russell, short ball to Price. The touch is there. That's a huge defensive play from the Blues.
Yeah, I think that was Moffat with a great save there. There's been a lot of plays impressive for both teams. Haven't mentioned much about Jackson Walker, but I've been keeping my eye on him. What a quality play. He does a lot of little things, Scotty, around the field. Has a real big impact and a lot of speed as well. So I'm going to keep my eye on him. Walker could be the difference in this one.
Yeah, son of former NRL player Ben Walker. The talent has flowed down the line. And Stone, a little bit flat coming into the back end of the set now. Watkins. Oh, he's carved them up again. They can't control Finn Watkins at the moment. Finds Ashby, who loops around the back. That is a huge try here for New South Wales. They go in front by 2. It's advantage to the Blues.
Great work by Watkins. Just too much speed, and New South Wales on the back of Ashby finally getting the right platform. I think Queensland are going to be probably super disappointed allowing Watkins in their in-goal so many times, Scotty. They've really got to, like you can see him coming on the scoop with the big run-up. You've got to adjust the D-line. You can't just let him go into that one-on-one. So I think Queensland a little bit disappointed about that, but a lot of credit to New South Wales for able to get Watkins in that position.
Yeah, it was great work from Ashby off the ball as well to sweep around the back. Didn't have much room to work with in the end when the ball hit his hands. He got it down in the corner. It's a huge try in the context of this game. We're under 4 minutes left now. New South Wales in front by 2. And they're in possession as well as Kane plays it. Turner on the halfway line. Here's Azzy again, straight and hard. Hughes picks up, gives it back to Azzy, finds Kieran Hughes again, tries to thread it in behind, and Bell is saying it came off his hip. Referees just having a chat with each other, and I think it was the right call in the end.
Yeah, good call. I'm glad that he didn't rush that. The referees, I think we've got, is it Greenwich or Greenrich, Muir and Randall? They've had a good game.
They've been very good.
And I was glad he didn't rush that. That's the point I was trying to make. He didn't sort of rush into a call, got his earpiece back in, had a chat with the sideline, got the right call.
This is a big set here for Queensland. They're down by 2. Clock starting to become a factor for them. 3 minutes left in this one. They've got to be the next team to score. And it might have to come in this set as Carmody cops the shot from Hughes. Carmody trying to get players into position. He finds Andrew Searle. They're holding back here, New South Wales. Queensland looking for a penalty. Last set. Nice work. Over the top. Walker slings it over. Did he need to throw it? They come across and make the touch. No play on is the call. No touch made in the end. Well, heart in your mouth stuff there for Queensland. We'll take a look at the replay, but Walker just hoping and throwing it over the top. They finish it in the end.
Oh, great little floater to the link. I thought Walker was in for all money and floating over the top. And how about these Queensland wingers? Wow, hasn't been a mixed game like this for a while where the wingers from both teams are having such an impact. Not many wingers score that. What a finish, 8-7.
Yeah, it was Charlotte Vandermeer in the corner. She knew straight away that there was no contact made. Kapia coming across in cover. Queensland reduce that margin. We're under 2 minutes left. This is a big defensive set for them. Stone loses his footing. Does an amazing job to still get the ball away to Ashby. Watkins is there. Early ball. Ashby, it was on link. We just went behind Lucy Spain. Queensland hold on. Big set here. Minute and a half to go. Can they get down the other end of the field?
Yeah, New South Wales haven't been able to sub here, so there's a little bit of tired legs there. Queensland with a real opportunity to send this one into overtime.
Bauer steadies the ship back in the midfield. They're shaping for Bell. He's like the right to left. He comes back out that way this time and doesn't find a target. They're well numbered as well if they did catch the ball. New South Wales holding on in defence. Just over 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, Queensland might get one more use of the ball as long as they don't infringe in this set. New South Wales will want to use the whole set, try and get it up the other end. Let's see what they come up with.
Now they're looking to set Kane. Picks up Bauer. Does he get back onside to make the touch? He does. Last opportunity here for Queensland as New South Wales get penalised for not giving the ball back. Gives Queensland a little bit of a leg up. Just over 30 seconds left in this one. They've got work to do though first here, Queensland. Muir gets held up and they come up on Walker. That's a big touch. Stops the flow. Carmody. Now Searle. This has got to be the play here for Queensland. No, incorrect. Play the ball. New South Wales, they're going to hold on, and they're going to take game one here in the mixed open.
Yeah, pretty good game. I love both the adjustments that the team's made. So shout out to both coaching crews to give us a great second half, and could have gone either way. New South Wales edge it out.
Yeah, advantage New South Wales here in this mixed open series. They take game one. What a great second half it was between both these two teams. Queensland coming back late, but New South Wales hold on. 8-7 the final score. We'll head down on the sideline and have a chat with players from the Queensland and New South Wales teams. Women's Open action coming up next. Plenty more State of Origin coming your way from Coffs Harbour.
Just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. Love the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
Teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to Whites Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started to take it a bit more professional, I guess, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it's a bit cliche. Everyone can play, so it doesn't matter how old you are, what skill level. And touch is a great family game, so yeah, you can play it wherever you like.
Bring the juniors through, give them the pathway so they can enjoy what we've enjoyed.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy is going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully. So.
Welcome back to CX Coffs International Stadium. We've just seen a cracking fixture in the mixed opens division. A man who had the hot hand was Finn Watkins. Finn, how do you feel?
I'm pretty exhausted right now, but it was good to get the win. We dug deep. We just knew if we defended well, we'd get over them at the end. So, yeah, it was a good win.
Pretty rapid pace about that one. Did it feel quick for you?
I don't know. It kind of goes out of my mind when I get through. Trying to look for options to get the try, but yeah, so I feel fast.
Well, of course, that was the big thing, right? So getting into that in-goal multiple times, you really created quite a number of opportunities for your other players. What's been the focus in training? Has it been looking for those dashes into the in-goal, or has it been a little bit more lateral? Did you play directly to the game plan, or was it just what was in front of you?
Well, the coach kind of said to me, just play eyes-up footy. Like, I just use my speed to my advantage and just, play what's in front of me. So, I just had some good opportunities out there, good dumps for me. So, yeah.
Very exciting for you guys. You're up 1-0. Can you close out the series in game 2?
That's the plan. We just have to make sure, go rest up, recover, prepare for tomorrow, and hopefully we can get the job done tomorrow morning.
Well, Finn, fingers crossed. Congratulations on a terrific first match and well done on the victory.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour, and with a very happy hat-trick scorer, Amelita. How are you feeling off the back of that one?
Yeah, good. Obviously a tough game and going down, but I think we all worked hard and we're up for the start. We just kind of let it go at the end again, I guess. So, yeah, we'll get them back in the next two, I guess.
Plenty of confidence there. Now, the big question is, what do you tweak for Game 2 to try and get that victory?
I think we were rolling a lot in defence, and I think we can fix that up. I think finishing off we were good and our attack was really good, but just a few things in defence that we can fix up.
And what was the word from your coach? Was it specific areas you need to focus on, or just a bit more focus across the board?
Pretty much just that, fixing up our defence, especially in their sub-box, and getting that sorted out.
Amelita as well, just before I let you go, 3 tries, must be very happy with that.
Yeah, good. Obviously, I'm just doing the finishing. It's the boys doing all the work. The long balls out there, they're doing great. So, yeah, really happy.
That's a new way of saying credit to the boys. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, second last game of day one here at the State of Origin Series Women's Open. Queensland taking on New South Wales. Former New South Wales Women's Open representative Gab Rose with me in commentary. Really looking forward to our opening women's game.
I'm very excited about this one, Scott. It's a new mix for both teams here, with New South Wales with 10 women on their Women's Open New South Wales debut and 6 Queensland Women's Open debutantes as well. So new look teams for both, but this is going to be a cracker of a game.
But Queensland have got the wood over New South Wales over the last few series. They're going for their 4th State of Origin series in a row. 2014, you have to go back to the last time New South Wales took out the Women's Open division on the Sunshine Coast. And there's one of the players that would have been part of that team at that time, Danielle Norman, the captain of New South Wales. They'll be tying it on her experience here tonight.
They sure will, as she would have been a lot younger back then, but she's just got so much experience and skill and poise about her that she will be leading the charge here for New South Wales.
For Queensland, the defending champions, so many players very familiar. A lot of these players coming out of the UQ Rebels team. They've got 10 of the current Australian women's players in their lineup as well. They just play with each other week in, week out. We saw a lot of them just a couple of weeks ago take back-to-back titles at the championships as well. They'll be looking to replicate that here for Queensland tonight.
Yeah, as you said, that UQ team that we've been watching at the champs for the last couple of years, they are dominant. They've won the last 2 years in drop-offs, and obviously their number 7, one to watch there, Tiani Bryce, who has been the game changer for the last couple of years in the champs for her team.
What do you like across the park for New South Wales? We may mention a lot of debutantes. It's a new look team for them this time around, but the Southern Rebels who played the UQ Rebels at the championship finals, it feels like there's a good wave of players coming into the New South Wales system now who would have got a lot of good experience at that championship final a couple of weeks ago, and they'll be looking to throw the kitchen sink here at Queensland.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely will be. They've got nothing to lose here. They're probably coming in as underdogs. But as you said, many of them coming on the back of the Southern Rebels grand final experience where they nearly took the chocolates against UQ Rebels. But, there's a great blend of youth and experience across both sides, and it's just going to be an absolute great game.
If you're tuning in for the first time throughout the broadcast, it's been a great opening day for Queensland overall. They've won 12 of the 16 matches so far here on day one. New South Wales will be looking to hit back as we see Queensland players down on the deck. Norman looks to strike early. They now come back out and restart. Still dancing around at the moment. Nothing there. Queensland hold themselves in defence. As Law looks at options. Law will get back into half. Has to hold up momentarily. Queensland again sliding, forcing New South Wales to go back. Slattery, now they've found some space down that left-hand side. Queensland having to scramble there towards the back end of the set. And I think both teams there thought that was the last touch of the set. Still one more to come. They'll roll the ball now. Slattery, you still don't want to go to sleep there, but New South Wales conceding the set.
Yeah, they'll be happy where they're finished in that point, right down in the far corner we've spoken about throughout the afternoon. Finishing in your side of the box, making it hard for the opposition to get the box, but a great opening set here by Queensland.
Goodsall to Fields. That's Lucia in the 6. Marama Thomas. Drayson over the top. My, one of the co-captains, plays it. Oh, it almost fell into the hands there of Olivia Goodsall.
Yeah, and mark that down. That's probably the first opportunity that's just gone begging there for Queensland. It would have been a hard catch to take, but they did find a little bit of space out here on their left-hand side.
And New South Wales, work to do as they look to get downfield. Norman cops a bit of contact, and they get the penalty as a result.
And I spoke to their New South Wales coach, Peter Forrester, during the week, a very experienced campaigner he is. And the 2 words he said to me were they're fit and they're connected. So they're ready to go and up for the challenge tonight.
And on the other side of the park, Alicia Thua taking the reins for the first time for the Queensland team, a former Queensland Women's Open representative. On debut, leading the charge in the box at the moment for Queensland. New South Wales. Short ball as Jess looks to take them on. Mai's there to make the touch. Her Australian teammate.
And just on that, Scotty, as a coach, you can do everything. Obviously, she's played and getting opportunity. Nerves will be there for Thuard as well. Obviously done it as a player, but once game's on, everything's pretty much out of your control.
Good start to the set here for Queensland. My. Links up with Emily Ward on debut tonight for Queensland. Her father played for Queensland in the Men's Open. As now Walsh, nice switch in to Files. They get the repeat set. Good set there for Queensland, going all the way downfield. They get another set of 6 touches here to work with.
Excellent set by Queensland. They've got a fresh opportunity here. 6 touches on the line, and they'll be looking to capitalise early.
Here's Bella Files. Links with Donovan. Now Lucia holds it up. Donovan to Bella. Left foot almost. I thought she was going to have a crack in underneath the New South Wales defence. Now the Files girls combine as Lucia comes back to Bella. Space on the right. Oh, yeah. Half a chance. I thought if Bella maybe put the foot down, they might have had a little sneaky go down the right-hand side of the field. New South Wales get across to make the touch.
Yeah, it was a good touch there by one of the girls on debut, Summer Halliwell-Quinn.
Now they're trying to make changes behind their 10-metre line. And Queensland looking to get up and make pressure. Just rolling over the halfway line now. And that's the last touch. So off the back of that good attacking set last time in a repeat. Great defensive set as well from Queensland. Still locked up at 0-0, but it just feels like Queensland are on top at the moment.
Yeah, they're starting to win that midfield grind, as we call it. They're getting a little bit more time down the other end of the field, and we know the attacking prowess they have right across the park. You can't take your eyes off them.
Now Sammy Jo Love feeds it early to Ashurst. It goes out the back. They get the repeat set off the hands of New South Wales, signalled by Brandon Sanderson. He's assisted tonight by Zoe Jenrick and Amanda Sheikey, our 3 referees here in the Women's Open.
So they've started their defensive systems have been on point at the moment for New South Wales, but they need to stay strong. They cannot take their eyes off it at all.
Norman Thomas down the short side. Comes back to the 7. Caitlin Blade sends it back infield. Bryce sweeps from the far side. Stutters, takes them on. The touch has been claimed, but Sheikey's going to point to the spot. Tiani Bryce gets the first try here for Queensland.
Yeah, well, she got the last try of the champs a few weeks ago where she sealed the deal for the UQ Rebels, and she's opened up her count within the first 6 minutes of play. She swept around, put the afterburners on. New South Wales players offside. Beautiful dive. Placed over the line. 1-0 to Queensland.
New South Wales have to restart. Here's Andy Law. Works with Norman. Now into the line. Holly Ruff. And within the 7. Ruff sends it back. There's players down on the deck. The ball just needed to come out of the hands cleanly, and New South Wales were going over for points. Queensland players hitting the deck there.
Yeah, there was definitely an opportunity there, but Andy Law just couldn't quite get the pass where it needed to be in time.
Now Queensland through Ward. Does a great job. Send the ball across to Mai. Lucia plays it on the 10-metre line for New South Wales. Donovan picks up good metres coming into the last. Bryce, again, stutters, holds them. Ball out in front of Goodsell. Comes back to Walsh. Walsh now looking to get away from the defence. And New South Wales come up and make the touch there with Holly Ruff.
Yeah, they ended up going backwards on that last play, Queensland. They were trying to look for a little gap through the defence, but wasn't to be. And now there's a penalty to New South Wales, and they'll take the ball over to their box, get some fresh legs on.
Good metres down the sideline. Nicholas has to come back and play it on the halfway. Jeff's just over that halfway line now. Back to Potts. Jeffs will get herself into half. Contact there from Rachel Walsh. As they rip out to Nicholas. And the 6 touches made in the corner.
Yeah, so they'll be looking here, New South Wales. They've had a good set in attack in terms of the field position they've finished up on. And now they'll be looking, although they're running backwards, Queensland has taken the ball straight forward.
And they get the penalty as well.
Yeah, they'll get some fresh legs on here. As you can see, if you look out onto the screen, pretty much all 6 players came off then, and a fresh set of legs on, and they'll get the penalty exactly 10 metres shy of halfway.
There's Amanda Sheikey controlling on field at the moment. Very experienced referee. Here's Ashurst. Happy to roll downfield at the moment. Queensland get themselves into attacking space. Andreasen, they punch to the middle, gets it back from Thomas, tries to thread the needle. It does come off the hands of New South Wales. More pressure in another repeat set.
Yeah, it was Sailor Perrott that came in from the link, and again had to be made because they've just got running. They're all running, and you'd expect that with the combinations that they've got. They've just come off a victory. As you said, 10 Australian players. They've always got things going on here with a wide ball out to Andrea Sand. Ooh. Looked like the little short ball could have even been on there, Scott, to the link in Ashurst.
Did come off the hands again of New South Wales. Have been camped down on their line. More pressure here for the Blues. Queensland in front by 1. There's Love. Comes back to Ashurst. Early ball from Thomas. Tough one from Goodsall. She was full stretch.
And mark that down. We're about 8-9 minutes into the game, and New South Wales were able to get a stop there. They had back-to-back sets on their line. Beautiful attempt there by the winger in Goodsall to try and get that. They've got a penalty here now, relieving penalty for New South Wales. But that defensive set, let's come back and talk about that later, because that could be a turning point in this game.
Such huge moments. It's a good point that you make, particularly in Origin level and in the women's game as well, where you just have to be on top of everything. Little moments like that mean so much. But New South Wales give cheap possession back to Queensland again. Another mistake coming out of their end. The conditions are a little bit slippery out there, I should say. Andreasen gets back to her feet. Mai will straighten them up now. Mara Thomas has been busy early. Pumps and holds it once. And he holds it wisely. Last touch of the set. And nothing there. New South Wales hold out again.
Yeah, again, they'll be happy with that. But you can see Queensland, they're just pushing forward, trying to draw another error. Unfortunately for them, on that occasion, they were a little bit too vigorous in the touch, or left a little bit early, and New South Wales got another penalty. They'll be looking to complete the set here, New South Wales. Haven't been able to do that the last couple of times they've had it, but they need to get a complete set here.
Get some changes onto the park. Here's Andy Law. Slattery, who hasn't had too many opportunities so far, looking to work herself into half now. Players again from both teams down on the deck, and there's been no touch made, and New South Wales will get their first try on the board. Well, those players slipping and sliding all over the place. New South Wales capitalise. Halliwell Quinn goes over for their first.
Yeah, they sure, and it's just Slattery. She went off one side, went the other, and then Halliwell Quinn on debut. You got your first try for New South Wales women, so congratulations. But well done, Bella Slattery.
You'll never forget your first try at the top level in the blue jersey. Nice moment there for Summer. Caesar's locked up. Now taken as well, Perrott. Nice work. 0 touch from the intercept.
And momentum's just shifted a little bit, Scott, I would say, and probably on the back end of that defence that we saw from New South Wales over those 2 previous sets, the last couple of minutes. They've come down and scored, and then now you can see the increase in their intensity.
Now, a little mistake right as we say that. Maggie O'Reilly just boots in the ruck again. There's players that slipping and sliding, but she earns the footy back here, O'Reilly. So came up with the mistake. Ball in possession, gets good contact there. Great recovery. One of the experienced players for this New South Wales team.
Yeah, and whilst it has been a beautiful day and dry, it is the middle of winter. Pretty much shortest day of the year coming up today or tomorrow. So it will be slippery, as we can see out there for the girls.
And the surface looks very short as well, which can mean it's quite slippery underfoot. Players experiencing those challenging conditions out there. And you can probably see across the park as well. We were here just only a few weeks ago. Heavy rain. The field did get churned up quite a bit. It's remarkably bounced back pretty well all things considered. But there are some patches of tricky areas across the park. New South Wales have got the footy back here, though, from the repeat set. And it is Slattery who set it up for them last time around, out on the field at the moment, working with Andy Law in the middle. There's a big opportunity here for the Blues.
Yeah, it sure is. That's the second penalty they've got. They're probably lucky to get that first one because the ball had gone down by New South Wales, but they got the penalty. They've since drawn out another penalty, so another one here. Queensland left somebody off on the sideline.
Now they take it out to the left. Norman cops the shot there from Caitlin Blade. Slattery looking for opportunities. Nothing there yet. They do like to play the static game in the middle.
The ref was going to make the touch then, Scott.
He was punching up out of the line, Sanderson. But now Norman, nice early release and a touch in the corner.
Excellent touch there by the Queensland winger. It looked like Danny had gotten the ball outside the winger, but she turned and chased and effected a really good touch. And here we see penalty for Queensland. We see there Norman outside her link. Well touched there by Caitlin Blade. She's hard to get round as well.
Yeah, lightning quick. Caitlin Blade, she finds herself in space, ball in hand. Now the Files sisters combine down the sideline. Pass goes forward. Queensland just opening up the door here for New South Wales. It's been the tale of two tapes, hasn't it? We've seen New South Wales camp down the other end of the field for so much in the early stages of the first half. Now Queensland with a few mistakes and errors, letting New South Wales back into the game.
Yeah, it sure has been a bit of a seesaw, but we've seen New South Wales getting a little bit of dominance through this back end of the first half as they're coming in. They get a couple of touches on the line as we see a sweet play there. Excellent touch there by Queensland.
Hindmarsh plays it from the Hornet system. And comfortable in the end. Sammy Jo Love comes up to make the touch. Amazing record when playing for Queensland, Sammy Jo Love. She hasn't lost a State of Origin series. Won when she represented in the women's 20s. Hasn't lost a series in the women's open as well. She's been looking to keep that record going here in the 2025 State of Origin. Oh. Nice short ball. Maimo punching through the hole and they come back at her to make the touch. Big touch there from Abby Good.
How good seeing those two superstars of our game connecting up together and nearly resulting in a try. But we'll see it on... Oh, no, won't see the replay here. New South Wales take the ball. But to not have lost an Origin series throughout your career, that is amazing.
Well, winners win. That's what they say. And now a bit of pressure. Queensland turning the tables yet again.
Yeah, and they'll get another opportunity here. And again, strong defence by Queensland, and it's afforded them now an opportunity heading in onto the New South Wales try line.
You can see the Queensland box. Tiani Bryce being pretty vocal at the moment. Queensland with a big opportunity to get back in front. Scores level here in game one of the Women's Open. They get the penalty.
So they're having to bring it back to the middle of the field. So they'll get another set of 6. And the woman you speak of there, Tiani Bryce, she's back into the fold here.
Out in the left link position in the number 7 tonight. Andreasen just comes off that left foot. Nice touch in the end. O'Reilly was there.
So they're having a little chat there. Bryce and Andreasen, seeing what they will be orchestrating here with Maimai.
They do come back to Tiani. Just had probably a little bit too much area to cover there, Tiani. Just grabbing at the shoulder and neck at the moment as well. We've got a New South Wales player in Lucy McDonald who's copped a bit of a shot too. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Yes, they went for the inside play, and she's definitely... Oh, she got a boot in the face, McDonald did, and I'd say Bryce, just as she landed, just right on the corner of that neck. So there was no foul play by any of them as we head back to live play, but yeah, both have come off not so well.
What about that from McDonald? Cops the boot in the face and sticks her hand up straight away to say, I made the touch, I made the touch. Sorts out the rest of the problems after that.
Yeah, we definitely call that the team first mentality.
Here's Norman. Liked her punch coming onto the field. Danny Norman, she's really trying to lift her team as we take a little deflection. There's 6 Women's Open series this year. Danny Norman, what a player she's been. Can she lift the Blues to get the opening win here? Jeffs tries to go through the middle.
Yes, she was just going straight through the front door there, but touch was effective. Players were onside. And, of course, Danny's got her young son, Co, will be watching in the crowd as well. So not only amazing over a long stretch of period of time, but to come back as a mother is an even greater achievement.
Husband Pete about to put the maroon jersey on in the men's open game. Captain as well. So on opposite sides, we've got a blue jersey and a maroon in the Norman family tonight. New South Wales, last touch. Jeffs in behind the defensive line, and there she is. She slaps the hands. Oh, I think she thought that was a big chance.
It was a beautiful pass here. So comes out from dummy half. Rachel Jeffs. She threaded the needle, Danny, but just couldn't get the ball down.
It was beautiful work there from Jeff. She could see that Andreasen was up out of the line, and Norman almost there to put New South Wales in front.
I was actually talking to Pete's mum, Queensland legend Kerry Norman, this afternoon on one of the backfields, and yeah, she's certainly got a foot in each camp. She's a winner either way, I guess.
You can't lose.
Nope.
You can't lose.
She might have two maroon eyes, though, but yeah, I'm sure she's cheering Danny on in this game.
One of Queensland's all-time greats, Kerry Norman. New South Wales, good roll downfield. Queensland on the back foot a little bit here. Oh, that just takes a bit of sting out. Law has to go back, but Slattery so dangerous in broken play as they try to create an opportunity just out in front of Perrott.
Bella Slatter just creates something out of nothing, and particularly, as we said, the surface is a little bit slippery, so you can think you've got her. She changes direction, turns on a dime, and you're on the ground before you know it.
Her second State of Origin series in the Women's Open, coming off the back of playing for Australia as well at the recent Trans-Tasman. Here's Blade. Really having to fight for metres here, Queensland, as Love plays it just over the halfway line. Bryce, nice ball. Off the hands there of Lucia Files. New South Wales are winning the territory battle at the moment.
They are, and we're just about 10-15 seconds shy of half-time, so they'll only get one or two plays here in New South Wales, and they're a long way away from the Queensland try line. So as the hooter goes in the background now, referee will call half-time. It's 1-1, and Scott, it's anyone's game in this Women's Open first game of the series.
Yeah, nothing separating the two teams. Probably as expected. Maybe a little bit more lower scoring than what we first thought. We go into the halftime break, locked up at one try apiece. Big second half coming up here in the Women's Open.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think it's just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think
When we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are eating these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts.
Second half about to get underway as we take a look in the crowd, and there is that woman, Kerry Norman, that we were talking about, Queensland legend, daughter-in-law playing for New South Wales in this game. Son Pete's coming up next in the men's open for Queensland. Here's the Queenslanders here with the first possession. They got a little tap-off play straight away. Fold sends it out. Nice recovery and slide defence from New South Wales. One touch to make to close out the set. Queensland with love. Bryce, bit of space to work with here as Goodsell heads towards the corner. Good touch there from Abby Good.
Yeah, and that was good against Goodsell, and it looked great, I would say. Better than good.
Yeah, it was better than good. As we take a look at the replay here, they just created a little bit of space to work with. Pretty comfortable in the end there, Abby Good, to make the touch. Nice set piece to start with for Queensland. As New South Wales go down their sideline, Slattery switches back in players coming onto the field. Good job. And they flow out of their box nicely. Here's Potts. Back in to Jeffs. Potts gets herself in the half. Has a look at the defensive line. Looping ball out in front. And they'll say ball down.
And you saw there Lucia Fold. She was tempted to put the hands up, pulled them away at the last minute, and definitely the correct decision. Her team's got the ball back, heading up the field.
Here's the captain, Sammy J. Love. Now Lucia, good meters. Narangi links with Murray Thomas. Now Heaney gets a good look from half. Decides to rip out over the top, and Murphy off the fingertips. Had a good look at it.
Yeah, that came out like a rocket there from Andrea Sam. We'll see on the replay here. Stepped off the right. She had a good chance to have a look. Let it rip over the top of two players, and unfortunately it was still kind of on the up there for Murphy. I feel like the New South Wales defender would have had her covered, but yeah, nice enterprising play early from Queensland.
Here's Zara Nicholas, another very experienced player for the Blues. Out there on the right wing. As New South Wales play in the middle. O'Reilly, last touch, picked up. McDonald. He tries to thread it through behind the defensive line of Queensland. My mind's there, pretty comfortable.
Yeah, so it's kind of gone end to end. We're about 2.5 minutes in, so it's early in this second half. Game's on a knife edge at 1-1. But we'll see who can win this midfield battle. But Queensland have come out looking for some enterprising play early, Scott.
Here's Files. It's Lucia. Rachel Walsh plays it over the 10-metre line. Now Donovan tries to get in behind Norman. Touch and pass is the call. There's Britt Donovan on screen. Yep. Plays on debut for Queensland.
Yeah, but another player who is so good at changing direction that can be hard to defend because you've got to turn and chase and try to keep your feet.
Parrott plays it now as New South Wales to get set. Slattery tries to take him on, gets caught in possession from half. Queensland get the footy back. Here's Donovan again.
It'll be interesting, Scott, to see where those combinations coming back, we spoke about it earlier, about Southern Rebels against UQ Rebels, and the combinations that'll come out as the game tightens up towards the back end.
Here's Love, feeds it to Ashurst. Tiani punches through the middle. Now rips out to Mara Thomas, ball down on the ground. They're still holding their nerve defensively so far at New South Wales. Haven't been challenged too much in defence.
No, and it's a relatively low-scoring game to what we'd expect in these fixtures, but end-to-end and finishing on the opposite side of the box for your player, for your team.
Halliwell Quinn, one try scorer for New South Wales, plays it, heads over for a breather now as Jeffs takes a snatch at it, ball hits the ground. Queensland regain possession at the halfway point.
Yeah, and they'll be happy with that, Queensland, so they're going to get a few new players on here. They're just holding the ball up there on Andreas Hand. You can see Mai already pointing, telling where the players to go.
Here's Emily Wood. Plays it just shy of the 7. Inarangi behind the line and out there to Goodsall, who had nobody in front of her. Queensland score first here in the second half.
That is a magnificent pass there. So we'll see on the replay here. Andreas Hand again off the right, threads it over the top, out in front of Goodsall. Still had to dive to catch it, but again, with that right foot, beautifully timed pass and gives her team the lead.
She's got the hot hand here in the second half, doesn't she? Inarangi has a good finish as well from Liv Goodsall. And I think when she kicked the ball back to halfway, it's just going to snip off just a little bit early. Clocked Rachel Jess right in the face. So they're taking each other out, and even off the ball here. Penalty hit in New South Wales.
Yeah, so the referee said out wide, got a call from the sideline referee to say offside. So New South Wales here don't need to panic. It's only 2-1. There's still 15 minutes left in the game. So they don't need to try and score off every play. They can try and condition the defence and see what they can come up with.
Wood makes the touch on O'Reilly. McDonald feeds it back into Maggie now as they look at Queensland. Mai will come up to make the touch. O'Reilly with another touch. Comes back out to the 7. Looking for options here, New South Wales. Hotmarsh plays it. Opens up. Huge hole through the middle. New South Wales do keep their cool heads. Maggie O'Reilly scores here for the Blues.
Excellent play by New South Wales. We'll see here when the replay comes up on the screen. They were patient. They didn't overplay their hand. They've gone for the trail play, and that just opened up by the heads. So you can see there, drops it back inside. Beautiful pass by McDonald to Holly Raff, and we're locked up again at 2-2. Nice. Or O'Reilly, in fact, the try scorer.
Tight contest continues here in Game 1 of the Women's Open. Now Bryce within the 7. Takes him on herself. Touch is made. Laura's there. Slattery as well.
She throws her body around Tiani Bryce, doesn't she?
Oh, yeah. And she goes again. Dancing again, just jinking away from defence. They come across to make the touch there in Abby Good. He's been good for New South Wales. This time the Blues go away from their box. Good option. Now they come back in field. Queensland contained that pretty well. Norman through the middle, looking for offside players, doesn't get it.
She was charging onto the ball there, Danny. I've been impressed with Danny, her go forward, and also Andy Law, the number 2 for New South Wales.
Here is Norman, puts it out in front. And Nicholas will finish it off on their side of the field. So a different set there for New South Wales, going away from their box, come back to the middle, happy to throw the footy around. Not a bad set in the end. Here's Donovan. Lucia over the halfway line. Goodsall picks up, comes back to Lucia, is out in front, tough one to take. Zoe Jengwick will say the pass was forward.
Yeah, so New South Wales will get a penalty. The ball actually, after Lucia dropped it, she grubber kicked it through accidentally, so it went about 25 metres down towards the end of the field. But we're back to live play now to be a penalty to New South Wales, 20 metres shy of halfway.
Doing hard yards here, New South Wales through the middle of the field. Now they look to shift out towards the right. Holly Ruff plays it. They come out to Nicholas, who brings them back in field. Clean play the ball as O'Reilly picks it up, switches out the back. No one out here on the left for the Blues.
No, they were just making a sub there. You saw the number 14, Hayley Crawford, coming on from the box, but just couldn't quite get there in time.
Now Queensland turn it over. A little bit sloppy as changes were coming on. Loose ball there from Caitlin Blade.
Yes, that's the first error Queensland have made for a little while. So we can see now New South Wales are going to get a couple of their key players back on here as they try to attack the line.
Potts gets herself into half. Rachel Jeffs, who set up one of the tries for New South Wales in the first half. She gets her hands on the ball again. Looping ball out to the left-hand side. Queensland scramble in defence. And they make the touch in the end, close out the set on Halliwell Quinn.
Could be an error there in the roll ball there. Yeah, it was. Didn't quite get a clean play the ball away. But there was patient defence by Queensland, so New South Wales threw the ball over the top. But they didn't panic, just waited for the troops to come in. But now they've made an error early in the touch. And I dare say we might see the likes of Bella Slattery come back out onto the field any moment.
Back-to-back sets for Queensland coming up with errors. This is a huge set here for New South Wales. Can they get in front? Jeffs plays it. Now they're looking for phase play. Queensland on the back foot. And a good recovery in the end. The two number 6s coming together. Norman and Files. Now Norman comes off the left foot. They finish it off. Queensland recover in the end.
Yeah, it was good defence by Queensland there. They were under pressure there. New South Wales had a couple of sets at them. But they defended strong, and now they'll be looking to get some fresh legs on the field. They'll come towards their box early in the touch count.
Here's Walsh, decides to hold it, gets contact as she's making her way over to the interchange area. On the back foot again a little bit here, Queensland, having to throw the ball around to try and get themselves out of trouble. Bryce and Donovan in the midfield, coming into the last. Tiani kicks away, nothing there on offer. Great defence here from New South Wales. Feels like there's a bit of a shift behind the ladies in blue.
Yeah, I agree. It was definitely an un-Queensland-like set there. But again, could have been because of the pressure that the New South Wales defenders were putting on them.
Changes onto the park here for the Blues as well. Slattery feeds it to Law. Slattery picks up. They've got all the players on the left. Nice footwork, and the touch is made on Halliwell Quinn again. It's just end-to-end at the moment, playing almost in between the sevens, but Queensland have struggled to get out of their end of the field and punch downfield. And again, we see Blade looking around for someone to throw it to. This is a big chance here for New South Wales to get up and put more pressure on.
Yeah, it sure is. As we see, they look like they're going to get the set back on track, coming into fifth touch now. But yeah, the early parts of that set, New South Wales defended really well, made it hard for Queensland to get off their line.
They've done a great job to recover here, Queensland, and get themselves into an attacking position as they come across with Crawford to make the touch. Probably didn't deserve to get as far downfield as what they did in the end. It was Hinarangi again controlling things and getting Queensland out of trouble.
Yeah, the New South Wales defence has been really strong this last few minutes. So Queensland, they'll have to find a way to be a little bit better out of their box because we know what attacking power they have.
It's a better punch here for New South Wales. McDonald flicks it in to O'Reilly. Last touch now. Early ball to McDonald and coming up out of the line, Murray and Thomas. There was a couple of things potentially going on here. Was she onside? And then the contact that came off the back of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she was onside or not. She's up and about, but that was a big hit. We'll see here on the replay. They've gone for the long ball. She's definitely offside for mine. There was no foul play in it. She wasn't deliberate, but we're back to live action here, and it looks like it might be ball down.
Yeah, quick tap here from Norman, and that's the experience that you're going to get from Danny Norman. Queensland were just all over the shop from that penalty that was given away. Norman taps go straight for the line, and one of their most... Look at this, there's nobody at home here for Queensland, and Files was just hoping that she'd get back there. Great call from Zoe Genrick, and New South Wales are in front.
Yeah, well done, Danny Norman. As you said, you can't buy the experience that she has. Took the quick tap, ran towards the line, and then New South Wales back in front.
What happened to Queensland? They gave the penalty away. You'd think they'd be back on the defensive line. And I'm not too sure what happened to Marama Thomas, whether there was a forced substitution at the same time. They went to sleep there, Queensland, but they're awake again. They hit straight back. They're not going anywhere. Looking for their 4th series in a row. Queensland back, and we're locked again.
Yeah, and it was Rachel Walsh. You see, Mai to Bryce and Rachel Walsh, recipient from the back end of some great play by 2 of their superstars. Game suddenly livened up again, Scott.
Well, yeah. Little spark from that last incident downfield. Queensland show they're not going anywhere. I've done them a disservice. They're going for their 5th series in a row, not their 4th. And game 1, so important. We've made mention of it throughout the broadcast today, how important it is to take this first game, potentially set up your series. And New South Wales are in the thick of this game. 5.5 to go. Still plenty of time. Slattery, left foot, tries to get in underneath. Sammy Joe Love makes the touch.
Yeah, really good touch there by Sammy Joe Love, and had to be made. Otherwise, Slattery was putting her name, pen to paper for another try for New South Wales.
Ashurst, good metres down the sideline. Now all of a sudden it's starting to click a little bit more here for Queensland. Coming out of their end of the field. They're rolling down again. Tiani Bryce picks up, sends it across. Ward was punching through. Nothing there for them. New South Wales hold on.
It's funny, the game definitely since that knockdown there to the couple of players there, the game has just lifted to another level.
Here's Slattery, comes back to Nicholas. Great ball, just a little ball like that helps New South Wales pick up an extra 5 metres. They're on the front foot again as McDonald plays it. Norman really starting to get into the game. Norman picks up early release. They're on the back foot here, Queensland. Scrambling to come across and make the touch was Goodsall, and she gets there just in time.
Those two are having a great battle out here on the wing. Abby good for New South Wales. You got Goodsall for Queensland. It was beautiful play by Norman. Second face, straight out to Halliwell Quinn. Great catch, great dive. Even better touch.
Good footy from both teams.
And that's what we expect at this level. It's the top female players in our game, and they're putting on a show for us tonight.
Bellafolds plays it. They get a penalty at the back end of the touch count. Referee Sanderson pointing the way of Queensland.
Which they'll all need to take a breath. It's been a flurry this last couple of minutes.
Just over 3.5 to go now. Scores locked up here in game 1. Big set here for Queensland. New South Wales looking to hold on. Andreasen with a little stutter step. And she gets in. What a second half performance it's been from Hinarangi Andreasen. She's all smiles here, and she puts her team back in front.
Yeah, big smile on her face, and well deserved. So she came round on the sweep. Off the right, off the left. I'll sneak through the middle. The ref's called offside. Said play on, ball down. She points to the spot. And Andreasen definitely loves this stadium, Scott.
Well, yeah, she's turning on a game tonight for Queensland. Under 3 to go. Queensland in front again by 1. Jeffs decides to release early. Good scramble. Thomas comes across and makes the touch on a Hindmarsh. They come back in field. Jeffs again. Comes back to Raff, who plays it. Jeffs picks up, looks for options, switches in, and Ashurst is there to make the touch.
Yeah, well defended there by Queensland. They'll get another couple more opportunities here in New South Wales. If they keep pushing up in defence, they might get 1, possibly 2 more opportunities with the ball, but they cannot let Queensland score again.
Now Bryce. Oh, this is a big chance. There's a penalty here to New South Wales. Forward pass.
Yeah, so that just opens up the door slightly for New South Wales. You can see they've got Bella Slattery back on the field, and they'll be looking to her. She'll be working there with Hindmarsh and Potts.
Here's Slattery in half. Gets it back from Law. Under 2 minutes to go in this one. New South Wales looking to level up the scores. Law comes back to Slattery. They play it. Law just has to take an extra couple of steps. Took a little bit of punch coming out. Now Law decides to release early. Goes out to Nicholas. And it's coming back to Queensland.
Yeah, I think it might have been Caitlin Blade over there in the corner again for Queensland, saving the day, and that could be the play that saves the game here for Queensland with just over a minute left on the clock. Queensland don't need to do anything silly. New South Wales need to push up and draw an error.
That was a huge touch from Blade. Beautiful work from New South Wales. Half a second there, I thought Nicholas had got it done. It's the last touch now. There's players out of position here for New South Wales. Queensland decide to come down the right-hand side. Goodsall did get away from the defence. They're going to come back for the touch and pass first. Slattery taps. We're under 60 seconds to go. About 45 seconds left in this one. New South Wales looking for a miracle to level up the scores. They've got to get some punch. They're looking a little bit flat at the moment.
They're not going anywhere, unfortunately. And there's the nails in the coffin. Queensland, you got 30 seconds. They won't be rushing. They'll just play through this set and they'll take a 1-0 lead in this series.
Well, it just fell apart from them there right at a crucial moment of the game where they needed someone to stand up and get them going downfield. It just looked like they lost their way. We're on New South Wales. And Queensland might be able to put the icing on the cake. Clock winding down. They're going to take game one here in the Women's Open. Here is Filed. Back on the inside to Walsh. And they do ice that cake as the hooter sounds in the background. And they're pretty happy, the Queenslanders, and rightfully so. They take game one here in the Women's Open.
Yeah, the cherry on top there for the Queenslanders. You see Walsh gets a double. Filed, skips out, drops it back inside. New South Wales defence just could not get across in time. Beautiful dive again there by Walsh, and they take a lead in the series, 1-0 with a score of 5-3 to Queensland. But a really high-quality game, Scott. I can't wait for the games tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the positive for New South Wales is that they know they can go toe-to-toe with Queensland. There was just key moments in that game, wasn't there, Gab? That just didn't quite go. We saw it on the back end. It would have been a huge task for them to go down and potentially level it up, but there's just those moments there that just went away from the Blues.
Yeah, and again, it can be that connection piece. As we said, the UQ Rebels make up the bulk of this team. It's an experienced Queensland team, so when the game's on the line, they know exactly what each other's doing, and I think that might have just been the difference tonight. But well done by all 28 ladies, and bring on round 2 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll head down on field as well and have a chat with players from Queensland and New South Wales. We've got the final game of day 1 of the State of Origin series coming up next. Stay with us, plenty more to come here from Coffs Harbour.
I think it's just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. A lot of the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like, I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
Teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to Whites Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started taking it a bit more professional, I guess, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it's a bit cliche, everyone can play. So it doesn't matter how old you are, what skill level. And touch is a great family game, so yeah, you can play it wherever you like.
Bring the juniors through, give them the pathway so they can enjoy what we've enjoyed.
Gabros here, and I've got winning Queensland captain, Sammy Jo Love. Excellent way to start the series. Queensland are going for their 5th series in a row in the Women's Open. How does it feel to lead this team?
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, I think that game then was just full Queensland spirit on display. We talk a lot about it, but, you know, at those points there, nothing's going to plan, but the girls just stepped up and kept going, kept grinding. Our coaches are awesome, just full faith in everyone, so it feels pretty bloody good.
Yeah, I'll bet it does. So obviously there's 2 more games tomorrow. Potentially you came in favourites to this series, but that's not always easy. What are you thinking going into tomorrow's game 2 and 3?
I don't think, I mean, you can say favourites, or I just don't think you can ever pick it with Origin. Those girls over there, you know, it's the 28 best players in the country out there on that park. So, you know, you might come in favourites. I know, you know, the stats we've got, but man, like it showed then, it's hard. Like anyone can win this. It's who shows up on the day. So job 1 done, but tomorrow's going to be a whole new game.
Yeah, you're right. It's a whole new ball game tomorrow. And we talk about moments in the games, and you've just got star-studded quality right across the park, as do New South Wales. And as a New South Welshman, obviously, you know, I love watching New South Wales girls, but I absolutely love watching you Queensland Women's Open play. You're connected and you just never give up, do you, no matter what's going on?
Yeah, that's it. It's connection. That's what it comes down to every time. And every time we're out on that field, we just know that the person beside us has our back, and you know that's what gets us over the line. So you can do all the training in the world, but that's the real thing that's hard to get, and that's definitely what we've got going for us at the moment.
Yeah, nice to go in on a Friday night, 1-0 up in the series. Wishing you all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well done.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
Or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, are, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing the footy, I think it's just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
Chris Lemon, 8 Jack Edwards, number 9 Daniel Langridge, 10 Mitchell Wilton, number 11 Ty Simbolon, 12 Dylan Thompson, 13 Luke Osborne, and number 14 Liam Squires. Coach Carly Vance, assistant coaches Scott Buckley and Nick Wood, manager Jeff Thornton. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to complete the upstanding for the national anthem of Australia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, referees, 2 minutes.
Well, the stage is set. Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour CX Coffs International Stadium. This is the one we've been waiting for, the Men's Open here. New South Wales taking on Queensland. It's the spiciest rivalry in the world of touch football. And geez, there are some big names on deck. Very good evening to you across KO, Sky Sports New Zealand and Sky Sports Next. James Preston and a legend of the sport, Jason Stanton, to bring you all the action. And geez, there are some big names in this one. Plenty of gold medal winners from the recent World Cup for Australia on both sides of the sheet. Not to mention bronze medal winner as well in the form of Robert Catalano on debut for New South Wales. Good evening to you, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, you also got Luke Mansell there as well for New South Wales. He's got a bronze medal around his neck, but this is really exciting. Great to be joining you, James. This is a blockbuster match, and it's really an interesting one. Do you go off experience and more the history, which would be leaning towards Queensland, or do you go towards form, where you've got, I think, 13 of the 14 New South Wales players just coming off the NTL, all playing in the grand final? So if you're going off form, you probably lean towards New South Wales. If you're going off experience and history, probably Queensland. So very hard to pick a winner.
With that said, though, of course, the two Queensland sides that were up into those semi-finals without reaching the big dance itself. I mean, this Queensland team is littered with them. James Hegedus, for example, comes to mind. He's been in terrific form. But I dare say across the two sides here, it's almost a late-stage bloom. I don't think anyone is in better form than Dylan Thompson for New South Wales. Now, he is the most capped, if you will. He's been within this side for some time now. So he's the veteran of the squad, but I think he's in career best form at the moment.
Yeah, super high footy IQ. He's really been, he just keeps developing, even though he's an older player, just keeps getting better. But, I mean, you mentioned Robert Catalano, Luke Mansell. On the Queensland side of the ledger, don't forget Jake Notley, the Russell brothers, Hayden Moffat. These are the best of the best here today. This is going to be a real treat. So everyone watching at home, I hope you locked yourself in, getting ready to enjoy probably the fastest game of touch we're going to see this year.
It's a great point you raised there as well. Some of those names would be the likes of Moffat or Luke Mansour, of course. They'll be potentially lining up against one another out wide. That should be an awesome battle, but we're underway here at Coffs Harbour. 20 minutes for this first half. Hegedus will start things. Queensland running from right to left. So they'll head back out here now for Norman, the captain for Queensland. Sees it back once again. Norman floating around through the middle. Now takes off to the left. Short pass provided from Notley, and then this one goes to ground. So Queensland, a little bit of early jitters for them.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed, but it was good. Pretty good hustle there from New South Wales. Let's see how this midfield battle goes. That'll go a long way to deciding who wins this game.
Now, nice scoop ball. Catalano was storming onto it, but the pass went to no man's land. So both teams here guilty of some early and uncharacteristic errors. So Queensland now up towards halfway. Hegedus shifts it on quickly here for Notley. Now good meters again from Norman. Cox got involved as well, and neither side has completed a set inside the opening minute. It's been very quick, but far from clinical.
Yeah, a little bit chaotic. Hard work for the referees too there. I think you mentioned him earlier, but Kim Perry's there. We've got Baggio up there and Calabria. So we've got our three best referees there as well. They'll have their work cut out for them tonight.
Now Kai Simbolan, also part of that World Cup campaign in the mixed opens division. Another gold medal around his neck. And there's another turnover here. So we're yet to actually see a set completed with nearly 2 minutes on the clock. Queensland will keep marching forward. Now it comes out here for Cox. Quick wraparound play for Russell. Then meters on offer for Hall. Benbow heading up towards the centre. Quick release here for Queensland. Now floating a pass out wide. They'll keep it alive, hot potato style. The dancing footwork comes out, but there's the first test dealt with from New South Wales.
Yeah, pretty good start. I like Queensland seem to be getting between the New South Wales defenders, which is always a good thing to do as an attacker. Let's see whether New South Wales can adjust to that and maybe give Queensland a bit of a, return serve, try and do that as well. So rather than dumping on the one player, you get between two.
Last one here for New South Wales. They'll pass that directly into the back of Queensland. That's a bit of gamesmanship. It could have easily been a case of play on there, but instead they'll hit the back of Queensland's vice-captain Tim Barts and get possession once again. Now Langbridge, the New South Wales captain, wearing the 9. Pops a little pass here for Chris Lennon. Speaking of players in hot form, Lennon is certainly one of them and sends it out to this left-hand side, and the Hunter Western Hornets star will open up proceedings here, linking up with his Hunter Western Hornets teammate Jack Edwards. We talked about the form coming in to this tournament off the back of the NTLs, and it continues here for State of Origin.
Yeah, Lennon just in great form, and it was really probably 30 seconds Queensland would like back. There was that 6 again that could have gone either way, which Edwards was able to conjure up. And then Lennon, look at that dummy and the quick ball. It was all crisp and clean. Chris Lennon, the number 7 for the Blues.
So now Norman taking off once again. We'll drop it down here on the 7. Norman navigating, good touch. Here's made there from Catalano, it looks like, got out quickly. Once more, Catalano up into the passing lane. They'll say that one was obstructing the natural passage of play, so an extra set to work with. Bazunas, of course, also made his men's open debut in the World Cup not too long ago, and there's a little error from Queensland, so they really are struggling to get through their sets here. I don't think they've completed one yet.
Yeah, Bazunas doing a good job there. You notice him and Catalano in the middle. They're not overly forceful, but they're not going to let you just dump it where you want. They're going to give you a little bit of resistance there. And with a bit of the dew and all that, Queensland will have to make that adjustment, because Bazunas and Catalano, definitely two of the better defenders out there for the Blues.
So now Cox heading out to that left-hand side with those pink-orange boots. Now straighten up about 10 metres away from the try line. Again, through Kelso. Kelso drops it on the 7. Quick release now back to this left-hand side, but New South Wales marking up easily at the moment. Yet to click into gear, Queensland.
Pretty good defence there too. I can't catch nothing. It might have been Lennon, but a beautiful splitter play is often what they call it there. The two middles dump, split wide. The link comes right through the middle, putting that offside player under pressure. It's a pretty good tip there. You could do worse than to run at the offside player as you come into the try line. So New South Wales will have to contend with that splitter play here tonight.
Now Simbolan. And then up towards halfway again. They'll take the metres on offer here. Now starting to pick up the pace a touch. Wilton gets involved. They'll take off here with Lennon. Lennon had too many options. In the end, couldn't quite find his men out wide. Liam Squires, of course, on the screen there. A late inclusion with the injury to Josh Moffat.
Yeah, they've had a few injuries there. I haven't been able to dig deep enough to get the actual players, but I know New South Wales got 3 or 4 little nigglies that they're bringing into this one, but they've been able to keep their cards close to their chest, James, not giving too much away to the Queensland Spies.
Of course, the big absentee for New South Wales is arguably the greatest touch player of all time, Dylan Hennessy. So he's not involved in this particular series, but Queensland, of course, they are looking to continue a very dominant first day. The tip-on comes, just doesn't quite find the final man out wide. It was Courtney waiting for it. So just to recap things throughout a massive day for Queensland, out of the 19 divisions, this, of course, being the 19th, they've won 13 of 18 so far. So it's been a huge first day for the Maroons.
Yeah, big day, and they'll be looking for the men's to get the win here, just to cap off a great day for the Maroon supporters. Look at Catalano here.
Great
Queensland
meters.
in real trouble here.
Plays it quickly. Catalano, then the tap on, and you just saw the arm stuck out there from Malcolm Kenny, another Australian international who couldn't help himself.
Great save from Kenny. I think he probably saved a try. You'll see those two players I was just talking about, Bazunas and Catalano, charging down the middle in the engine room. You can add Kyson Boland in that too, as well. New South Wales strong in the guts.
This is a good opportunity now for New South Wales. Thompson is out there. He's the one to watch in the 12. Lennon. He's been shifted out here. Edwards. Now back for Catalano. Thompson scheming as always. Edwards once more. Bazunas bang for a penalty. Not forthcoming though. Thompson just slowing things a touch now. Scoops it up on the 7. They'll play flat and shot. Oh, little fake there from Jack Edwards, who's nearly fooled them all. They're claiming the touch. Edwards will be called back to the 7.
Yeah, I think it's the number 7 there for Queensland. Benbow, we'll have a look on the replay there. It was off his feet and just reaching out, saving the day. I like the number 7 there, Benbow. I think he's very active, James. He's getting up off the line. He's loud in defence. Good stuff there from the Queensland middles.
Now Cox up towards halfway. Strong charge here as well from Notley. There's a famous name in touch circles, and there's a penalty for Queensland, and it looks like they'll be marched for back chat, New South Wales.
Yeah, I think Queensland weren't doing a lot of damage there, so probably not the smartest of plays there from the Blues. Let's see if Queensland make them pay.
Wrapping around again, and then trying to link up with Hegedus. They had opened up some space on that right-hand defensive edge for New South Wales. Edwards, though, working hard. But another set coming up now for Queensland.
Yeah, Jack Edwards, pretty good footy IQ, James. He was able to conjure up that 6 again, which was a bit cheeky. And then there he was offside, slapping the ball away. So Jack Edwards getting a bit cheeky. The referees will have their hands full.
Now Norman, wraparound play here for Moffat. Big body. Certainly can apply some strong contact defensively, and also with ball in hand, he's one that you don't want to get in the way of. So that's 2 penalties now inside the 7. New South Wales need to be careful. Norman wrapping around. Quick release for Moffat. Loses his footing. Catalano up quickly to get him. Hegedus. Haven't seen his blistering speed as of yet. Scooped up again here from Moffat. It's a patient build-up from Queensland. Drop down now. Hegedus. Moffat looking long. Firing a pass. Catalano didn't make a play at it. It was a 50-50 call, but it goes against New South Wales. I think they're lucky there, Queensland.
Yeah, Queensland just got to be patient here. Normally when you got the opposition with 2 penalties, you really want to get the defensive line right up outside the 7 and ask questions, run at the offside player. You might be able to squeeze out a 3rd penalty.
Moffat back to Hegedus. Big right foot step, but the cover was there from the inside. It was Bazunas who made the touch. He's had a couple of big ones so far, Bazunas.
Yeah, he did well there. Dylan Thompson did well as well to make a contest, but you mentioned Hegedus. I'd like to see him in open space. What a player.
Now drop down again here for Norman, who takes off out of acting half, looking for support, trying to find the pass. He can't do so. Great scramble from New South Wales. If you're new to touch footy, the acting half can't score. So Thompson, Catalano, and now meters on offer there. Good charge from Edwards, who's had a really strong start to this game. Now meters on offer here as well for Mansour. They'll play it quickly. Lennon linking up his symbol and just couldn't quite find the final pass.
Yeah, good D there from Queensland. And that play that Queensland, you just mentioned where he got into the in goal, that was a mirror image of what we just saw the other end with Chris Lennon. And that's because the middles are trying to help each other out. They're moving towards the way the pass is going. And on both occasions, the dummy and running the other way resulted in getting in the in goal.
It's good meters again here from Russell. Now they'll take off. Late angle change for Cox. Floating a big pass over the top. Now a sprint finish coming up potentially. They'll cycle it once again here, Queensland. Geez, the scramble from New South Wales has been, dare I say, Queensland-like.
Yeah, good scramble there. That's Luke Mansour, of course. He's one of the players, I think the last 18 months, that stamped himself as one of the best wingers in the game. And he made that look easy, didn't he? He took the link, then just peeled out with the flight of the ball and took the winger as well. Great D there from the number 5 for the Blues.
So now Wilton picks up the meters. Back on this left-hand side goes Wilton, finding a pass. It's juggled more times than a circus act, but no result here for New South Wales. And at the midway point in this first half, it's still a very tight ball game here. 1-0 in favour of the Blues.
Yeah, Queensland, let's see how they handle this. New South Wales a lot more active in D. You'll see that New South Wales offset their line a little bit. They're all pushed towards the bottom of the screen, putting pressure on Queensland. And they've got the result. So you'll notice that offset line we're talking about, James, is when all the defenders come towards the Queensland box, you know, almost like flooding or squeezing towards the bottom and putting pressure on them. So they got the result there.
So blatant forward pass from Queensland sets up a good attacking position for New South Wales. Bazunas floats it out to that left-hand side for Catalano. Drop down quickly, and now back here for Luke Osborne. Osborne looking for that strike dump. Thompson will take it. Recycling possession quickly. I don't think he wanted it back on that occasion. He was looking for the quick strike dump. Thompson drops it down. Last one here for New South Wales. Pops a pass that goes right into the arms of Queensland. That'll be a 0 touch, and that's a wasteful set, really, given they had it just 30 metres out to start with.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there. That was a 13 Osborne, Luke Osborne. He's got a great pass. He probably wish he had that again. He would have done a little floater over the top to the link. That might have got the try. But New South Wales will look to be a bit smoother next time they get a crack.
Moffat, short pass, lovely ball. Norman, wide as still it goes. Cox, then into the hands of Bailey Assay. And that is all sweet for Queensland. They hit back, 1 try apiece. clockwork precision.
Great try there from the Maroons, and I'll tell you what, that's like textbook lack of communication in defence. You'll see that the New South Wales defenders are coming in one at a time, and Queensland were able to chain pass right through the hands. Too smart. Look at that little ball from Pete Norman. What a player he is. And it was, I think it was Assay, was it in the outside there, putting it down for the try. New South Wales, indecisive. Queensland made him pay.
Oh, and Queensland will get away with this one. Oh, there's a bit of spice too. Simbolan didn't like the contact. He's going to be called out, and the Queenslanders in the stands. They've gone up. It's a forced sub for Kai Simbolan.
Yeah, New South Wales, I felt, had probably the better of the game in the first 5 or 6 minutes with the arm wrestle, but Queensland now definitely going another gear. New South Wales will have to go with them.
So Benbow now links up with Jacob Hall. Benbow again taking off. Oh, a little short pass looking for Hall. I'm going to say touched in flight. It didn't look like there was an arm that made contact, though.
Probably lucky one there for Queensland. But if you look at that play in direct contrast to when they just scored, you'll notice that New South Wales all shut down together on that occasion. We'll come back to that in a sec.
Oh, Bart's from distance. That was a long diving effort, and he thought he was there too. Look at the response.
Yeah, close one there.
Up to the 7, Bart's. Drops it down now. Straightening up his Hall. Back to the middle. Easily picked off from Lennon. Benbow not getting through that gap. I'll head back to the 7 once again. So, danger signs here for New South Wales. Queensland starting to build. Benbow dropping it down. Cox now linking up again. Oh, finds Bart's. What a ball from Cox. He's been involved in the past 2 tries. He's really stepped up the level in the last few minutes. And Bart's, who came so close on the previous play, gets it on this occasion.
It's a great ball, ripping it to the link. Again, we've seen a bit of indecision there from the Blues. You got to be shutting down or you got to be staying out. You can't be standing in the channel. And I think Blues are a little bit off the pace with their communication. And Queensland have taken both opportunities for 2 tries. Great signs if you're in the Maroons camp.
Now Thompson off the right foot, linking back up to the middle. They've got to go quickly here. Queensland struggling, played out in flight. Oh, surely that should be another New South Wales ball. And I'll say Queensland play on.
Yeah, all up there pretty quick. This is good from New South Wales, trying to be a bit more active, trying to get the turnover. It worked last time. Let's see whether the pressure gets them the result this time around.
Good charge from Cox, and then Russell gets involved. Now Moffat at full tilt, links up again. Cox finds it around the corner pass. They'll say touch pass, though. So New South Wales just starting to be run a little ragged here. Queensland have upped the tempo, and they haven't clicked into gear themselves to match it yet, the Blues.
Yeah, there's a few chinks in the armour. So, James, just to circle back about that D, what you want to be doing is you all want to be coming in together on your shutdown, or you want to be staying out man on man. And New South Wales have been a bit guilty of staying a bit wide, indecision, and then, almost like a staggered shutdown coming in one at a time. And Queensland are just too sharp. You can't afford to defend that way. So I'm sure Coach Banks is right on top of that. Should be talking to the troops over there. And plenty of footy left in this one for the Blues to turn it around.
So now Chris Lennon linking up with Catalano. Pazunas. Catalano had to be offside there. Surely Moffat. And yes, the call will come now. That was a blatant one.
Yeah, the links, everyone's got to be moving forward. So Blues will be looking to get the links up. They can't be standing there on the try line. So good call there from Perry, the referee.
Oh, Catalano straightening right at the end. Osborne, Catalano, quick release. That's beautiful from New South Wales. Clever play from Catalano. We talk so much about his driving and his aggressive approach, but that was all guile.
It was. I do think, you have a look at Catalano on the replay here. Looked like he was going to go himself. Went into the second phase, threw it straight from the ground. Look at that finish from Bazunas. I tell you what, the footy IQ from Bazunas and Catalano is next level. And we talk a lot about Junior Catalano's skill, but I think the greatest growth in his game is going to be through the smarts. And that was on display there with a great second phase play and execution.
So locked up at 2 tries apiece. A little over 3 minutes remaining in this first half. Great contest here. New South Wales needing a hit back. They are down 13-5 in the divisional tally as now Bart's sends it out to this right-hand side. Oh, Notley lost his footing there for a moment. Now back here for Hall. Hall will straighten. Picked up from Bart's again. Receives it back. Now for Hall. Oh, big dummy then. Hall with the sidestep. Well, he nearly created the opportunity. That was close yet again for Queensland.
Yeah, another bit of a red flag or a bit of a warning there for New South Wales, seeing that delayed shutdown where a bit of indecision. You'll see it here on the replay. Queensland unable to string the passes through like that. That shouldn't be happening at this level, James. Intercept, was that Notley?
That was Jake Notley stepping up and taking it. So Queensland will have another look at the line here with just over 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Touches made here from Luke Osborne. Hegedus into the action now along with Norman. So that spells trouble for New South Wales. Hegedus bouncing around the 7. Now Cox will have a direct approach at them. Turned away. There was 3 defenders there, including Edwards, Simbolan, and then also Daniel Langbridge. The captain's been a little bit quiet for New South Wales so far. Hegedus drops it down again. They'll head out to this left-hand side with Moffat. Oh, little shimmy and shake. He's cooked him on the outside. The old shake and bake from Hayden Moffat, but they've somehow turned him away.
Great scramble there from Osborne. He stayed in the contest. He didn't give up. Again, he's got beat with the footwork, but he's got him back with the dive. Great work there, Osborne. And just back to Notley's intercept. Some of our older viewers might remember his old man, Scott Notley, one of the greats of our game. He didn't mind an intercept as well.
Now Lennon taking off, but he's caught here on the last. So it looks like we're going to go into the break level unless Queensland can conjure up one more try with this final set coming up here. So Cox will send it once again. Moffat, who's been immense for them in this first half, rolls it back here for Kenny. Kenny working strongly out of acting half. Continues cycling it forward here for Hall. Now wrapping around is Brad Russell. Russell once again drops it down. Last one here for Queensland. Hall floating it long. Squires on his bike, gets there quickly. Play on now for Queensland. Back to the middle. For a moment I thought Hall was going to come up with a little volleyball-style tap on. But good scramble from New South Wales. They'll get one final right of reply here. 2 tries apiece, 30 seconds on the clock.
One thing I do like, James, about this Blues outfit, that's a bit of a shout out to Coach Banks, is they are very calm. They've got 9 or 10 debutants there, and for the most part, they've been quite composed. I think their execution can get a bit better, and I'm sure there'll be some corrections to the D at half time, but it's a pretty good showing from a very young New South Wales team, so well done, Coach Banks.
It's living up to expectations here. A nice tight tussle in the men's open. Final seconds coming up here. Notley's caught. There goes the siren. Benbow had some thoughts of keeping it alive there for Barnes, but that'll do us for the first half. A really engrossing encounter, end to end. I don't think either side has quite hit their peak as of yet, but it's still been a very entertaining contest.
I think so, and we did see this earlier, James, with the mix. I do think the second half's going to almost be like a different game. I'd like to see the referees opening up the midfield a little bit more, setting the bigger 7, holding the defenders back a fraction more. That's going to open it up, and I think both teams are going to make their corrections. I think Coach Boyd and Banks definitely going to be there looking at different ways to attack. There's a lot of smarts over there. I think Nick Good and Scott Buckley are over in the Blues camp as well. They were very clever players too. So I think the second half is going to be like totally different. I'm expecting more tries and a bit more open footy.
It is on a knife's edge here in the men's open division to close out day 1 of all the action here on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. Don't go too far. The second half coming up in just a moment.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think it's just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. A lot of the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
Teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to White Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started taking it a bit more professional, I guess, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it's a bit cliche, everyone can play. So it doesn't matter how old you are, what skill level, and touch is a great family game.
On the mix tomorrow.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour CX Coffs International Stadium. The Queenslanders in a good mood. They have certainly had a very strong day one, winning 13 of the 18 divisions and have already played. This is our final game of day one. Men's Open action, all locked up at 2 apiece as New South Wales on the attack once again. Great to have your company here on KO, Sky Sport New Zealand and Sky Sport Next. Bazoonis with a little tip on play here. It was touched by Notley, so an extra set to come here for New South Wales. Jason Stanton.
Yeah, very excited to see how this second half's going to play out. As I mentioned before the break, expecting more tries from both outfits. And if the Blues can combine and make a few adjustments, I don't see why they can't come on top, maybe get on top of the Queenslanders by a couple, but they do have to make some changes.
Lennon back on the inside here for Bazoonis. Plays it just a metre shy of the try line. Then Lennon, too strong with the pass. Goes well and truly over the top of Luke Mansour's head. And no chance he was getting that, despite probably being the quickest winger in the game.
Yeah, Luke had to get back maybe just only about half a metre backwards. And I think Luke might have been able to finish that. So have you got a tip? James, let's put you on the spot. You got a tip?
I'm liking New South Wales in this one. I think it's been a tough day for the Blues, but there's enough signs there from New South Wales that I think they can build on things. They just need to settle a touch here, and that certainly doesn't help the cause. Penalty to Queensland.
Well, it's great to see, James, because you've been sitting on the fence for 5 years, so it's good to see you make a prediction.
If I don't, I know you'll be at me for the next 2 days. So here is Queensland now dropping it down. Bart's there once again, or tries to squeeze through. He's already done so once. Catalano again, though, shutting down the space nice and quick. Bart's around about 8 metres away from the line. Now Moffat turns it back on the inside for Bart's. Bazoonis, to his credit, he stood firm.
Yeah, great defence there from Catalano. I really like the way Bart's attacks, James. He's always got the ball in 2 hands. The dive's always an option, or the pass. So you could do worse than model your game off Bart's. He's showing some good eyes-up footy there. But great defence from Catalano to hold him out.
Now Simbolan marches forward. Good set here for the Blues. Thompson once again keeps it alive. There's a chance for Edwards. Tries to squeeze through the narrowest of gaps. Oh, geez, you just fancy if he put the foot down and headed towards the sideline, he could have created a 2-on-1. So that slight little hesitation allowed Queensland to recalibrate.
Yeah, definitely. I know we're only a couple minutes in, but definitely New South Wales have out of the blocks nice and solid here. Queensland lucky to have not conceded a try so far. And now they're looking to bounce back, so great resilience from the Maroons.
Well, now sending it wide. Here's a chance for Assay, but the pass will be called back. 4 there, and geez, hasn't Zane Cox been outstanding for Queensland?
Been solid. I like some of these players coming through the Queensland program. You see them at the NTLs, and then we get to see the best of the best here again. But very solid play there.
Now
I think
Riley
it's
Jones.
Brad Russell, the Russell brothers, solid as well, having good games.
Both Corey and Brad have been very strong as now New South Wales with Langbridge. Work it up into enemy territory. Last one here for Lennon. What a pass from Lennon. Somehow beat them on the outside. Osborne is there. Perfect timing, but that's the form we've come to expect from Chris Lennon, who's been in everything the last 18 months.
Probably the hottest player in the game at the moment if you go on form, him and Dylan Thompson. And how about Luke Osborne? He's known for the long ball. He had a great try-saving touch in the first half. And how about the hands that he showed there and the running line? Luke Osborne combining with Chris Lennon, who's got that ball on a string at the moment.
Tremendous pass. It was reminiscent of Logan Tui in the men's 20s earlier today. Came up with a couple of crackers. And now Queensland go for the direct option. That's too easy for Hall.
Yeah, probably not the best 30 seconds of play for New South Wales. I think they've got to be a lot tighter than that in D. You'll see that they just held the try line. You've got to take that step forward and come in to make the touch. They're a little bit reactive. And the number 17, I think that was Hall there. Look how low he gets down nice and quick and responds for the Maroons. We're locked up.
So 3 tries apiece, about 4.5 minutes into the second half. Great contest building here. Catalano stops on a dime, now takes off again. Lennon looking dangerous, back on the inside, and they nearly squeezed through yet again, but shut down there from Flynn Kelso. Back here for Bazunas. Now just floating a pass out wide. That's simply to kill it away from the Queensland box. I think they'd be very disappointed letting that one in. There wasn't really much doing for Hall.
No, and it looked like they had it well covered as well. I think it was Langbridge got in good position, but then a little bit reactive. Probably wish he had that one again. And Queensland, in the whole scheme of things, probably a little bit soft for a try. But I mean, they've been taking the opportunities that get offered, or get presented to them. That's why they're a great team.
So now Bartz picks it up on the last. A cutout pass. It was probably not a bad option, but Queensland were very passive. No one really pushing through the hole. So New South Wales will get ball in hand now as they head up towards halfway. Catch and pass from Lennon. Geez, that was a ball that never needed to be thrown.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. A couple coach killers there. I think it might have. I'm not sure if it was Edwards, but either way, it just weren't very patient at all. We were talking about the composure. I was rapping about that in the first half. Not too much composure in this last 90 seconds or so.
Now Bartz through the middle once again, threatening to link up out wide. All that pass has gone a mile forward. Tom Brady would have been happy with that one, but Queensland aren't. So Bazunas will restart things here.
Yeah, Bazunas and Catalano have been big in the middle, but I think you pointed out, James, we haven't seen a lot of Kyson Boland. I'd like to see him inject himself in the game and probably get the ball in Jack Edwards' hands a bit more as well. He's another quality player.
Well, here is Simbola now taking the metres on
He's
offer.
offside
and then
there.
Riley Jones takes off. Now, he was hoping there would be a play-through. He'll get the extra set, though, but again, Cox comes up with a big play. It's a golden opportunity now, though, for New South Wales, and they've got Thompson and Edwards out there at the same time, so plenty of danger signs here for Queensland. Riley Jones diving for the line.
You've got the Hornets crew out there. Lots of combinations in this team with Hornets and the Sydney Mets.
Edwards, sloppy roll ball. They won't be able to capitalise, so just 3 plays down, they've turned it over. Very uncharacteristic there from Jack Edwards. It's now Cox takes the metres on offer. Bartz straightening up again. He's been terrific for Queensland. Notley, quick release, and then once again shown here from Brad Russell. Now scooped up from Corey Russell. Short pass provided. Falls into the arms of New South Wales. Just get the feeling that both teams just need to settle a little bit. They're very panicky at the moment.
Yeah, I think so. I did think that coming into the second half they would be a bit more composed and we'd see 4 or 5 tries back to back, but it hasn't really materialised just yet.
Now Lennon bouncing off the left foot, bombing it wide and long, then turned back on the inside. Osborne tried to pop a pass to a man who was upside down. Nothing that Liam Squires could do there.
Yeah, one of the things that Queensland's doing, you'll see it in the D, that you'll see that the middle and link will come in pretty hard, and then the winger just positions himself between the Blues link and winger and almost has a guess on which way he thinks he has to read. So that's why Blues scored from that try earlier, hitting the link, and they'd be well served to go back to hitting that link again.
Oh, and then Norman looking for a play on. The Queenslanders have gone up. They're not particularly happy. Norman had a word to say to the officials as well. New South Wales, they'll play to the whistle here and head up towards halfway. Roll back once again. Now Catalano, lovely cycle late in the piece, and then Mansour, he should have taken that. It was there for the taking, but perhaps a lack of focus. That one hits the deck.
Yeah, I think both teams would be well served to maybe go down the middle for a little bit. A little bit of old school knock down the front door, control the ball, consecutive dumps with short downtime. There's that staggered shutdown again from New South Wales, resulting in a penalty. So Queensland have been great at taking opportunities. Here comes Notley. Let's see what they throw at him here.
That one hurts too on the last for New South Wales. So Queensland can set up shop here. Bartz and Assay have gotten tries for them so far, along with Hall. Here is Hall now, out for Notley. Oh, Assay somehow doesn't get to it. Geez, it just needed a little bit more power, that pass there from Notley. It was very soft.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic errors. You'll see on the replay here, Edwards has come in and shut down and then almost checked out. And then the winger was left posted. Bit uncharacteristic. You know, these are the best plays from both teams, and we're seeing little errors and penalties. Here's another one. So a few uncharacteristic errors from both teams, and you mentioned settling down. It might be a case of whoever settles down gets the win here in game number one.
Well, believe it or not, we're nearly at the last quarter of this match, and neither team has had a particularly strong completion rate in this second half. As Russell now pops a little pass here for Assay. Russell again, now wrapping around, sloppy play the ball from Queensland. There's a turnover, so, geez, it's been a rather poor 3 or 4 minutes here from both teams.
Another uncharacteristic error. So this is where I'd be looking, both teams, if you're in the Queensland box or New South Wales, you want to calm it down. So the Blues have got the ball here. Go straight down the middle. Straight down the middle, complete the set, run at the offside player, ask questions. You don't want to try and get too cute with the ball and running trick plays and whatnot. You want to get between players, get the ball cleaned down. Let's see how they go here.
Langbridge and now Lennon. Lennon with a great pass and then fired away out to this side. And Mansour will celebrate big time. New South Wales, they finally get it right. They'll complete the set. And a lot of this great play for this evening has come off the back of Lennon once more with a rifle of a ball.
A great pass again. We just spoke about that, saying that that's where the hole was, to hit the link. You'll see here Lennon's hit the link straight into a 2-on-1. So this is where it comes down to execution. There's enough footy IQ there on both teams to be seeing what we're seeing here in the box, and they've just got to execute. And Chris Lennon, is he had the biggest impact so far, or what? He'd have to be best on ground so far.
It's a nice battle between himself and Zane Cox on the Queensland side of the board. Norman's out there again for the Maroons. Gets it at first receiver now. Slowing it down a touch. Back to Norman. Now Hegedus at full speed. We've been waiting for him to inject the pace. He does so here. The Queensland fans go up. There's plenty of noise across Coffs Harbour. And Hegedus, cometh the moment, cometh the man. He's been in wonderful form, and he gets them back on level terms here.
Great play there, nice and calm from Pete Norman. Got the dump right where he wanted to get it, and then a quick release straight out. Again, we've seen a bit of indecision there from the Blues. I do think if Luke Mansour's right in there, he saves that, or if Edwards peels out straight away and takes takes the link, he saves that as well. So it might be up to Chris Lennon to try and get one back, but definitely both teams, a few little errors, and still, the game is in the balance.
So Lennon now on the last, threatening once again. This time sends it wide. Queensland pick it off easily, though. However, here's a bit of good news for New South Wales. They'll get the penalty and a fresh set from just 7 away.
All right, so here's a good opportunity for New South Wales. What you want to look to do here is really use your whole set and look at the players that have been, you know, really hurting Queensland. Lennon's been good. Dylan Thompson's been good. They're both out there, so Queensland have their hands full here.
Oh,
Dummy
Catalano. That's beautiful from Catalano. It's the second one he's set up now. Lennon has been providing them left, right and centre, but this time he cashes in.
And I think it's the third or the fourth time we've seen that play. It's just a straight middle dump. It's a dummy from Catalano. Short ball to Link. Try. too smart. The defenders are over-squeezing. They're getting a bit panicky on that dive-in player. And earlier we saw Lennon get the read on that occasion. Catalano again stamping himself in this game.
So 5 tries to 4. New South Wales back in front. Less than 7 to go. Great contest to close out day 1 of the action here for the 2025 Touch Football State of Origin Series. Last one here for Queensland. They'll send it wide. A chance to bop it back on the inside. Geez, that was a lot closer than it should have been, but great coverage in the end from Luke Mansell. Again, one of the quickest on the field.
Yeah, and a really good correction there from Mansell. That's what I wanted to see earlier. Mansell's come straight up on the link there, James. Forced the ball over his head, and then he's peeled out and saved the winger. So good correction there from Mansell. Great defence.
So now Simbolan up into enemy territory. Gets it back here once again. Shuffling through the middle is Jones. Simbolan, short pass for Jones. Plays it just inside the 7. Simbolan squeezes through. Finds a ball. There's Thompson. There's the old veterans combining with a fresh try for New South Wales.
We've been waiting for it, and it's been delivered there with Kai Simbolan just getting in the game. Look at that dummy. I think everyone thought it was passed. Everyone in the stand was looking to see where the ball went, and Kai Simbolan still had it. Straight in the in goal. He can't score. He's got to find someone open. And I think it was the number 12, was it Dylan Thompson? That great man getting a deserved finish. The Blues out by 2.
Well, you don't see too many one-handed dummies. You also don't see this too often. Losing possession when you're about to play it with a simple push. So Queensland a little bit frustrated here. We're approaching the final 5 minutes, and I think if New South Wales get another, you can just about call it for the Blues.
Well, I did say Blues by 2, so can we call the scorer on the scoreboard and someone blow the hooter? Everyone loves a good prediction.
Here's Catalano now. Lennon finding a ball again. Geez, he's got this on a string in this one. Good touch made on this occasion, though, from Queensland. And we certainly know they won't die wondering. Queensland spirit, it is enduring. Now Bart's up over halfway. Hegedus takes off again. Look at the speed from the man. Norman chiming in. Plays it quickly. Last one now. Russell back to the middle. Flick pass out for Russell. There's Norman. Oh, he had time to do the old catch pass, but he panicked a touch and went for the bat on.
I think so. And again, just to labour that point, watch the New South Wales D here. They're all coming in. What you'll see when the ball's coming out, the winger's already in there. No option for Pete Norm. So great correction there from the Blues. They've identified the threat. They've nullified it. And now they're out by 2 with 3 minutes to play.
Nice shutdown from Liam Squires, as well as now Simbolan looking for options, but that pass well and truly wide of the mark. So approaching the final 4 minutes now. New South Wales in the box seat. Of course, they've lost the past 2 Origin series in this men's open division. 2-1 to Queensland in 2022. In the 2020 series, that was a clean sweep for Queensland. Harry Griffin, of course, the player of the series that time around. Now Benbow back through the middle again. Drops it down. Last one coming up. Benbow takes off with the goose step. Turns it here for Cox. Cox delays the pass. Beautifully worked, and Brad Russell pushes through. Queensland, they are coming for New South Wales.
This Queensland team is so resilient. Every time there's a half opportunity, they take it. You'll see the Blues here again reactive in D. They've got to make the touches and get off the line. They're running along the scoreline. That's always a danger. Opened up that option for the late switch. And it's tough for Dylan Thompson coming from the top of the screen. He can't cover the whole field.
Lennon just far too quick. New South Wales hit right back. Well, that was too easy. Geez, hasn't he had a match this time? It was all about the speed from the Hunter Western Hornets star.
Well, Queensland would have come into this one knowing that Chris Lennon was the one to watch. He's the form player. He's been on fire. And they're just giving him a bit of time and space with the ball. And wow, he's got the full bag of tricks. You know, we talk about his passing game, his hole running, his footy IQ. How about his speed? Great try.
So Queensland behind by 2 once again. Oh, that's a great dive from Russell. It was nearly from the 7. Stretched out with the go-go gadget arms and got to the line. Once again, the margin just at 1 try.
And again, see that indecision there? You'll have a look when he's coming around. The New South Wales link is right there. So these are things that both teams are going to work on coming into game 2. Great call from the referee, Calabria. That was down. And we've got a grandstand finish, and we did end up getting the tries that we wanted. 13 tries all up. Still in the balance in the last 2 minutes.
Now Thompson here for Bazoonis. Hegedus out to meet him. It's been worth the wait, this encounter. Thompson again. Bazoonis will take off this time. He responds in like kind, and New South Wales are out by 2 once again with less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Great work there, Bazoonis. He smelt out the opportunity and he took it. And it's been a bit of a theme for the whole game where we've seen little errors in the D being punished there. We'll see there. I think it was the, haven't got the number, was it number 13, was it?
Yeah,
I haven't
Russell
got the number there. But
across.
Yeah, just sort of giving him a bit of space there. And you can't give Bazoonis that sort of space. He's too sharp. He's got such a good dive. The Blues out by 2 again.
So Cox needing to conjure up something here. Back to Cox it goes. Plays it quickly. It was quite sloppy. There's a New South Wales man on the deck as well. It's probably one that could have gone either way, but with Langbridge just floating about in the ruck, goes the way of Queensland. So they need to score very quickly here, Queensland. Probably within the first couple of plays. All New South Wales have to do is hold on for this set, and they will claim game 1 of the Men's Open division.
Yeah, Blues probably done enough now to get over the line, but I don't think we've had much solved here. I think there's a lot of questions being asked tonight of both teams, and this game 2 and game 3 I think is going to be a real spectacle as both these teams go back, assess what's worked and what hasn't worked. Definitely Chris Lennon and probably Robert Catalano have been the 2 best on ground. Bazoonis wouldn't be far behind, and then on the other side of the ledger there's been strong games there. Bembao, Bartz, Moffat, there's been good players on both sides of the ledger, but Blues are going to come away with it.
So final 5 seconds here. New South Wales a much needed victory in the grand scheme of things. It's been a tough first day for them. They'll take out game 1 here in the Men's Open division. So the total tally here, 13 divisions that Queensland are leading at the end of day 1. New South Wales now bring up their tally to 6. There is plenty to unpack of what's been a brilliant first day of the action here for State of Origin, of course. Game 2 in the Men's Open. That'll be coming your way tomorrow at 11:40 a.m. local time, but a really engrossing contest to close out day 1, Stando.
I think so, and as I mentioned sort of in the back of that call, I think a lot of questions were asked. I don't think, apart from probably Chris Lennon and Robert Catalano having very big games for the Blues to get them over the line, I think both teams would be thinking they've got a couple gears in them and, lots of improvement. So definitely series not over by any stretch of the imagination, and it's just set up for a really big tomorrow.
And also the coverage not quite over with just yet for day 1 here of the 2025 Touch Football State of Origin Series. We'll wrap up things down by the side of the pitch for day 1 as we take a look at day 2 of the series in just a moment.
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore here, and obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think it's just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female. Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams. When we look at touch football, everyone that's playing is fit. If you look across, just all you got to listen to is the news and hear about the rates of obesity and what people are reading these days. Every time I go to touch footy, they're all fit. Everyone should play touch footy forever. Simple as that. You'll stay fit.
Down here on the sidelines with the captain of the New South Wales Men's Open team, Daniel Langbridge. Mate, that was just a traditional Men's Open game, State of Origin. A great victory from the Blues, though, to get up game one here in the series.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's Origin touch. Very physical, very fast, end to end. The Queensland boys came out and really bloody gave it to us, so I reckon, yeah, it's a good game.
Felt like both teams just took a little while to find their feet there in the first half. A little bit scrappy, but it was much better performance from you guys in the second.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's like that pre-game nerves. Like in all those big games, you kind of want to get out there and you're thinking about too much instead of settling in. And then once obviously both teams settled in, it was a good contest.
And it was great from a New South Wales perspective. Queensland threw the kitchen sink at you in the second half, but you were able to respond each time and held on to that 2-try lead.
Yeah, definitely. I still think we probably got a couple of lucky tries, and like our defence, I don't think we're up to standard. Personally, for myself, I think I let in maybe 3 or 4. So we're not up to standard there. But once again, it's a good fight from our boys, so I'm really proud of them.
From leading this team as well, first time for you as well, which is a great honour for you. A few new players coming in, one of the best out on the park, Chris Lennon again tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Like Lenecki's going strength to strength. He had a great NTLs, great Trans-Tasman, and then out there once again, he's good. Can't get ahead of himself, but he's going good.
Well, such a big win for you. History shows that whoever wins Game 1 in the Men's Open goes a long way to winning the series. Congratulations. Good luck for Game 2.
Thanks, I appreciate it. It was a good game, but yeah, still got plenty to do.
Good on you, mate. Cheers, mate. Have a good one. Well done. Good luck tomorrow.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't on Macca, having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the early 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now. So I just play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it. So no, it's good to be here.
I got to ask, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and it's the only time you'll ever see him in a Bulldogs shirt. But I got to support the crew and wear the colours for him. But Sharky's through and through.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast.
And down here now with the captain of the Queensland Men's Open team. Mate, tough contest out there. New South Wales really came out pretty hard in that one.
Yeah, I think we missed the jump with the physicality in the first 10 minutes, which is disappointing. We responded to it really well and earned our way back into that game and come in there at 2-2 at half time, and then had the lead at different stages throughout the half, but then we kind of got into a bit of a tit-for-tat battle where it's a triathlon where we really need to be better at defending our tries and, making them work a lot harder for theirs. So I think there's plenty of positives to take out of it, but if we don't miss the jump tomorrow and we have a bit more of a defensive mindset, we'll be a lot better for it.
Definitely better second half performance from the team, Wilson. You got yourself back into the game, but like you just said there, whenever you got tries, New South Wales were able to respond. Defend something that you think you need to work on overnight?
Yeah, and it's just scoreboard pressure, you know what I mean? Like, if you defend your try, then they've got to work harder and they're not sure, but when they know that they can just go back down there and score a try pretty easily, you don't put any pressure on the other team. And yeah, I think, to their credit, they ran away in that last 5 minutes and they took their chances and we didn't. So plenty of lessons to be learned. We'll watch the video and we'll be back better tomorrow.
A few debutants making their way onto the field tonight wearing the maroon jersey for the first time. Zane Cox, one of them. Great performance for him in his first game for Queensland.
Yeah, mate, he was awesome. He's just come off the back of a bit of a Europe trip too. So I think he got back to Australia a week ago and he was great. He's come off the back of a strong mixed open performance for Australia, and then I thought Jacob Hall, he set up a couple and scored a really good one there on his debut too. So, yeah, I think the debutants really showed that they deserve to be here.
Well, plenty of positives to take out of that. Good luck for game 2. History's against you on that front. It's been since 1999 the last time a team's won coming from losing game 1. But I think if there's a team that can do it, you guys might be the
You
team.
might need to check your facts, 'cause I'm pretty sure we did it last series.
Why would you say that? Why would you do me like that? Good luck tomorrow, mate. Well, that wraps us up here from the State of Origin Day 1. What a huge day it's been. Queensland across the divisions. They've got the upper hand, winning 13 on the divisions on offer. Can New South Wales come back tomorrow? Make sure you tune in.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people, and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.